So we've now invited YouTube along. Hello, YouTube. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hopping into Farming Simulator 22. We're going to be starting a brand new farm. We're going to be doing a couple things that are going to be different about this. And I technically have created the save file in advance because there's a couple things I had to go into settings file to tweak for the challenge. But if we go into career mode, I have this one I'm calling Survivor Man on stream, which I do have a command Survivor that gives you the rules. The gist of this one is we are playing on a map called No Man's Land. No Man's Land is basically just clean slate. There's no existing fields. It's just there's a little cell location, a road that goes up, some scattered trees in that. Like they've done stuff to like put like some rocks and trees to give it like a little bit of texture, but it's basically just a field that is this big open area. And part of it is I'm not going to cut down a billion trees just to, you know, just to do anything. As much fun as Silver Run is, doing that by myself takes forever. We will definitely be cutting down trees, though, because of having to tackle what we've got going. Hey, Evie Meister, how's it going? But you'll notice the money I'm starting here with is a whopping $0. We start with a truck, a chainsaw, no money, no loans are allowed, no leasing, and a plot of land. That is what we start with, because it's kind of like the minimum to get off the ground without a billion mods and all that to, like, you know, like, you'll see. Now, if we look at our save files, I do have a bunch of mods installed, but you'll only notice the only ones activated are the official stuff and then the universal autoload. That is the only mod we have on here, and that's just so when I pull up and there's a bajillion pallets sitting there, I don't have to sit there and like one by one put them on stuff one at a time forever and ever. Because if you play Farming Simulator past the mid game, you get to this point where you're just like, I'm just Forklift Simulator, and it gets very tedious very fast. But I've handed you a chainsaw so firewood. Yeah, the truck is the only luxury we were given, because otherwise I have to cut up the trees into small sections that I can carry and run them all the way back. And watching that for 6 hours would get pretty tedious. So the truck is the only luxury. Oh, and I have a rule that I cannot sell the truck for like instant money, because that kind of defeats the point. So we're gonna go in here, and I'll show you what we've got started. Oh, I also start with a place I could sleep. You'll like the place I could sleep. It's glorious. So here is where we start. And we just walk over here. There's our truck. It's a 1988 truck. So it's got that ugly bronze color that 1980 vehicles all came in, because people like, it hides the dirt. And then you have to stop and go, but it looks like dirt to start with, so it hides it by looking like it. And this is where we sleep at night. This is our home. Our cozy little house here. We've got ourselves a nice little table we could do our activities on. We have a bed that, you know, probably certainly has bed bugs or anything like that. We've got a, what is best I could tell is like a charcoal or wood stove. And our very own box that says meal on it. So it looks like we've got a box of MREs. The adorable one-room shack rent is $9,000 a month, utilities extra. Now, if we drive right over here, I could quickly show you this map, because you'll notice the map does not have a whole lot happening on it. It's pretty quiet. But if we drive down here, there is a road that has like a little parking spot over here. So we've got that there. And then we've got our sell points up here. So almost everything we get, we could sell here. There's certain stuff I can pick up from that. Our gas station is over here on the other side. So that's our gas station, is that little square there. You can see the pump right there. I actually don't remember what that is. I think that's to do with livestock. We immediately hit a planter, because of course we do. Looks like an out-of-bounds golf course. Yep. And if we go in here, This is our repair shop. And then this is where we go to buy all our stuff. I was just checking to see if there's anything we could afford earlier. All right. But that's where we're going to end up selling everything, making our money, picking up our equipment, all that kind of good stuff. This truck can absolutely get to a speed that it can completely roll over and throw itself up hills and everything. I have done this where I'm doing an even tougher version of this challenge off stream for a YouTube video, like an extreme version of it. We're not going to be doing that because it's so incredibly monotonous on the extreme version that I can't fast forward through it. I don't think people would put up with it very long. But the way we're going to start this is I have $0. I can't do much with $0. Uncle saying, Rual, you were my second most watched streamer this year. Thanks for your entertainment. No problem. Now, if we look at the map real fast, just to give you an idea, there is like basically nothing out here. Technically, that's like a rotten field, is that as well? But if we go check in the farmland, I own just this one tile. I am allowed to buy all the tiles I can afford, but they give us just the minimum we want to start. So to start with, I just need any money we can get. And for those who don't know Longclaw, absolutely fantastic content creator. Thanks for getting that shout out. So we get that. So early game, it is literally just make money. And I've done this enough because of the other challenge map. I can gauge pretty easily about how big I can make the stuff to put in the truck. It's about 2.5 is the absolute maximum I can fit in the truck without putting the tailgate down. And that's slightly longer than if I center my mouse at the screen and cut something. Give or take with, you know, give or take depending on if I put the log as a diagonal or, you know, I'm standing higher or whatever. Let's see, forgot. Can you keep animals in this game? Yes, and we will be. Now, to give you an idea how much effort I put into figuring out this on the other one, whereas doing the one off stream, I know that the cheapest I can make any type of sustainable money is 4.4 thousand is my requirement. But we don't want to do that because it is really slow sustainable money, as in like $56 or something like that a month. So we definitely don't want to go that route, and that's if I buy honeybees with no supporting planters or anything. Can I read your last comment? When life gives you a chainsaw, it's gonna living crap out of teens in a hockey mask. Sorry, I don't own a hockey mask though, so it is what it is. And for the record, we have a nice Husqvarna chainsaw. The game does give you an option. I don't even remember all the brands. There's like Husqvarna still and a whole bunch of that. I only chose a Husqvarna because I've actually sold this, not this chainsaw. I have no idea what model this is, but I've actually sold Husqvarna chainsaws before, versus the other brands I'm familiar with still. The other brands I don't know as much, but I didn't sell still. I sold Husqvarna. I sold 4 brands. I sold Husqvarna, I sold Black & Decker, and I sold 2 brands I can't say because it'll reveal where I worked. You know what? Actually, I don't care. I used to work for Sears. As I say, it doesn't matter anymore. Sears is going out of business. People, like, it's not like it's in my city, and even if it was, which I didn't work the one in the city. But yeah, so I used to work for Sears way back in the day. I worked what they refer to as hardlines, which is lawn and garden tools, fitness equipment, paint, all that stuff. So we sold Craftsman, Champion, Black & Decker. Wait, was it Black & Decker or DeWalt? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. And then Husqvarna. And Husqvarna was like the good brand. Craftsman was kind of the cheap brand. Well, I'm sorry. Champion was the cheap brand. Craftsman was the slightly less cheap brand. And then Black & Decker was kind of like in the middle. Which, for those who don't know, Champion is also a Sears brand that Craftsman is basically the same quality between Craftsman and Champion for the most part. The difference is Craftsman had better warranties versus the Champion was good luck. So what's the best chainsaw for a prank? Don't prank with chainsaws. I actually don't think it'd matter. You did landscaping. We use Husqvarna. Yeah, Husqvarna is a really good brand, as is Still. Milwaukee's also a really good brand. But like the Home Depot brands, like the store brands, they're fine. But usually the big benefit is the warranty more so than the quality of the tool itself. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a little farther up. We don't have super strength turned on. But that does mean my limit on carry is 200 kilograms. Till Zero's abused it. I mean, Craftsman was definitely... So Craftsman isn't a bad brand. I don't want to imply that. It's as far as like the quality of the build, it's kind of in the middle. If you look at stuff like Snap-on and that, they're generally a bit on the higher quality, but exercising the warranties is a pain in the butt. Or you'll get like even higher quality stuff, which I don't remember the brands anymore, but the much higher quality ones, it's basically you bought it, have a nice day, good luck. At least it's not Ryobi. Ryobi's honestly, if you're doing like home use, not commercial use, Ryobi's not bad. If you're looking at using it commercial, it's not made for it. It's convenient, but not meant for a lot of abuse. Craftsman's like in between. The warranty makes it worth using for commercial use, but as far as the quality of tools, like I said, Snap-on is a bit better for commercial use. It's more durable and all that. But the Snap-on warranty, you basically have to wait for the truck to come by and hope they have what you need on it. And it's a common tool, you're going to be fine. Oh, I made this slightly too big. It was 203 kilograms. So it was too heavy. It was 3 kilograms too much. So my character went from carrying it with ease to just being like, nope, can't do it. So I'll use those to like strap that in, even though it's like dangling over where it wouldn't stay. Alright, where's the snap point? It's here somewhere. Sure, we can pretend that makes sense. Actually, honestly, in farming, they do use metric for lots of stuff here in the US. Oop. It's so funny that you can't pick up the log, but, it's just one of those things. Yeah, no, I think it did the numbers that we were lifting. If I lift 200 kilograms, I'm lifting just a smidge over 400 pounds, if I remember the math right. Which it's like, okay, well, let's be fair. If you're lifting a 400-pound log by hand, you know what? I'm willing to accept that's a hard limit, because that is a very significant amount to be lifting by hand. That is something you do if you want to destroy your spine. Yep, so I park it right here. And I hit the button. And I make them... Wait, why did it say negative money? 1 second, let me check something. Did I mess something up? I did. We shouldn't have a loan. Oh no, we don't have a loan. What was the 10 bucks feel? Vehicle running costs. Oh. Okay, I'm confused. Because we're not leasing this truck. We own the truck. Or shoulders, or muscles, or everything. Yeah, no, lifting 400 pounds again and again and again is how you wear out the warranty on your body. very aggressively. Okay. So, you could win the you could win the Olympics. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's a lot to deal with. All right, so let's try and drive up this hill. And I've done this enough to learn the way felling trees works in this is wherever I'm sawing, the tree will fall to the right. That's how much I've cut down trees in this game for this challenge and stuff I've done doing off stream. The trees will always fall to the right. I think it's around here. 2.5. No, it's fine, whatever. Sometimes the littler trees, the branches don't actually... Oh, there we go. Sometimes the branches won't disappear when you tap it with the chainsaw, which that's all I'm doing. Where you see me like running up the tree, just going tap, 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 tap with the chainsaw. It's me taking the branches off so I can actually see what I'm doing. What are you talking about, Strider? Alright. I'm sure there's a mod for a tool, but I kind of wish there was a, like an equivalent to the chainsaw in the game where like could hold like the right mouse button and it was just like remove branches. Just like walk along the tree and do it. Not even for it to be faster, just to not spam click. And for the record, I don't plan on sitting here just cutting trees forever and ever. Is it a licensed Volkswagen truck? I recognize it. So, I don't believe it's Volkswagen. The in-game brand is Lizard. I have no idea if that's a legitimate brand of any kind. Alright, how heavy are you? 106. Okay, so you can keep cutting them to length. Because pretty soon I'm going to have to... Alright, 132. You know, you're spewing nonsense. It's pretty much where it's going with that. Alright, so this is probably the last one I can cut to length, where now I'm going to have to cut them a little shorter due to weight. Yeah, that's 183 if I cut at the correct... Alright, that's where the cutoff is. Because like I said, they can't be over 200 kilograms. We just don't have the muscle to do that. And neither of those 200. Really close, 188. Cool. So now I can just load up the truck. I mean, even like this, that's like a 100-pound log, or just like casually pick it up, huck it up on there. Like, don't get me wrong, 100 pounds is a totally liftable amount. But like, picking it up and just kind of tossing it over the side casually, even if you could do that, that's a good way to trash the back of your truck. You can just scrape up your liner real bad, real fast. Trying to shift this so it's in here a little better, so it's... Alright, I put too much weight on it already for that. Oh, alright, whatever. We'll just have to two-trip it, it's fine. Cool. Did I just huck that log right off the side? I'm pretty sure I just did. Oh no, it's... I'm gonna strap that one in. Take advantage of the fact that it's jammed in place over the side. Weight towards the front. Roll bunion. Yep. Okay. You're like scrap metal guys, but for wood? Yeah. It's like, nah, it's fine. I've had to follow behind some of those scrap metal trucks where you're just like, how far am I traveling behind the scrap metal truck? How many car legs can I get away with being behind this thing? It's like, it doesn't matter if it's going to take me an extra week to get to work. I am not following any closer behind the scrap metal truck. I've watched entire sheets of sheet metal and like metal framing come off those things before. It's like, yeah, I can think of a better way to total my car than have some big piece of metal just slide off of it. I was really hoping that actually stay on its wheels there. This is actually pretty bad. I can definitely get my truck back up, but not with the payload. That's the only catch. So let's take that off. Well, I mean, it worked out. I would have been so impressed if I had just managed to, like, roll it right back over. The downside is my chance of getting that to settle in there the way I just did a moment ago is pretty low. We were a little top-heavy. Who would have thunk it? In real life, you stack this the opposite way you want to stack it in game. In game, the littler stuff fits in better, so you use the little stuff as like the base and you build up. In real life, you want to do the opposite. You want to put the really heavy, dense stuff in the bottom, and then, you know, the littler stuff is going to be a separate trip is what it's probably going to be. Big time SnowRunner moment there. I so sad that we didn't have, like, where it rolled back at its wheels so we could clip that. Like, not even because, like, look how amazing it is, because that was 100% luck if it would have done that. But just for that momentary being like, yeah, definitely planned it. There's a hot air balloon in the distance. Oh yeah, there's a lot of fun little stuff on this map. If I do roll the truck, one of the ways you can fix it very easily is I can actually take a log, put it in, and basically use it as like a battering ram, so you just pick it up and then flip it. And for whatever reason, it gives me like superhuman physics strength, where I could just take, you know, it's probably, you know, with all those logs into it. I mean, the logs alone are about 1.8 tons that we put in here. But you just take the truck and all and just casually flip it over. All right. The magic of levers. Just ignore the fact it's a terrible lever. Yeah, it's a lever that's like, you know, so it's 2 meters long is the maximum I can get, and those big, heavier logs are about like 1.1 meters long, if that. So 3-ish feet. That's not much of a lever for flipping, you know, a 1984 pickup truck. And yes, I went out of my way to paint it painted that 80s bronze color and to make everything else matte black. That was just the style of those days, was make everything bronze and black, because the theory was it would hide dirt. It's the same thing as like where it was also the time that people got the carpet that was not so lovingly later referred to as baby vomit color, because that's what it looked like. Oh, that's where we live. For some reason I thought we were over there. Yeah, and that was the whole idea, it made it harder to see stuff. Oh, sure. I'll take my buck of wood. Did we already cut you apart? No. Alright, so you're 4 meters, but 488, so it has to be cut into 3 pieces. So 1, that should be about 120, 140. And slightly favoring the back, because that'll be the thicker part of the tree. Hopefully you got that right. Yeah. Yeah, that was the whole thing was the bronze color hided like a bunch of dirt and everything. But my counter argument is it looked like it was covered in dirt at all times because it was bronze and everyone knew that why he made that color. But yeah, there was I was hoping that I could fit those both in there, but that's not the case. Because I could fit them lengthwise, it'd be almost like it's one log as far as how much the truck it takes up. It's fine. It'll just be inefficient. Alright, let's grab some little trees to toss in there. The GMC 1500 work truck where the body would rust out before the truck dies. Yeah, there's a bunch of trucks like that. Some of the old Nissans would do that too. The truck would keep running until the frame itself became compromised. Okay. Sure, we could pretend that makes sense. Where did I lose my tree? Oh, there it is. Don't mind the physics in this game. They get a little wild sometimes. That's how Toyota is nowadays? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I've never been much of a truck person. Like, I respect the utility and the value of trucks, but it's one of those things that I personally really don't have a need for. Not enough on a basis that I would warrant buying a truck. I was definitely much more in the what is the smallest car I can reasonably get away with. Like, I was much more concerned about, like, what is the best fuel efficiency I can get? You know, what is the cheapest cost repair I can get? That kind of stuff. So, like, I had a little 87 Honda Civic hatchback, which was that same ugly bronze that we have here. That was one of the 3 colors featured on the car. I bought it after the previous owner had rear-ended a school bus with it. So it was, when I bought it, the trim up here, like we'll say like the trim up here was like a sky blue. You know, this doesn't have a real hood, but the hood was like spray paint gold. The rest of the car was like this ugly bronze. It was a little bit brighter than this bronze. Like, just to check, we'll just go with this load. It's not a full load, but with those 3 big logs, I'm not gonna be able to stack stuff well, so we'll just take our money and run. So it will sooner have its tires fall off before the engine quits or starts leaking oil. Let's see, when you lived in a country, there was whatever had an engine in it and enough gas to do something silly. Yeah. Oh, and it also had over the driver's side door that had it had the word for a female dog keyed in on like someone had keyed it on the top of the car. Again, previous owner. And it had the fabric, so like the fabric on the front of the seat was fine, but like the back of the seat was like falling off. So to work around that, the previous owner had taken a blanket and draped it over the seat. It was a Jesus the Last Supper blanket, which was really weird. It was weird having that in there under a lot of circumstances. It was really not a great vehicle, but I had gotten it for like $200-300. So, you know, you get what you paid for. And I managed to put like 100,000 miles on it after it already had 100,000 miles on it before it was finally like, no, I am well past done with this vehicle. It's like, I'm not fixing this again. How much money do we need to save up? So the minimum I can have sustainable money is $4,400, and that's for beehives. We definitely don't want to do that unless we're desperate, because while they are sustainable and they will make us profit, it is horrifically slow. It's like $56 a month or something like that. So that is the minimum we can get away with. The next hire would be solar. I can put up a cheap solar panel, and that's 7.8 thousand, and that makes me about 560 a month. So basically, for twice the cost of the beehive, it'll make us twice as much money, or 10 times as much money as a beehive per month. Over that, we have, if I wanted to set up greenhouses for flowers and mushrooms, those come up to an estimated 23,500. There is one wild card in there of the tractor. The minimum cost of tractor can be without considering used vehicles, which I am allowed to take used vehicles. Where did my tree go? I was getting distracted. Used vehicles are like 40 to 50% off or so. No, seriously, where'd the rest of that tree go? Can you have a beehive? So I have been doing a ridiculous version of this challenge off stream. Where's the rest of that tree? All right, let's get on the truck and use that for a higher vantage. There it is. Oh, there's a lot of that left. There we go. B-grade sustainability. Uh-huh. But, so off-stream, I've been experimenting with doing a version of this that I also may only use used vehicles. So I basically would go in every month, check the used dealership, and see if I can get what I need to make any other financial processes happen. And the first time I was messing with it, I did it like the most horrifically inefficient way possible, and I very much regret it. And all that. I was sitting in the bed of the truck while it's driving in the yard anyways. But yeah, so I was messing with that, and I think I haven't made the clip yet. I'm estimating it took my character about 30 years of making money from bees before I had made enough money and managed to put together the things to cut grass. And so now my character on that one was cutting grass and then baling it and selling, not hay, just straight up grass at like 27 bucks a bale. It is profitable, but not very. Dead Toyota, Toyota Trinity literally has 200,000 miles on it. Doesn't think it drop? Yeah. Honestly, even a lot of the cars that aren't particularly well known for getting a really high mileage, if you take proper care of it, they can get pretty good mileage out of them. Some of it is just like a big part of it's your care. Like that's probably the biggest factor. Some of it is just basically luck. There's also the quality of the product, and that's certainly a thing, because there's definitely times where people cheap out in the production, and it shows. I personally don't actually have very strong brand loyalty. I've had so many brands that, you know, for a while were great, and like, man, this is a really good brand, I'm going to use them in the future. And then they have the year where they cheap out, leaning on how much people love their brand to just make a buck on the cheap, and it's just... I don't know. I'll go with whatever is good at the time. Alright. But yeah, so I sat there growing grass forever, and that character on that first attempt was just getting to the point I was saving up for a harvester. That was the only piece of equipment I was missing to being able to produce anything. And then I looked at the production lines and realized all I needed for mushrooms or flowers is water. Nothing else, just water. And it's like, oh my god. I could literally just buy a water thing and a tractor, and I would have a way of making, you know, reasonable money. And, you know, save that poor character like 30 years of their life. So I actually restarted the run. I'm going to use that footage of just like, in the video I'm making for like doing the harder version of this. I am going to just like sit there and be like, this is my second attempt. The first attempt, here's a clip of what went wrong, and just show me like hauling honey for like 30 years. Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hauling honey. Because I'm very salty and I'm going to use that footage. And it's probably only good as a gag. Because I don't think, even if there's like a weird texture seam there that made me feel like it was cut. Even though I know it wasn't. They start using plastic parts. Use fiber in their casings, etc. Oh, I've had that one. That's actually, manufacturer defect is not an uncommon problem, especially with complicated things like vehicles. Like, there's even been, like, really good brands that you just get the unlucky one that, you know, your vehicle comes with electrical problems and they have to do, like, a major rework of the electrical because someone goofed. Oh, I cut the log too long, it's too heavy. The Yakety Sax theme, like, driving around with honey. Yeah, no, it was, like, for me playing it, I didn't mind it. It was, like, kind of just a cathartic thing, like, go in, fast forward a couple of months, grab the pallet of honey. Like, that was the other thing, is I had to grab the pallet of honey after only, like, 2 or 3 months of collecting. Otherwise, it was too heavy for me to pick up the pallet of honey. But it was only, like, you know, $100 or something like that, or, like, $200 or something like that. I cut that too long again. Oh, no, I didn't. It's, like, right on the money. Alright, where is... There you go. Like, see, you have superhuman strength when you're dragging stuff, as I'm dragging the car with all of its stuff in there. Like, it's no big deal. Alright, that should be this cut. Even though you're salty, hauling honey is still a sweet job. Yeah. And then eventually I got lucky, and I got a forklift, and the, it was a front loader with a forklift attachment that I could then let the honey fill up a full pallet's worth. Because what made that good is that I could wait till the honey was at its, like, maximum market. And sell it at, like, peak versus I wasn't able to... Thanks. I enjoy this game a great deal. So, like, I was getting the extra, you know, $10 or whatever I could have a thing of honey. Alright. Perfect. Aw, not perfect. There we go. And that leaves just you. Nope, I dropped the log. I'm trying to get it. So the problem is I'm trying to climb in the truck and it's wiggling a lot. I need to turn this. Yeah, sure, that's strapped in. We can pretend. Let's see, is this game realistic? I was told some countries had people play Flight Simulator to aid training their pilots. It doesn't have flying. It's realistic in the sense that you do have to, like, do a bunch. We are very top heavy. Just look at that truck wiggle and jiggle every time I turn. Ooh. Let's not drive at full speed on this one. It's a wiggling and a jiggling. But the game is vaguely realistic in the sense that you have, like there's a difference between plowing and cultivating. You have to remove the stones from your fields, otherwise it tears up your equipment. There's seeders and planters. You have to fertilize and put lime down. You have different harvesters, a bunch of different crops, and there's seasons and all those kind of things. But there's also stuff that's not quite realistic, such as, in theory, that log on the back is currently strapped in there. And that kind of stuff. Do you tend to your animals? So you don't tend to the animals and you need to, like, walk up and, like, milk them by hand or anything like that, to my knowledge. I believe you know, set up a barn or whatever, and it's kind of an input-output kind of thing. where it's like, oh, you have pigs. Pigs need water and pigs need feed. Okay, here's the 3 things that pigs need for viable feed. And then if you give them that, then, you know, you get the output of whatever it produces, which that'd probably be meat. Or pork, probably more specifically. It's probably not just generic meat, it's probably labeled as pork. So it is kind of an input-output production situation versus direct animal care. There might have the option of direct animal care. If not, there's a very heavy modding scene to this. No, pigs do not need cannabis in a bong. This is gonna be the girl with the Easter basket. Where every time she grabs one falls out. Yeah. That was, oh, I'm trying to remember where it was. They were having a problem, I want to say it was in Africa, I think it was, that basically you'd have your farms, and they would have baboons get into the farm. And baboons are not exactly the smartest creatures. So what they would end up doing is you'll have this baboon, it would grab some fruit, and it'd tuck it under its arm. And they'd go up to it, grab some fruit, and then tuck it under its arm. And they'd grab some fruit, and then tuck it under its arm. And they'd grab some more fruit, tuck it under its arm, and they'd climb over the fence to the other side and go, where's the fruit? Because it would just drop the fruit as it's going. They're not the brightest animals, but what they have done is completely destroyed the entire crop. It'd be really cool if there was a Home Depot you had to go to supplies in the game. So it's not a Home Depot, but if we actually look at the map, that place that I'm selling stuff, there's a building right here that is a place that you buy your farming equipment. So it's not a Home Depot because we're talking like commercial grade stuff, and Home Depot is like consumer grade. Like there's some stuff at Home Depot that like you can get a Husqvarna stuff. Is it a tractor shop? Yeah, it's a tractor supply company. Like, it does way more than a tractor supply company would do, but it's kind of like all-in-one farming thing. Because, like, you could buy your tractor, you could buy, like, the headers, you could buy your harvesters, you could buy lumber equipment, you could buy, you know, trucks, like regular drive-around trucks, you can buy, like, John Deere, four-wheelers, like, all those kind of things. I keep doing this, there it is. Where I lose the tree I've cut down. Wonder if the Tractor Supply Company paid sponsoring that? Honestly, I'm curious how the negotiations happened with this, because John Deere is featured in it, Husqvarna is featured in it. Like, they do feature a lot of real-life brands in the game. But, for farming simulation style games, like, Farming Simulator 22 is kind of like the big one. Do they have baby chicks in summer in the game? I know you can get a chicken coop. I have no idea. I assume they'd have the baby chicks show up. But I haven't actually done much with the animals outside of bees personally. So I don't really know what the limitations are for half of it. And the reason those other ones are disappearing is it's basically saying this is too small to have any value, so it just poofs it out of existence. But I'm not worried about getting like every last penny out of the logs by like trying to put a giant tree hanging off the back of it. Will we be seeing? Yeah, I'll end up carrying animals at some point. They won't be early on. Animals are pretty expensive to get going. Like a lot of the animals, just like the barn firm, will cost you $100-something thousand. Oh, that reminds me. So after solar, the next possible renewable power or renewable form of money would be growing, or sorry, would be the greenhouses. The greenhouses, at a minimum, come up to about $23,500 to start that out. Hey, Pirate, how's it going? But the big question mark there is the tractor. The good news is because I'm not doing my other challenge where I can only use used vehicles, I don't have to, like, accept a more powerful tractor and then eat into my money. Like, I can go out of my way and be like, this is the tractor, like, this is all I need to do this. So lets me save money for then, you know, getting other equipment to get other, forms of money going, and then using a little rinky-dink tractor just to be able to handle what I need right then. Okay. They probably got a contract, limited copyright use, and pay royalty fee. It's like free advertising for the equipment. Supply chain. I'm sure they would say yes. Yeah, no, it's probably something they negotiated. I honestly wouldn't expect that Farming Simulator pays a bunch of money to include like John Deere in there. Because this is basically just good marketing. Your parents had chickens in real life? They had some funny names like Miss Peckington, Chicoria, Miss Pexalot. Alright, so we've got 682 kilograms and about 3 logs worth of length, but if I cut them to the length that fits in the truck, they'll be too heavy for me to pick up. So it's going to be 4 logs I'm going to have to cut that into. Because we already have the minimum for sustainable money, it's just bad sustainable money. As in bad as in horrifically slow. That's 500 kilograms, hopefully that's slightly over here. Cool. Oh, it actually did sell it. I thought that was good, just huck it off the side. We probably did huck one off the side. Yeah, we did. Try again to pick it up straight. I like how you could just do the tag along, or those cables have a billion names, but the tag along cables or whatever, just be like, yeah, no, that's fine, just good enough for me. They probably do need the bigger brands to provide equipment specs like dimension horsepower limitation. Yep. Hey, Ozalek, how's it going? Lift with your virtual needs. No, I live with my back. The back's the strong muscle. Use that, right? Good, how about you? I'm doing good. We're messing with a new challenge here. I mean, it's not... Yeah, more top-heavy. Yep. It's not a new challenge as in, like, new to Farm Sim. This is kind of like one of... So you know how certain games have, like, their big challenge kind of things? Like, Project Zomboid has doing, like, 0 to Hero is a very common... Come on, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. You can do it. Ah... Okay, so I'm hoping I can detach just the one. Can I get any of these logs free? There we go. This will be perfect. So get you out of the way. That's how that's done. In case anyone's wondering, that is the proper technique for riding a turned over truck. Is you just grab a 200 kilogram log, you wedge it underneath, and then you lift with your back. It definitely works. Don't do the math. All my muscles are weak and need new instructions. That's why you always keep a foot thick lever pull. On the other one I did off stream, I had more than once. I rolled up there at speed, not taking consideration how much it's going to take me to slow down, and literally got airborne and smashed into that. All right. $200 kg limit, unless you're leveraging an entire truck and logs back up. Yep. Hard 200. Like, it'll say 200 kilograms. It'll be like, no, it's actually 200.000001. Yeah, you can't lift that. Right out. You lift the 200 kilograms like it's no big deal, like it's paper. But that extra 0.0001, just too much. Undoable. And for the record, like all of those things, it goes to the 6th digit decimal. I learned that because, yeah, not 1 gram over. Madness. I learned that all those things, like even the money goes to the 6th decimal, which that has to just do into the type of data types you're using for storing that. Oh, yeah, the folding of the car, it's the tailgate. It's just opening and closing the tailgate. You can open the tailgate to put longer logs in there, but I found when I do that, it just ends up being a lot more trouble. No, it makes sense. I did the same thing when I was sitting there, like, I hopped in the truck and I noticed the unfold. I'm like, what? And then you're like, oh, yeah, that checks out, actually. And before everyone is like, are you just going to cut wood all day? Is that what you're going to do? If you're talking in-game day, probably. If you're talking real-life day, no, I only own, like, this one spot that has any trees on it. So there is a hard limit on how far I could go. And if I get to the point that I can afford to do the greenhouses, we'll be immediately switching over to greenhouses. Ooh, that was like right on the upper limit of what I could fit in the bed of the truck. 2.5 is the limit. Unless they like turn it sideways, or turn it diagonal, which if I turn it diagonal, then things don't fit in well because they have a bunch of logs at diagonals in there. No. There you go. Let's see, if this is your first stream, I do recommend you review clips of Chainsaw Classic Fun Times. Oh yeah, no, we had a farm that we were maintaining for a while on its Silver Run Forest or whatever. So it was an entire map that is like literally just overgrown forest. That people joking, they were like, this isn't a farm, this is a lumbering company. Because I had completely cleared enough forest to build, I think at the end, like the save's still around, but to clear 2 whole fields worth of area, like big fields, and I was pretty far along in the 3rd. But it was one of those things that I do like 1-2 things to deal with the fields, and then it was logging for the entire rest of the stream. Every stream I played that one, which is part of why I was like, okay, maybe we don't go back to that one. As much as I was enjoying it, it's like, you know what? I think people are getting really tired of me just doing forestry all day, every day. It's probably too long. It's gonna be way too heavy. Oh, nope, right on the fence. Alright, so you're 6.2 meters, so you have to be cut into 4 pieces. But we're at that point where if I cut them slightly too long, they'll be too heavy. Yeah, this is why I allow myself the truck. Because otherwise, every one of these logs I'd have to carry, I would be grabbing this log and then walking the whole way over there, because if you run, you drop it. After a little bit, just the physics gets wonky and you drop it. So rather than that, it's like, nah, we'll have the truck. We'll just have a rule that I'm not allowed to sell the truck. Because otherwise, that's just like starting your run with an extra... I think that truck costs like 17 or 19,000. So it'd just be like starting with, you know, an extra like 10,000, give or take. Kind of defeats the spirit of the challenge that way. And I'm sure there's someone who'll watch this on YouTube later and be like, hey, streamer, you started with a truck. That's cheating. You know what? I don't care. All right. You can only live 200, but that... What will you hit with it? Go nuts, Hercules. Yeah, there's a lot of people who also take the, there's a superhuman strength mod, or they'll also take the forester mod. We have all those turned off for this. It won't be any challenge, really. Just more mindless farming? Right. That's kind of the thought I had, is like, that the challenge of that one is your willingness to be stubborn. Would it be morally questionable if you were to get a mod and describe that that's more public execution? No, it's a video game. I mean, well, it's like you scratch your head and be like, why is that something you want? And also, why is there a mod for it? And you go, oh wait, it's the internet, never mind. Of course there is. Alright. Oh, more public executions that you in-game do? I mean, it's still a video game. So what I'm thinking for this is, if we zoom out for just a moment, what I'm thinking we're going to do for here is... Do I have my pen tool set up? I don't. What I'm thinking about doing here for just a moment, let me go ahead. Actually, this is not going to work well with this game because when I alt-tab, it minimizes it out of the way. I was going to draw on the map real fast what I'm thinking for the layout. What I'm thinking is here is I'll put the greenhouses kind of in this area. Down here. We'll put like our water source over here. This will be fields on this end. Like, we'll probably put like maybe 1 or 2 fields up here, another field down there. We'll put a road in between here to like attach everything. This area up here, maybe we'll just like we'll put like houses or something on it. I won't try and make that a field because it's really rough terrain. You know, by the time we get all that set up, we'll be ready to expand the next tile. I'll probably expand this way so I can take the road all the way over to this road to connect them. You know, add more fields in, that kind of thing. It'll get expanding. I am going to lean on to production stuff a bit, which for those who don't know what that means, so I could, for example, grow corn and get honey farms going. And with the corn and the honey farms, I can make cereal. So the idea is basically I'm delaying my gratification money-wise for a much larger cut money-wise. There's a lot of that. Was there a specific reason for choosing tile 47? You don't know anything about the game, just curious. So, for the reason I chose tile 47 was the other run I'm doing off-stream, I chose tile 46. The big thing is to be at least close to this because that's where I sell everything, so I don't want to have to drive up here, from up here all the way down every time I want to buy and sell something. Like, you can imagine every time I run with those trees, I have to cross the whole map. So that's the biggest factors. I wanted to be kind of in this little area here. The second one is I was going to need at least some trees for money, which means I was going to have to choose ones where you see these dark patches, because that's where the trees are. So honestly, 46, 45, 47, 48, 58, 55 would be fine, 44 would be fine, 54 wouldn't work, but that kind of thing. And then the last reason is I don't want to go along these bottom 3 yet, because this actually where you see like kind of this berm looking thing, you can't actually farm out there. That's the edge of the map. So you actually get a little bit less space there. And I also didn't want to choose 56 because there's 2 annoying signs here that if you cut them down, they delete all the rocks and the trees in the map because this is a custom map. So if you just didn't want to deal with it, you could just cut that to make it flat land, which means there's all that. And then this being right here takes up a big chunk of your tile as well. So it's not like this is like some meta strategy, the ideal one or anything like that. But there was some decisions I went into. I honestly think one of the most popular tiles to grab on No Man's Land, if you're going to start out at the beginning with just one tile, is along the road there's a big dirt spot. Oh, I made that too long. There's a big dirt... Oh, I deleted both halves because it's such a small tree. It's fine. There's a big dirt spot that kind of works like a parking lot. It just kind of looks good for it. So I think a lot of people start with that one because it kind of gives you a place that you feel like, oh, I can just park my vehicles here and all the equipment there, and you know, it's not like a tool shed or something, but at least feels somewhat appropriate versus just, you know, dumping your vehicles in the middle of the lawn kind of thing. Yeah, no, there's only a couple factors you really consider in the game when choosing your land. One is the proximity to like places you could buy, sell, those kind of things. Because the farther you're away, the more time you're going to spend commuting to and from them when it comes to delivering or whatever. Which isn't that big a deal, especially later in the game when you can get some vehicles that are like pretty high capacity for stuff. So it means less trips you have to make. But early game when you're dealing with what you can get your hands on, it is what it is. One of the next considerations would be just the terrain. Is there a lot of forest you'd have to deal with? That could be both good and bad. If you're planning cutting down the trees, it's good. If you really just don't want to deal with trees, it's bad. How rough the terrain is can be a consideration. Oh, that's too long. Did again. How rough the terrain can be a consideration because it'll be more annoying to deal with certain things on really rough terrain. Like if you're planning on setting up, you know, barns and everything, and the terrain is super mountainous, the game will like terraform the land to flatten it for the building, but it usually means you have like really hard edges along the sides of it. Hey, Phase Simplex, how's it going? So it ends up being one of those things where you're like, okay, well that's the bay where I pick up the end product. My truck just has to go up like an 80-degree incline to get into it because the land got leveled weirdly. So you want to put that stuff on relatively flat land, otherwise you got to spend time and in-game money to terraform the land the way you want it. Okay, so we made enough money I could get solar if we really had to. I do want to try and push to where we can get a greenhouse and the basic stuff I need to support it. I feel like that would be a good first target. Because those make pretty decent money. And it's fairly active in the sense you grab water, you fill it up, and it'll burn through the water you fill it up within in about an in-game day. So you can kind of scale that up. And I want to say it pays, if I remember... It depends on, like, the prices go up and down in the game. But if you catch it on the high end of the price, it ends up making you about 4,000-ish a month. Which is really not bad. So you build one of those right at the beginning of the game. And that'll get you some easy money that just, when you start an in-game day, you just drag some water, put in there. I keep cutting these too long. It's fine. Like, I'm kind of targeting the little trees just to get a bunch of these little trees out of the way so you can cut through the middle of this without having to put a bunch of time and effort into it. Yeah, so I'm thinking on this hill we'll put, like, later on when we have more money and I feel like just throwing money away, we'll build, like, an actual farmhouse for us to sleep in. Maybe I'll get, like, a garage to keep the truck in, because I'll probably end up using the truck way less at that point, because, you know, I'll have actual farm stuff to be doing that I'll need tractors and harvesters and, you know, the big truck, or, well, you know, tractor with, like, the big, not baler. Just basically like a big cargo thing for carrying all of what I harvest kind of deal. Eventually I'll need grass and baler. I don't want to do that in the early game. It is one of the cheapest things you could do to start making money. But it's one of those ones that like everyone does, so people find it kind of tedious to watch after a while. Because literally all it is just like mow the grass, you know, bale it up, sell it, repeat. if you go for like going for hay, you dry it, so it's just one extra step, and just repeat forever. And you do the same field like every 2-3 in-game months. Trying to scooch you. There you go. Yeah, so we're just taking down a ton of these little trees, clearing up this open space so that way I can just drive more directly to it instead of kind of going around and up. All right. So this load is not going to be worth nearly as much as the other ones because I'm getting a bunch of little stuff. And like real life, and the game doesn't follow this, to my knowledge at least, real life, the bigger the piece of wood as one unit, the more value it is. So like taking the time to like cut these down to small things would be massively devaluing the wood. I don't know how the game deals with it. But like those big trees, cutting those down into like 2-meter sections, you would be angering someone who is just like watching all of the value of those logs gone, and you'd have people who would want to actually use the product on it. Oh, what are you gonna do about the stumps? So when I have some spare money, you can get a stump grinder. That's gonna be down on the priority list though. The difference between planks and firewood, yes. When you buy wood for carpentry and that, you buy it by what's known as the board foot, which gets really complicated in the math. But the idea being the board foot, like if I take a plank that's 1 inch thick, and then I have another plank that's 2 inches thick, the 2 inch thick one is going to be significantly more expensive than the 1 inch thick, because there's less wood that is capable of producing that board. Versus technically I could cut down a larger board into the smaller boards if I wanted. Now granted, you'd lose about 1/8 or 1/16 of an inch depending on your blade width doing that. Alright, so I've got almost all the little trees nearby here. So we'll grab this last little tree here, we'll take that back, and then we'll take down a big tree again. Sometimes I'll actually rest on the stump and all that. But yeah, so there's a couple different ways you can get rid of trees. There's a stump grinder, which is a piece of equipment you hook up to a tractor that you just drive up to the stump, you put it down on it, and it grinds up the stump and it's gone. You can also get, there's a mulcher thing that you just drive over the stump and it grinds it up. But that also is for making like the fields and all that, so it does that as well. Versus I just want to get rid of the stumps. We won't be doing heavy forestry at any point in this run. Like we're cutting down these trees for this purpose. But I'll probably leave most of the rest of the trees alone. Other than like the random little trees in the middle of the fields. Those ones we're going to get rid of. So like these little 2 ones here and that one on the right, those I'll get rid of, but those big packs of trees, I want to keep a lot of those. It's just right now, early game, I have no money, I have a chainsaw and a truck. And that's our only income we can work with right now. So we are kind of forced to cut down trees to make it work. A chainsaw truck and a dream. Yep. Yeah, so that was worth only $881, versus when I put the big trees in there that we've been mounting them up. Those are closer to $1,900. Give or take a little bit depending on the exact weight of the logs and everything we get in there. But eventually, we're going to change this entire land to have a bunch of fields and all that good stuff. Alright.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And I'll deal with all of that in just a minute. I still just instinctively went around the same way. Have I been enjoying Path of Exile so far? Yeah, I haven't gotten very far in the league yet. We only I only got to Act 6 on stream yesterday. Because we did have at the point where we did the game switch. That's what we did the game switch for. Because we had a vote and people did vote for Path of Exile, which that was because people knew I wanted to play, and so they voted to get me to play it. Which, no surprises, like, it was just downhill for viewership for the rest of it. It did, like, we did keep a decent number of viewers longer than I expected, but by the end of the night, it was dropping down to, like, the upper 30s. Which, I mean, people have expressed, yeah. Cookie wasn't evil. Cookie knew I wanted to play and all that. I think it's fine to, like, every once in a while do that kind of thing. It is one of those things that sadly you just really, as a creator, cannot get away with very long. Like, there's play what you want, but also, you know, there are things, especially with as you develop a community, there's going to be things aligned with the type of games your community expects, and then games that are misaligned. In action RPGs, I would say, are misaligned with what I've built up a community around. Settlement builders, simulation, that kind of stuff. Tycoon. Like, to that end, like, simulation isn't exactly the same thing, but it is kind of one of those things I don't want to play just settlement builders all the time and that kind of thing. Logging simulators, truck flippers, yeah. I mean, we're trying to build a community around cutting down trees. No. That we universally accept that trees are evil. Also, are you using mods for this? The only mod I am using is the universal loader for later in the game. The universal auto loader. For those who don't know what that mod is, later on in the game, we're going to have a bunch of production chains that are going to produce pallets. Without that mod, I have to load up every single pallet one by one. And that's fine in the early to mid game when you only have a couple things producing a couple pallets here and there. But unless you sit there and you do the thing where you say, okay, my days are going to be like, you know, 3 days per month or 5 days per month, you won't physically have enough time to load up your vehicles to sell things if you're going that way, or you just do the thing where you just auto deliver them. But so that's the one mod I added in. Well, hard, but I mean that's the idea. It's supposed to be a challenge one. It shouldn't be that bad actually. All right, so this is gonna need to be 3 pieces because of the weight. Lengthwise, it only needs to be 2, but weight-wise, it's got to be 3. I may not have cut that back enough far. No, actually, I gotta cut that one more time. It's slightly too heavy. Like, this piece is fine, but the piece in front of it was like 208. And I can only pick up 200. Can you stack logs over the roof of the truck? Yes, I believe if they are long enough to stick over the back, they will get strapped in when I do the straps. But I believe if they get too high up, they won't strap in. Sometimes weird stuff happens with that, so it was like, gave me the option to, you're not gonna stay. I stand corrected, okay. Just put that one in the passenger seat. I mean, in real life, sure. You'd ruin your seats that way, but if you're out here working on your own, sometimes you sacrifice the seat. I don't know why I went around this way. I can cut through the middle now. We cleared the other direction for a reason. It's a wiggling. It's a jiggling. But yeah, so like later on, I won't, when I need to deal with the tree, I won't just be cutting into chunks like this and loading in the truck. Like, we'll get actual equipment for dealing with trees that we want to deal with. I don't think we'll ever probably get like the full-on forestry, like tree cutter, tree planter. I don't. Maybe we do that later, but that'll probably be a way later thing. I'd much rather start expanding the farming side of things. You know, I wonder. You know, so I wonder if I could actually tow the water container behind this. Because let's see, the freshwater container, I believe it says is 3,000. Oh no, that's the thing I get fresh water from. The water trailer is 9.5 thousand. So let's see if I can actually tow that behind here. That was under trailers, I believe. No, it wasn't. I think it's miscellaneous. Yeah, so that's the little one. I think I can tow that behind my vehicle. We can change what the tires look like, but it doesn't actually do anything. Alright. So I'm planning on going for mushrooms and flowers. For the early game. I'm hoping the truck can haul this. If it can't, we just get back to saving up for a tractor. Because I know I have at least 4,400 left in trees there, if things get desperate enough. And I don't anticipate that. Yeah, it's not even close. That's going to require an actual tractor. That's fine. Alright. But we do have that for when we get a tractor. The smallest greenhouse is 1.5 thousand, so I actually have the money for it, but there's no point in me doing it yet because it needs water, and I can't just back it up into a lake and pop the lid or something. You need to load an entire tree at once. I can't pick it up. That's the catch, is we don't have super strength, so I would have to somehow push the tree into a position like a rock or something to then get the truck underneath it, but at such a height that it would technically qualify as in the truck. And I think the time it'd take me to set that up, I might as well just load up a tree the way it's supposed to be loaded. Alright. Oh, there's another one here that I missed at some point. Okay. Yeah, and that's, I deliberately didn't choose super strength. The only thing that super strength is going to be a big deal for is, until I have something to move pallets would be a thing that super strength would be a big concern over. So one of my early purchases is going to be something that I could deal with pallets with. Or, you know, something I can load, like a pallet trailer would probably be actually the bigger thing. Just bypass the forklift. Which I understand for, like, challenge-wise, people are like, but you're not using the forklift. It's like, yeah, but the forklift gets super tedious. But that's fine. It's slightly easier for me, and that's okay, because I've chosen it. Games are for fun, even when you're doing challenges. Scooch. I'm cutting these too short again. That's what the lengths I actually want. I want, like, I'm aiming to try and have these between 2.2 and 2 meters long. Because if I go and I try to aim for, like, the full 2.5, every time I go over it, I have to cut it in half, and that's just not worth the time. Yeah, no, super strength, I would just keep cutting these to 2 meters again and again and again, even when it comes to, like, the last ones to put in here. What perk did you choose in place of super strength? The starting house perk, where I get a truck that I start that I can sleep in. House is relative in this. There's a big asterisk after the house. The magic bus. If that's what it takes you to make you feel okay with their life decisions when you sleep in that at night. Yeah, no, we chose damage reduction. We didn't realize there was no damage in the game, but we did take the damage reduction perk. And that's the end of this tree. Let's see, there's a Herzog semi-documentary called Grizzly Man. Magic Bus would make more sense to those who saw it. I have no idea about it. Hi, helicopter. Helicopter, helicopter. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Slow your roll, because otherwise you will roll. There's also one spot, like this is how much I've been doing this map of the other character. You'll notice I'm always driving on the left side of the road up here, and not, like I'm always on this side. It's because right around here where you see all that texture, there's one of the two of them, I don't remember which one, there's like a little dip, like a pothole, that if you're driving over at speed, it just wrecks you. Just absolutely wrecks you. I catastrophically rolled my vehicle more than once on the, doing that. Which is fine, like your vehicle doesn't really take damage doing it. A guy from the U.S. Southwest gave up everything to live among the grizzly bears of Alaska till he died, surprising not from a grizzly bear, but eating the wrong berries in starvation. Lived in an abandoned school bus. I guess it's just like a difference in people and everything. Just, can you show us? Oh, the rolling of the vehicle? Yeah, I'll show you in the next one. At least I'll try. It's a pothole, so I could miss it even trying to hit it. Like, it's not visible or just something with the terrain that's not exactly even. That when you're getting like 55, that kind of speed, just, you know, gravity and momentum do what gravity and momentum do. Yeah, like I don't really get the desire to, you know, get the cabin in the woods and live out in the wilderness survival kind of thing, which it's fine. Like there's nothing, in my mind, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like, that's just not what I want with my life. Like, don't get me wrong, I get the wanting to get away from people in the short term. Like being like, I just need a break from humanity for a minute. That I get. But like the, I am going to make this my lifestyle, I don't really understand. Which again, nothing wrong with that. It's probably just something that for me personally, it's not a thing I want for myself. But Strider wants chaos? I know. Because I'll just show why I am sticking outside. Come on, scooch over. I think it's trying to target the stump. If you have, there's a mod called Forester. If you have that, you can actually just take the chainsaws to the stumps, and if you cut it down small enough, they vanish. I do not have that mod. So the only way I can get rid of stumps is to use equipment explicitly made for getting rid of stumps. Which we'll do, but that's not very high on our priority list. Off-the-grid living is hard. Rural cabin living is better, just my opinion. No, I'd agree. But like I said, it's one of those things. There are people who very genuinely, they want to completely detach from humanity in every way possible. They want to go live out in the woods by themselves, you know, not have no other human connection nearby. It's just what they want. And again, cool for them if they could do it. It's not something I can relate to. So no judgment, I just don't get it. Like, I do get not wanting to be around large numbers of people. I do get wanting to be in less population. Ooh, that was real close to too big. You know, less dense areas. Like, that I can understand. But, like, the full, like, I am going to go into the frontier wilderness by myself kind of thing. It's like, that is a very hard life, friend. A very hard life. You don't give up indoor plumbing for anybody. Yeah. When you start talking about composter toilets and stuff like that, it's like, you've lost me. It's like, I appreciate you want to help, like, I mean, most people do the composter toilets are more about the environment than off-grid. But it's like, I realize you want to be more, you know, environmentally conscious and all that. But also, it's a composter toilet. Alright, so the spot I believe that the pothole is at is right over by the, there's a dirt lot on the right side. It's somewhere around there. The exact spot I don't know, but it is on this right side. So you got a little bump there. Then there should be a bigger bump up here somewhere. Ah, I almost saved it. Wait. Aww. Cruise control, please. Yeah, even without super strength, if you use something else as the medium between you and what you're trying to lift, you can still do things you shouldn't be able to do. So you'll notice I can't lift a log over 200 kilograms, but grabbing a 200 kilogram log and then shoving, you know, more than 2 or 3 tons worth of log and truck combined, that's fine. That was some summer car level repair, yep. If you could read this turn me over truck sticker. Yeah, just put a sticker on the bottom of the truck. Alright, so I'm thinking... Oh no, so the cheapest tractor, according to what I've got written down, that could haul the water trailer is 9.5 thousand. So we're over halfway to what we need to get our greenhouse set up. Because once we set up a greenhouse, even if I horrifically mismanage my money after that point, it's okay. Like, we have what's effectively a never-ending renewable source of money. It's just, you know, not... It's I was going to say it's not the most efficient. It's like, it's actually pretty good. I was kind of low-key hoping that, yeah, well, I mean, it's not passive. I do have to fill up the greenhouses with water. It's just there isn't a monetary investment beyond gas for my tractor and the rare repair, which is next to nothing. Versus stuff like, if, for example, I have a field and I just horrifically mess up and I lose a crop because I just really didn't do it right, you know, suddenly I've lost a bunch of money in, you know, like, seeds and fertilizer and gas and maintenance on a whole bunch of vehicles and yada yada yada, that now if I don't have the money to buy the next batch of seeds, you know, rip. Later on in the run, when we actually start getting some fields set up, I will be using the workers. I am allowed to do that. The workers cost money, though. So the idea is I could go to a field, start you know, cultivating it. Do you have anything? Do you have to do anything? So I have to get a stump grinder. Well, stump grinder, or there's a forager / mulcher, and either of those will grind up the stumps. That is something I will do eventually, but are pretty low on the immediate priorities, because the stumps aren't worth anything to me. I'm not going to be making the top of this hill into a field. That's not my plan, at least. I'm going to make the top of this hill, like, you know, where we live. I'm going to eventually get rid of our bus over there. We'll get, like, an actual house. In real life, you wish I had a stump grinder? Yeah, now in real life, if you only have a couple of stumps to deal with, one of the things you can do is you can drive, I think it was copper nails? If you drive copper nails into a stump, it'll start rotting it out much faster. There's other ways you can get rid of them as well. You can just hack the thing to bits if you're really willing to put in the time and patience. You can just keep chopping away at it till there's nothing left, and then the root system just stays in the ground. You can burn it if you're in a place that is A, permitted, and B, something that you can, you know, do safely. Like if the stump is like right up against your house or something, you certainly don't want to burn it. Or if it's like right up against a bunch of brush that you don't want to really get rid of, you get the idea. Yeah, they can spread underground. But yeah, now if you drive, like I said, I think it was copper nails. There's properties in copper that will start making the plant rot. You'll still have to have it there for a couple of months, but it'll make the stump start rotting out much faster. And then, you know, once it's rotting out, like it's all softwood, you can just, you know, from there you could just sit there and, you know, tear it up. Okay. Alright, so we've got our next load of logs. While we're over here, we're going to go ahead and pick up our water. I remember the last mod. I don't want to be on that side of the road and roll over every single time I go over the hill. Let's see, either that or not at all. Worry about leaving rut, just grab sturdy strap and good pickup truck full of pedal. I mean, so actually pulling a stump out with a truck or whatever is really tough. Alright, so for the water supply, I have to go to construction, and I believe it's under containers. And I believe it's that one is water, and that one is water. I don't think any of the other... Yeah, all these other ones are, I can fill them up with fertilizer and that. They're the same price, so I have the choice of this water container or this water container. They're the same basic thing. So are we feeling like we want the little the little what most water containers are like in real life, we took it like the old rustic water tower. Which are we feeling? They make no difference in how they work. Yeah, so you see where it's slightly over 3,000? That's because that's due to a little bit of leveling of land. So I can get to say like 3,000. You like the water towers? We gotta match the bus's theming. Yeah, so I'm thinking what we'll do. So like I said, my plan is we'll probably have a road along here. This will be greenhouses over here. Let's actually check how big the greenhouses are. Production, greenhouses. Yeah, so greenhouses aren't that big. Yeah, so the greenhouses will fit just fine. So I can tuck it back up here. Yeah, I think what we're gonna put is I'm gonna put it back here around the bend so that we can have the greenhouses come out here. It'll be tucked back there. You drive around, go like that. All right, so let's go back to building, container. And we want to turn it so the spigot is that way. And have like a little bit of a pull-up area, so like the road will go here. It'll be like a little inlay kind of thing. Try to get where it won't have a huge amount of money spent, because if it's got a lot of money spent, it means it's going to do a lot of terraforming. Yeah, so it gets a little runway. We'll go with, No, it's fine. We'll just go over here. You need a heavier truck? Yeah, no, it's got those things. All right. That was the other thing I was gonna say is if you're using a vehicle that's not really well suited for it, that could hurt you. All right, and we've got our water tower. We can't use it yet, but that is one of the things we needed. So next up is I need a tractor. Now the downside is the cheapest tractor that'll do the job is, I want to say 9,500. But that means we're getting pretty close. I need the 9,500 for a tractor. I need 1,500 for a greenhouse. And once we get that set up, we'll have income that isn't just hacking down trees. So at that point, we will we'll go over here. Let's go check out our fantastic new water tower. Yeah, so all I'd do is I'd pull up with the tractor and the water container, put the water container around there. You get out, you turn the valve, and the water tower, you know, starts filling up the truck. It'll probably take me more than one lap with the water container to fully fill a greenhouse, because the water trailer I got was the smallest one, but that's fine. Yeah, no, there's like I've had some things with like my own folks, you know, not for a long time, that there's definitely been times that just like, man, that was not smart. Like definitely remember my dad trying to basically top a tree that was a problem with a chainsaw, and just trying to like climb a ladder with a chainsaw, like no safety stuff or anything like that going on beyond like just safety glasses or whatever. And you're just sitting there, it's like, if any of these things go wrong, you're seriously hurt. If not dead. So it's just like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff. It's like, there's a reason you pay people to do this. So that way they go up there, they use like a proper cherry picker to lift the person up. They do the thing where they cable the top of the tree and everything so that they can control exactly where that tree is going to come down. And they do it all right. But, you know. It is one thing I find that it's not just my parents, but a bunch of people, you know, they want to save money, and you can understand that. Ever see a professional tree fall or fall tree? It is an experience to watch. They can show up and 30 minutes later, there's no tree there, and they're just gone. Like, it takes them more time to be like, okay, which tree is the one that's going? You know, like, it takes them more time to figure out what you want than to actually do the process. Then they just roll, or sometimes it takes them more time to get the equipment in place because, like, you know, backyard or residential areas, sometimes getting their equipment back there is tricky. But once they're back there, it's just like, tree gone, load it up into a truck, and we're good. Or, you know, put it on the road, whatever's appropriate for your area. And you have to set a checkout in the mail cycle. Yep. I mean, but it's, all things considered, it's not that expensive. Like, for the work they're doing, it's really not that bad. Like, it costs money. But considering, like, all the stuff you need to do it yourself, and, like, just maintaining your, like, whatever equipment you're going to do at, like, the minimum level, and the fact it's going to take you, like, multiple days to do it dangerously, and you'll probably still have projects to do long, like, months later that aren't quite done because you just haven't had time to get around back to them, versus, you know, here's a couple $100, tree gone. Unless it's like something ridiculous, like a giant oak or something like that. That probably costs you quite a bit more. But like if you got like a pine that's dead that you're like, oh man, there's a concern, like this dead pine could fall on my house. Ooh, can I guess? Because we're only 10 kilograms up. I think here. I'm probably wrong. I am wrong. That's fine. And you can keep the tree fall depending on where you live. Also worth that as firewood. Well, yeah, there's also, depending on the tree, there's also some people who fell trees that, like, if you have, like, an old oak tree or something that you're going to fell, they could take a little bit more time doing it. And they'll give you a big discount because then they'll turn around and sell the, they won't sell it as firewood. They'll just sell the lumber. Because, like, getting, like, a full-size oak tree, that wood is worth some money. Typically, it's crap like pine and poplar and all that, you know, it's worth some money, but not worth enough to, like, justify giving you a discount or stuff like that. Like, the labor is going to eat up a lot of the cost you're going to get from the tree if you're not lumbering specifically. We don't have mahogany down here, but I could only imagine if you had something like mahogany or cherry of a decent size, you know, one of these money woods, ebony or whatever. I could only imagine they'd be like, no, don't worry about the price. If you let us keep the wood, we will cut your tree. Because that crap is going to be worth, like, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. We will cut the tree pro bono so long as we get to keep the wood. I have no idea where maple would fit in there. I feel like maple would be one of those ones that wouldn't be super worth it. Birch is another one that's kind of... Birch can be worth a lot, but only if it's big enough, which is almost never. Let's see. Your new yard has the most annoying tree ever. Cypress? Yeah, with the cypress knuckles. Alright, thank you, Smoke, for hanging out in the lurk and all that. Yeah, for those who don't know, cypress trees are really cool. They do a lot of good things. But for having them on your property can be incredibly frustrating. Because what they do with their roots, they're designed to grow in marsh areas. So they'll have the main body of the tree and the roots go underground and then they come up and they do like that kind of thing where they have they call them knuckles. But they like come out of the ground as like a little bump. Because they need those little bumps to get like air and nutrients and all that they can't get out from when it's underwater in the marshy areas. They don't need to be in a marshy area, but those knuckles suck to have in your property, because it means you've got like this trap for your mower, that you got this big hunk of wood sticking out of the ground every so often. And like the trees themselves are cool, but those knuckles absolutely suck if you're gonna have to mow that area. That said, cypress trees are pretty cool. Willows too. Yeah, willows do that. There's a couple trees that do that. Cypress is the one I run into a lot that do that. It's too long. I'm gonna have to cut it down. 2.5 is the length of the bed, and that was 2.8. Another fun random tree thing is how trees' immune systems work is pretty interesting stuff. And it's not all trees, but a lot of trees. So the way trees fight disease is they'll be like, oh no, this spot of my tree has this disease. And they'll just kind of like put a box over it. And they'll be like, we just box this disease up. It's over there. We just won't mess with it. It's fine. We've compartmentalized this problem, and we're going to leave it alone. And so technically, a lot of trees don't actually die of old age in that regard, so much as they start getting like too big or whatever that they can't. In real life, we just died because that trunk just smashed our skull into the dirt. But what they'll do is the tree starts to grow too big that it can't keep up, and then, you know, it's basically like the immune system of the tree has been weakened because of the size of the tree. There's other things that can also be limiters, like the nutrition in the soil around it, that it's not able to pull up nutrients fast enough to continue to sustain itself, or environmental factors, and yada yada yada. Oh yeah, dead cypress leaves could be a mess too. That's so many people around here like palm trees of various types, and they look cool. But man, when you get like the full-on palm fronds falling down in your yard, well, it's like a handful or whatever. If you don't tidy them up, they become an absolute disaster real fast. And then there's the palms that they put these they're berries, you can't eat them, but they have these giant berries they grow when they're seeding and all that. That those giant seeds can be an absolute pain as well. They're like these big hard seed things that they can make a pretty bad mess. I think the messiest plant I've ever seen is banana trees, which are a type of grass, actually. That, like, when you have a whole, like bananas grow in these giant clusters of like 20, 30, 40, 50 bananas, and if you don't get to those things and the whole cluster just hits the ground and smashes, you know, just overripe and falls, it is just a mess. And it stinks real bad when they do that, when they start going bad. You gotta really like bananas if you're gonna grow bananas. That's all I'm saying. It's one of those plants. If you're not into bananas, do not grow them. You will have regrets. Also, fun fact, if you actually want to have bananas produce well, after every harvest, you hack the whole thing down. Because again, it's technically a type of grass. It's not actually a tree. It's just basically a grass that got really big. And then has been, you know, has been bred to give us like really, really big fruit. Yeah, the raccoons will love you. This is not wrong. I should have seen that coming. A really cool low-maintenance plant that will absolutely, like, once it's started, getting rid of it's an absolute god-awful thing, is passion fruit. Passion fruit's another fun one. But it is one of those plants that once you plant it on your property and it gets settled, congratulations, you have passion fruit. Did you not want it? That's too bad. You have passion fruit now. This is your existence. It will absolutely take over. Come on, give me a strap point. There we go. You have some banana trees? Yeah, they're cool plants. As long as you eat bananas, like, as a regular diet thing, or you have, like, they're out in the corner of your property where you just really don't care if they make a mess, they can be really good plants to have. It's just one of those, if you, like, grow it near your house, and you're not really, really, really into bananas, it could be a bad time. Mint's the same way as the passion fruit, though. If you ever grow mint, Mint's another one that once you put mint in your planter, congratulations, you have a mint planter. That may not be what you wanted, but that's what you have now. It'll be a full-time thing of just trying to keep the mint contained where you want if you haven't, like, put a pot inside your planter to contain the mint or something like that. I actually had it was a coconut fiber lined planter that I would hang on the balcony of my apartment that I planted mint. I made the mistake myself, personally, that it would even grow out of the bottom of the planter. It was so aggressive. Alright, so 2 more loads and I'll be able to buy the tractor. And then 1 more load after that we'll be able to buy the greenhouse. You've cleared out rank banana trees for good times. Uh-huh. Your mom almost got some from a random place that I can't remember. The things didn't make it. Oh, like mint? Yeah, I have lost track of where it's going. Yeah, because the tractor is 9.5 thousand for the one we're looking at, if I remember correctly. You like mint? Oh yeah, mint's good. It's just whatever space you give mint, it's gonna take the whole thing. So just make sure it's a contained space. Now, if you like a lot of mint, you can make it a big space. If you want a little mint, you can make it a little space. And if you keep bees, and if you want to keep bees far away. No, passion fruits? Oh, yeah. Passion fruit's one of those things you give someone if you want to, like, troll them. We had a neighbor at my parents' house that they weren't doing the maintenance on their fence, like, as well as things that my family didn't really want to fence, they did, and my family was like, you know, well, we're not going to tell you no, just make sure you take care of it, which they absolutely did not. I was like, okay. So what you should do is just plant a passion fruit plant along the fence. It'll have all its little things where it, like, crawls up trellises and all that. It'll just climb on top of that fence, and then the weight of it will crush the fence because it's not being maintained. And she's like, no, I shouldn't do that. I'm like, no, you should absolutely do that. 100% you should do that. Because it's also those things that's out of the way enough that, you know, it wouldn't be a big deal. I was like, yeah, no, they're not going to maintain it. You should absolutely put it right along there and collapse it. I pick up a lot of random knowledge from the people I end up being around and the hobbies I end up getting. It's like a lot of people with ADHD have this. We have, like, a lot of random trivia nonsense. You can tell what's been a hyper focus for me at different points in my life based on the things I know a lot about, that you're like, why do you know a lot about these? Hey, for a while, I was really into it. It's just what happens. Hyper focus be like that. Is both curse and blessing. I used to, for those who didn't, like, read between the lines there, I used to be very, very, very into gardening. I still would be. I just had lots of problems with various pests. I kept getting, like, I would get rid of one pest and I'd get something worse. It just kept happening. And eventually I just got, like, frustrated with dealing with it. So I kind of took a break, and then, you know, I haven't got back into it because I haven't taken the time. Because having like growing an entire plant, like one animal just completely eating the entire thing overnight, not just like fruit rare, eating the entire plant down to a nub, really is disheartening. Hey, Spencer, how's it going? Because I had raspberries and blackberries growing. I was all excited. They were just started, like, the berries weren't ripe yet. They were still green. I was, like, super excited about it. Came out the next day, I'm like, where are my entire plant? There's just, like, a little nub sticking out of the dirt that was, like, barely, not even a centimeter or anything like that. Just barely out of the ground. And it's just like, are you expletive kidding me? Could be 3 pieces. Yep, we are farming. We started a brand new farm. We are doing the Survivor Man Challenge, which basically means I started with $0, a chainsaw, a vehicle, and a dream. And we are on the No Man's Land tile, which is a tile that has no, I mean, technically it has a existing field, but basically has no existing anything other than like a sell point, and then like a shop to buy your equipment. And you're making that all work. You want wood, please give. I mean, there be trees. Can we make you work? Excellent. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly how you you strap that in. The jackalope? Started saying that's probably America's rabbit with antlers. A rabbit with antlers was the jackalope, which isn't a real thing. It's one of those like fictional creatures, but a whole bunch of people have made like mock-up taxidermy and that kind of thing. Load balanced. Yeah, and if I turn a little too hard to the left, we are toppling fast. Because each one of those logs is like 200, like between 150 and 200 kilograms, or like 300 and 400 pounds. Oh, and I mentioned it earlier on the stream. The first round of emotes have been commissioned. Yeah, one more should do it for getting our tractor. And then we won't be just cutting down trees anymore. Pop at the tailgate at speed. Tree cutting simulator. Well, that's the one thing I can say. There's a hard limit on how many trees I can cut, being I have just this one tile. And when I run out of trees on this tile, the next tile is $85,000, or actually I think it's like $87,000. Either way, it's in the 80s of thousands of dollars, which is way outside my budget. Tree cutting is relaxing? Yeah. I really like this song. That's how you deforest in Minecraft. Deforesting in Minecraft, unless you have mods, is weird because you dig out the center trunk and then you have to like find something to like climb up into the tree to get the branches up in the tree if it's a bigger one. Which always feels weird. You're like, but it should fall. Like when I remove the trunk, the rest of the tree should die. Like once you remove the wood pieces, all the rest of it does that, where it just kind of disappears little by little and drops whatever it's gonna drop. You know, where it's more saplings or just fruit or whatever. But you kind of want it where you can just knock down the bottom. You have a mod where you fill a whole trio with the crouch mine the lower block. Yeah, like with mods it makes more sense, but it's always those things I'm like, I'm okay if it does like delay thing, where you remove the chunk of wood from the bottom and just like over the next minute or so, the rest of the tree kind of just disappears little by little. That's when you build a ladder to the tree. Don't worry about safe video game logic. Oh yeah, no, I was when I try and take down a bunch of trees, I would usually try and get to where I could get on top of the trees in the area. And I'd just climb up on top of the tree and just like drill straight down about halfway, look for like the little outshooting branches and just pop the little bits of wood on the sides. Because I just found it easier than trying to do that from below. It's probably too big of a cut. Ooh, we're right on the fence at 193. At 200 kilograms, I wouldn't be able to pick it up. I had to cut it in half. Alright, so you're going to have to be 3 pieces because of weight. You're good. No, you're ruining the wood. Oh yeah, no. Like I was mentioning earlier, just like how board footwork, which the reason I know so much about that is one of my random things I did was while I was in high school, I tied the record for the most times taking the class Material Processing Tech, which is a big fancy name for woodshop. I literally went to summer school twice, where all I did is I took that class. Because I enjoyed doing that so much, I was willing to commit being like going into school during the summer just to take that. Like I didn't have to do like all the rest of the school day. It was I just went in, took the one class, and left. I ended up taking it 6 times before I got out of high school. Like, you know, and I got to keep advancing what I knew. As I knew the teacher, he was actually one of my neighbors. So like I would sit there and I could work on any piece of equipment. I didn't have to have him, like, present at all. He would still make me at the beginning of every semester anyways, just to be fair to the other students. He'd just be like, okay, you just have to, like, before... The way that class worked is we had a bunch of equipment there. But he would have it where what we'd have to do is... We'd go, okay, you want to use a table saw? You need to read all the stuff on the table saw, learn the basic safety stuff. You'd have to... answer basically a quiz about like the basic safety stuff you have to do with the table saw, and then, you know, like the first couple of times he would basically hover over your shoulder when you went to do it to make sure you're doing it safely and correctly, kind of thing. And so he would make me do that quiz at the beginning of every semester, again out of a fairness thing more than actually needing it. Man, I enjoyed that class. And to me, it was a useful class. Like, I learned a lot about carpentry from it. I learned... Like, it was material processing tech, so while it was woodshop, we had a CNC machine, so I learned entirely how to operate and program and do all the stuff with the CNC machine. I actually knew that better than the teacher did, because, like, he had to juggle with all the students. And I'm like, all right, well, we got a new CNC machine, so, like, there was a semester he goes, hey, do you want to figure out how this works for me? Because, like, he trusted me to do a bunch of this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I can figure this out. So we got to work with that. Sadly, that was the last time they offered that class. They got rid of it shortly after. But, it was good times. Remember, kids, safety is the most important thing in the workshop? What is the line from Hard Space Shipbreaker? Remember, safety is number 3. Or like whatever. So it's like, you know, safety first, but it's like safety third. It's like, what are the other 2? It's knowing that game. The first one's going to be profitability. or something like that, or like the bottom line or something like that. It is like Hard Space Shipper is like a hyper capitalistic dystopia where things have gone to like, you know, company town, that shenanigans again that was made illegal because it was super terrible. You know, safety third is I'm pretty sure what the line was. You want to be able to count on 10 of your fingers, safety first. Yes. Like, that's the thing. When you're working on those kinds of equipment, you're only able to make a mistake once, and then you're hurt. So, you know, it fits a certain mindset for myself that when I tackle a lot of problems, I'll be very meticulous about it. And so it kind of just like really fit that mindset of just being like, you know, the measure twice, cut once, that kind of thing. My favorite tool to work on was the wood lathe. That was always my favorite, because you just take a hunk of wood, you'd put it on there, and you could just make all sorts of interesting things. Yeah, no, I have a really nice planer that was given to me by that same individual who, you know, he was getting up there and wasn't doing very well, so he was kind of getting to the point he couldn't safely use the stuff anymore. Yeah, you can't control Z with a table saw. Yeah, so he wasn't able to work with it anymore, and he just wanted to make sure, like, you know, he knew I didn't have the means of buying a bunch of that equipment, the nicer to have kind of stuff. And he knew I was like really big into doing like a lot of woodworking, so he gave it to me while I was still able, that kind of thing. I would like to be able to have the greenhouse stuff set up before we finish the first in-game day. Let's see, your last year of high school, you had 5 different classes. I don't know what OJT is. A whole day of 2 different days with nothing but OJT. Oh, on-job training. Gotcha. That's cool. The only thing you're good at making on the wood lathe is sawdust. Hey, people buy sawdust. I mean, your hamster needs bedding. You went to school to study carpentry as a teenager. Knowing my classmates, it's a miracle no one lost a finger during those years. Yeah, the worst we ever had in class, we definitely had someone who got a really bad kickback from a saw, table saw, and it wasn't one of the I will say graphic kickbacks. I won't explain that farther. Kickbacks are terrifying in the table saw. Negative 50 out of 10, would not recommend. And for those who don't know what a kickback is on a table saw, when you look at a table saw, you've got your fence, and then the saw blade is in parallel to that. And then what you'll do is you'll feed a board like your place you push is between the fence and the saw blade. Now what happens that causes a kickback is when that board starts to rotate while going through there, what ends up happening is it gets pulled into the blade, and then it throws the piece of wood back at you. Now that's the reason why you have the fence there, is you're supposed to say, like, here's the fence, here's the saw, you stay on the other side of the fence as the saw, and kickback should very, very rarely have a risk of hitting you. But people make mistakes, it starts to turn, and they try and save it, and stuff like that, and bad things happen. And really little blade, like little pieces of wood are the real dangerous ones, because now you've effectively got yourself an arrow, so you have the risk of being impaled by it. Luckily, in this particular scenario, it was nothing that bad. It was a really big fat piece of wood, so when it came back and it hit the person, it hit him like in the chest area, but because it was such a big piece, it had a large surface area, so it super duper winded him, and it had like this big welt across the entire front of him, but it didn't like break any bones or anything like that. But I think I've told this one about the kid, like the when I say kid, you know, we're talking 18, 19 years old or something like that. They would box and kickbox as like their hobby after school. Like they were in a kickboxing gym. And like they had to get like the pneumonia pads and everything to help him out because like it just knocked him down that bad. And so it's kind of one of those things that's like, yeah, you got someone who is into a sport that is just one of the like one of those ones that you just really get beaten the crap out of. Like that's just normal business of that sport. And even they were like, yeah, I never want to do that again. But yeah, it's an entirely preventable thing. But it's a really easy thing that you just have like that one moment of lapse of judgment and you get hurt. The big thing is like when a kickback happens, you just get your hands clear and you just stay out of its way. Just let it bang on what's gonna bang on the other side of the shop. It isn't worth losing fingers over, it isn't worth losing a hand over, it isn't worth getting impaled, just let it go. Alright, so if that costs 2,000, it's gonna be slightly too much. But if I drop it down here, so we're a little bit farther away from the hill. I wish I could, like, make the angle more obvious. Yeah, the reason it's saying overlap is there's a tree stump in here somewhere. Yeah, I'll give a little space behind it, so if I ever have to move anything back there, we can fit a tractor back there. Alright, so we need to do one more load of wood before we wrap up for this in-game day, because I'm $15 short of being able to buy the tractor. But I figure tossing one more tree in the truck shouldn't be too big of an issue. And then we'll have our character go to sleep. Were you born and raised in Florida? No, so I was actually born and spent most of my childhood in Detroit, Michigan, and then moved down to Florida in my teens. You know, parents came down for taking over on my mom's side the family business we had here, which was manufacturing, injection mold machining, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I am the Florida. Yeah, so at this point, I've spent more time in Florida as home than not in Florida. But most of my childhood was not in Florida. Yeah. Chainsaw by flashlight. That's a safe thing to do. Your late husband came from North Central Florida? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely in Central Florida. I wouldn't call it north. Like, teen years, I was mostly over on what we refer to as the Space Coast, which is basically Brevard County, Florida, if you ever look that up on the map. It's where Kennedy Space Center is, that area. But I'm not over there anymore. I'm still in Central Florida, but I'm not on the Space Coast itself anymore. Space Coast, Coast to Coast. I get the reference. We've used that joke here before. You're from Satellite Beach? Nice. I've been to Satellite Beach plenty of times. Actually, was it Satellite Beach? I think it was Satellite Beach is where I did my, the last part of my scuba dive certification. I want to say it was Satellite Beach. Like, I've been to Satellite Beach for more than just that, but that'd be the most significant thing I did personally there. beyond just, driving through and meeting people for drinks or whatever. Yes, as a teen, my big stomping grounds was when I went to hang out with my friends. Either one, we'd hang out with the friends in town because there's like nothing to do out and about in the town I was in, or we would drive over to Orlando to go like hit the movie theater or whatever, because they had the movie theater we had in local town was terrible. So we'd drive over to either Orlando or Sanford for movie theaters. That kind of thing. Oh, too long, too heavy. Or we would go down to the Cocoa Beach area because, Cocoa Beach things. We didn't end up down there that much, though, because that got pretty touristy heavy. Alright. No problem, Smoker Silver. I know how that goes. They're like, I need to be productive, but I also want to be on stream and all that. And then you just sit there and go, I can't do both of these things. One of them has to go. You never left Ohio, never been far, like 6 counties from where I was born. Yeah, the town I spent a lot of the time in, on the Space Coast. It had very little to offer. Did I actually, I didn't put straps on? Yeah, this is the last load we're doing for this in-game day. Because I could see nothing. Because there is no civilization out here. Somewhere around here should be the road. These headlights are terrible. Can we buy a telescope to improve recreation? You can buy a bunch of decor stuff. I really hope there is decor for a telescope. They also really should have a skybox that is, they really should have a skybox here that, instead of just darkness like this, in a place like this where there's so little light pollution, you would be able to see, like, full-on galaxy starscape, that kind of nonsense. Like, it really is fascinating when you get out to, like, out at sea or someplace where there's, like, very little noise or very little light pollution. You just look and be like, oh my god, the universe, I can see it all. Alright. What I can't see, there. I see my home. Ah, home sweet home. We are living in truly the greatest of places. I'd take you inside for a tour, but this door, it just really doesn't work. Alright, I wanted to buy the tractor today, but it's like, I have the money, but it's like, okay, I'd have to try and drive it back in the dark and everything. Like, nah, it's fine. It would have been nice if I could have made all that happen. Now, that said, we have enough money, so let's just fast travel down to the shop. Because we're going to need to take the tractor back anyways. And tractors, we want this little guy right here. Only 25 horsepower. Really not a very good tractor. Actually, let's double check. Make sure it isn't... So this would be the next one I potentially want. Way more horsepower, but 39,000, which is not in our budget. Some of these vehicles have special purpose ones. The trailer is... how's the trailer getting power? It just is. Ah, I will consider my options, of which there are none. They said this tractor comes as is. What if I want to change it? No. You love the paint job? It's the only option. Was your late husband... Was your Southern boy? So was my father who came to VA? Yeah. So the good news is we could definitely tow the empty water container. What about the full one? And then our next investment, it will probably have to be a pallet trailer for hauling the pallets back and forth, which unfortunately I will likely need to use this vehicle to transport. Sorry. I don't think any of that picked up on mic, but if it did, my bad. Alright, and that's one of the reasons I put that water really close to the greenhouses. Because otherwise, that'd be a bad time. I am liking the change in music we did. Like, we were always playing the lo-fi channel, and this does contain a lot of the same songs as the lo-fi channel, but also contains more. Like, some of it's not quite as, what's the word I'm looking for? Not low energy. Well, technically that'd be accurate too. It's got some jams. So I'm a little worried that when I fill up this thing, that will still probably be able to move, but we're in third gear and it's going fine. It might be one of those things I'm gonna have to drop down to first gear to just like barely make it move. I was saying tomorrow is your school floor manager's last day before her surgery. It's gonna be a disaster without her. Oh, right, I have to... open the valve. Start filling this up. Oh, this is not going to move much. That container holds a lot more water than it's giving it credit for. Can I pull this with this tractor? We're gonna find out. I still don't know what L is in this game, because it's not liters, because they also do logs by L. They do like solids that would not be in that kind of volume by L. And I know we went through it once, and I think people came up with there was like a farming unit by it. Because it's clearly not liters. I'm not dragging around a 10,000 liter container behind me on this. Alright, 8,000. Alright, let's see what you can do, buddy. First gear is fine. Actually, this is okay. And we are now filling up our mushroom farm with water. Okay, so it took about 5,000 liters. Now, in this case, it does seem like a 9,000 or an 8,000 gallon trailer. Maybe. Or, sorry, 8,000 liter trailer. Maybe. I'm not going to say I'm an expert on guessing volumes and all that. All right. So we're going to top this off, and then this is just going to sit here for a minute. So the downside is this tractor can only pull off 25 horsepower. So it is not exactly a high horsepower thing. Like we're not going to be like seeding and plowing and all that with this tractor if you don't want it to be absolutely miserable and suffering. Okay. Are you allowed to build multiple mushroom greenhouses? Yeah, there's no rule against that. Let's go take a look here. I mean, there's nothing growing yet. All right. Yeah, so we'll store it so that way we can sell it whenever the price is up. It cost me $2 to run. Status inactive. Oh, I have to activate it. I understand. And just like that, mushrooms. Mushrooms for everybody. All right. So let's grab our truck, because I don't quite have enough money for the next greenhouse, because we'll make a flower greenhouse next. But with that, I now have a sustainable thing where if I messed up all of my money, like I just threw all my money into the bin kind of types mistakes, we would still be okay because that greenhouse would still, you know, it will make us money. Let's also check what time of year do mushrooms sell best. Da 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 da, where are you, mushy mush? Mushroom. Okay. So, October. So basically, in the late summer, early fall is the absolute best, and then March is also pretty good. Do not sell in July, do not sell in January. I won't remember that, by the way. Don't sell in the J months. That is a much easier way to keep track of that. Like it's technically fine if I do sell it at like below best price, but you know, ideally I want to sell it at the best prices. Oh. I guess fine, you just stay there. Okay. Yeah, so as we get more stuff like the greenhouses set up and whatnot, do you get paid more if it doesn't have the branches? I don't know if it has any impact on the pay whatsoever, but it is impossible to see what the heck you're doing if the branches are still on there. So it's worth taking a second to, like, chop all the branches off. Because especially the big trees, like, you just can't see anything. Even these ones where, like, some of the branches are bugging out so they're not disappearing. Where? I guess just slung it over there while trying to turn. There's a problem maker. Oh, no, that's just Will's branches. That's being pretend. That's fine. Let's get this little one out of the way. All right. Like I said, I'm not planning on making the top of this hill into a field. We're literally doing this because until I can afford more stuff, we're kind of limited on what we could do. Because the unfortunate thing is, by the math I was doing, the cheapest, not counting if I get lucky and I find something used, the cheapest I can get the absolute basics to being able to start a crop of plant is about $100,000. And that's because I have to get a tractor that can handle at least 100 horsepower. I need a plow. I need either a seeder or a planter or like the veggie planter. I need the harvester, and I need the harvester's head or the vegetable equivalent. You wish you could make this kind of money this fast in real life? Uh-huh. Well, you think about how fast we're going through chopping up a tree and loading into a truck, that, like, even using the in-game time, we're doing this in, like, 2 hours with a chainsaw in-game time. In real-life time, each of these trees is taking us, like, 5 minutes or so. Well, maybe, like, 10 minutes when you include the delivery part of it. I also wish I could drop, like, 1,500 bucks to get a greenhouse, and then just drive a truck up for 5 minutes, put water into it, and then suddenly I have, you know, $4,000 or whatever it is worth of mushrooms to drive to the local seller. Like, not have to plant them, not have to do any of the other work, just by the magic it happens. I mean, supposedly, like, I'm paying $10 an hour in game or whatever it is to run it, so you could assume that $10 an hour is that I'm paying someone to do that work. Yeah. But still, even then, if I could pay $10 an hour and get just 4,000 bucks, you know, fairly regularly, I also have no concept of how fast I have to, like, how often I have to refill that, by the way. Like, I don't know if it's a thing that we got to, like, fill it up multiple times a day, or once, you know, once a day, or how that's gonna work. Does you got a text Strider to go check his blood sugar? And if he doesn't comply, he's calling the sister who normally doesn't like me calling because they only normally do when she gets him in trouble. Yep. Sometimes you do have to have family help you bully people into doing the things they need to do. But you bully them with love. All right, 2 more. So yeah, so this in-game year, we probably aren't going to get much in the ground so far as actual, like, you know, like, turnips or carrots or whatever. Whew. That is stacked pretty high. That is a spicy one. That works. It's not what I was trying to do, but it's what it'll take. All right. I did lose one. Got it now. We just need 15 bucks. Well, I mean, I cut down a tree. I might as well process the whole tree. Because we're going to get the $15, we're going to build the next greenhouse, and then we're going to fill up that greenhouse, and it'll be on to the next thing. That's what we call OSHA violation. Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff I'm doing I should be doing here. This is the kind of load that if you have this on the road, the cop pulls you over and goes, "What are you doing?" Like, just what are you doing? All right. Okay. So I'm not just going to build a giant army of greenhouses, but we'll make a couple. So I'm going to make a second mushroom one, and we'll also make a flower one. Production, greenhouses. All right. Not enough money. What? Okay, so this is the mushroom one. So I want to put basically in line, but I want enough space between them because you can see that kind of caution tape down. That's where the pallets are going to pop out. So I want enough room that I can get a vehicle in between there. So I'll put you over here. And I don't really have... So let's see, what? Concrete, cobblestone, forest, ground, grass, pathway, water puddle, wet mud. Animal mud, asphalt, cobblestone. What do you mean this land's not owned by me? I own this land. Oh, I actually don't own this land. Those things are like right up against the edge of my perimeter. That's fine. All right, I don't actually think I have enough to get the last greenhouse in here. Yeah, so just saying not enough money, which isn't surprising because I have to pay the terraform cost. Okay. So we drove the truck up here. Where's the clip of the trade saying, "Hey, you're going for a ride"? Oh, we still have that. Alright, so we got another greenhouse in place. But like I said, I'm not just going to build like 20 greenhouses or anything like that. We'll make the 4 greenhouses, I think. We'll have 2 mushroom, 2 flowers. That should be a decent enough income that at least every month or every other month or however often it happens, I'll be able to make some type of tangible progress. Because like I said, getting a crop in the ground and being able to harvest on the other side is going to come to a total of like $100,000 between all the equipment. That's not doing anything fancy like rolling it or fertilizing it. That's literally just plow it, put the seeds in the ground, and then harvest it. And accepting whatever production we do get. I'll put this in position for the next tree we're going to cut down, but we'll do that next. But first, we got our tractor here with the water trailer. So the next tile we're definitely going to buy is 48. I was saying the other side before, but since I have these here and now I can't put a road between them to make them not look weird, we're gonna definitely buy the buy 48 and whatever. All right, and let's go in here real fast. Turn that building on. Okay, both those seem like they're totally fine right now. Do we see any pallets yet? So we do not have any pallets loaded yet. That's fine, we'll just leave that open. I'm sure it doesn't have a negative impact. It sounds like Papa Strider decided to comply, he wins. Excellent. So we'll just turn this around, top it off again. And we'll get our next tree knocked down. I also like that I don't have to pay for the water. It's just infinite water for free. Watch there be like an exploit in the game that you could just, you know, go top off the water tank, drive it over, and then sell the water for like pennies or something like that. But, you know, one of those things that it would ultimately be profitable. It's not. I'm pretty sure you can't sell water in this game. So, let's see if it'll tell me how much we've got showing here. So you've got... Oh, that actually produces relatively fast. We're going to have pallets before we're done. We already have 816 liter worth of mushroom in that one and 101 over here. Yeah, that's... I'm assuming at 1,000 liter we'll get a pallet. Then it's a matter of seeing what I need to do to be able to get the pallets for sale. If I can pick up the pallet, if it's not too heavy, that'll be fine, because I can pick up the pallet, put it in the truck, strap it in, and drive it. If it's too heavy for me to pick up, we're going to have to get the, a pallet trailer to pick it up. Because then we can drive up with a pallet trailer and it'll just like teleport onto the truck when I get close to it. Well, I mean, I'll drive up to it and say like pick up pallet and it'll do that. Which I know there's gonna be feels like, but you're not using the forklift. I'm not dealing with that. It's not that big a deal in the early game, but once you get to the mid to late game, it's terrible. If you get free water and then sell for a tiny province, Nessie would have already gotten that land, eminent domained it, picking up the water planting. Yep. Oh, Nestle. Well, that's not what you want. Why am I being terrible at this log? Definitely cut that one too short. Like I said, the range I'm trying to get is about 2 meters. 2 to 2.2 is like perfect. It also leaves me just enough room that I can plop down our log the other direction on the end if I have to. But you'll also notice I'm very quickly running out of trees. Because I have just this one hill. Yeah, no, I didn't take it for, like, Nestle's an awful company, so, I mean, it is what it is. For those who don't know what all that comes from, Nestle has more than once acquired water sources and then sold the water that was local to the area right back to the area, that kind of thing. It's pretty messed up. We don't need to dig into that part in that. Let's see, if you call your sister when she is trying to get her little rugrats to bed before school tomorrow, she would not have been happy. Oh yeah, no, like, especially when it's a thing that, you know, the person just needs to be doing anyways. Like, again, testing your blood sugar if you're someone who has, like, diabetes or whatever, and you have to, like, bring the rest of your family who's got other stuff to do into it because the person's just not doing the stuff they need to do for themselves. Yeah. I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to be pretty pissed off at that point. Like, don't get me wrong, I can also, you know, for the people dealing with that who just don't want to go through it or whatever, they're just frustrated. I can understand that. But it's kind of one of those things, like, ignoring the problem doesn't make it go away, yada yada. I mean, it doesn't go away. But you can't really ignore a problem if you ever want to have that get dealt with. I just want you to cooperate with me. Yeah, that's anchored in there. Don't worry about it. That's definitely... That flying log there is definitely in the back of this truck. Don't let anyone fool you. That is in the truck right now. You're not going to go in any more on that matter? Yeah. Huh, it's like we're really top-heavy. I gotta turn the truck and it just threatens to roll with any movement sideways. Huh, interesting. All hail the floating log, for it shall grant you mercy and joy, says Tanker. Look, man. The only tree that's a kind tree is a dead tree. And for those who don't get it, that is a meme on the channel that one of the main games we played in the past is Project Zomboid, and trees just get you killed. That's their only purpose in that game, is to hide zombies so you die. So where we meme about trees being the enemy and all that, that's where all that comes from. It's one of those foam decorative logs? Absolutely. Alright, and production, greenhouse. And it's time for... It's over here. In Valheim, trees are the enemy as they can and will kill you. Right, but they kill you out of revenge. You cut them down, and with one last wave of spite, they finish you off. That's fine. Yeah, because there's not... I was hoping I could just, like, scooch it to the side. It's fine. That or the forest comes after you? No, Rual, don't explain it. Let it be taken out of context. But you worry. Like, you worry people who have not been around the channel for a while. They're just like, why does this people hate trees so much? Like, is this like some secret sub society I haven't heard of where people actively despise the existence of trees, that they're they're trying to take out trees in mass because of their hate of trees. And in video games, yes, all of that is true inside the video game. But in real life, no. In real life, I've planted more trees than I've been responsible for the removal of. Mostly because I haven't had a reason to remove very many trees. So I've been like 1 or 2, and most of the cases those were dead trees that were an active threat to people's homes and such. Rimworld when the Dryads revolted. That'd be an interesting thing for Rimworld if you like if you sit there and you cut like the anima tree and the that kind of stuff, that like maybe you could trigger an event that you would be attacked by like Dryads or whatever. For basically being incredibly awful to the environment to an extreme that are like, alright. Or maybe if you do enough deforestation, if there's like an ideology in the area based around like the tree hugger thing, that you'd ruin your relationship with them. Top everything off while we're going through here. Which I can technically tell these things to just sell it. I think for right now, I'm not going to do that. And I need to activate the flower farm, but I'm just going to the flower greenhouse, but we're going to go ahead and put this over here. Oh, and you have your first pallet. Nice. Let's see if I can pick up that pallet, or if we have to, get ourselves something that we can haul pallets on. I'm a little worried it's going to be too heavy for my character to lift, because we have a very hard 200 kilogram limit. Alright, so top off our water. Oh yeah, also yeah, exactly. Tanker talking about like in Valheim where it's like the forest stirs or whatever, and everyone's like run back to base as the ogres start attacking you. No, it wasn't ogres, it was trolls. And they start smashing everything. Absolutely. That rain is so soothing. Alright, so how heavy is a pallet of the mushy mush? You weigh... Oh, you're still... you weigh 700 kilograms. Yeah, that is way past... Oh, okay, so this is the one that's actively being filled. Alright, so I could... No, it's not. I'm just seeing the building. Okay, so we're definitely going to have a way of, dealing with this. So activate that one. Oh, we should look at our pretty flowers. So yeah, so we're growing what looks like little topiary arrangements. We got a bunch of like random flowers here, what looks like little sunflowers, little flower planters up there. Just a bunch of like little random these are like not like proper bouquet. I'm apparently being sprinklered on. That's actually, like, I didn't expect them to actually have that. That's the reason I was like, what? Okay. So let's take our truck, load up another tree. Yeah, we've been standing out in the rain all day, and the first thing we do when we go into our greenhouse is turn on the sprinklers on ourselves. We're just like, why do I live this way? Look, there's not a shower inside our bus. Sometimes you have to bathe, and in lieu of that, you know, sprinklers in the rain. There's not a convenient lake for us to dip in. The Tractor Supply soap place doesn't sell soap, sadly. So we're just making do. All of that sounds horrible, by the way. I am very team. I want a shower every single day. A day without a shower is not happy Rual day. The kid at the gas station turned the hose on us once. Yeah, he's like, look, man, this one's on the house. It's not for you. It's for me. You might be cool with your lifestyle, but I am not cool with it. So in just a minute, we get to see how much these mushrooms are worth. Because if they're worth enough that I could potentially be able to get a harvester by the time a crop grows, then I could justify, you know, putting the crop in the ground now. If it's not, that I just gotta keep, you know, keep making the money and doing all that stuff. It does look like those greenhouses go through that water pretty dang quickly, though. That's probably too long. It's gonna weigh too much. Nope, right on the edge. Alright, so you have to be 3 pieces. Oh, that'll work. Ooh, this has to be like almost exact. We're definitely not going to make this happen. So it's not actually half, because the lower part of the tree will be slightly heavier. I think I cut it too far to the left. Oh, almost perfect. They're 1 kilogram difference between them, which is like the minimum it could have been. It's like it for second guessing myself. It had been off by like even 1 more spot. One of them would have been too heavy and had to been cut apart a second time. Alright, and then I should be able to get 1 more greenhouse for flower arrangements. And like I said, we're not going to make a billion greenhouses. That'll be the last greenhouse we get. And we'll then start working on trying to get it so we can start growing some actual crops. You can actually use the grass to make stuff like silage and hay and that. And you can make pretty good money doing that too. But it gets very tedious. It's very tedious, and it's probably not going to be a lot of fun to watch that. So there will be a point that we start getting grass and we start getting animals and we need it for feed. But that'll be when we get animals, which will be a while. The first thing we want to do is get some like actual crops in the ground. I don't have a strong preference on what crops. It's going to be literally what I can make work. You want to see a billion greenhouses? No, I can up what you want to see. You think you want to see a billion greenhouses. What you actually want to see is bees. You want to see bees, Cookie. Because we look construction, I believe it's production. No, it's animals, bees. You don't just get like the little bee box, like that's one option. You can get like the bigger one. But then you can get this monstrosity, where if you wanted all the bees. We're not doing that right now, though. The bees are like endless money without much work, but it's endless, very small amounts of money gradually. Alright, so we'll get the second flower greenhouse, and this will be the last greenhouse for now. Trying to line those up as best I can. Cool. Ooh, I may not put that far enough, but it's too late now. It's built. All right. When you have a B-box, when your B-box needs a zoning permit, of course. All right, so now the question is, we need a trailer for pallets. So these aren't the type of trailers that do pallets. These are just for crop carrying. We are looking for something that we can carry pallets with. I don't think it's under miscellaneous, is it? Can transport other vehicles. Okay. So 12,000, that can do pallets. That tool, that's going to be one pallet at a time. I'd rather save up for the 12,000. All right, so this is a pallet. Sorry, this is the pallet one. That's 12,000. I'm assuming there's also, we're going to check this. I'm assuming we can get here, we can go about this way. If I were to look at the trucks combination, so that's bale loader, animals. Yeah, so this, yeah, so if we got like the bunch of money, we could get the giant one for 30,000 to move pallets. But right now, what we're looking for is under miscellaneous. 12,000, we get a pallet thing. Bale trailers can hold pallets? Oh, okay. Is that under the regular trailers? Yeah, so these are the crop ones. Because it wasn't bale technology. Or maybe it was under grass technology. Not grassland care. Not the forager. It's not the balers themselves. Where was bale tech? Well, there's that. I wish this is alphabetical. Because I'm pretty sure, like, there wasn't. So there's bale loaders. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so that one looks like it would work. Bale loader eases that. So it'd probably be this one. So 1,900. Or sorry, 19,000 is what we're looking at, I believe. Okay. So we're looking at 19,000 for the proper thing, but that's okay. Here, you should close those doors. It's raining. What I'm gonna try to do... Wait, I can't pick it up. 19,000's a long ways off. What happens? Can I get a forklift easy? Because right now the problem is I have bales I cannot actually pick up. So let's see what we can do about a cheap forklift. Let's see how cheap of a forklift we can get. That's way more expensive than what we have. Those are gonna be more expensive because skid loaders are expensive. Telehanders are gonna be more expensive. Wheel loaders are gonna be more expensive. Those get down to 40,000. Front loaders, that gets down to 30,000 as well, and that's not counting the front part. Can we lease? That would go against the rules of the challenge. No leasing. Like, I can physically do it, but, the rules are I'm not allowed to lease, I'm not allowed to do a bunch of that stuff. That's okay. So we're not allowed to take loans, lease, or sell the truck. And the reason we can't sell the truck, because that's a little variation from the way most people do the challenge. They normally don't start with the truck. They might start with something else. Usually most people start with some vehicle for just whatever. But if I sell the truck, it's instantly like getting 10,000 bucks, which makes it a lot easier just to skip a lot of stuff. So the big issue is I cannot pick up the pallets yet. So those are making us money, and until we fill up the pallet area, they'll keep making money. Technically I could just sit there and be like, just sell it. But I'm not gonna. Oh wait, don't do this first. We have the other plant place to fill up with water. The last one we just built. It'll top off the water on all of them as they go by. Yeah, because right now I think I only have 1 or 2 pallets between all of them ready. These actually go through water pretty quick. I wonder if I hop out, it'll... Yeah, okay, it's still filling. So I could, like, start it, get out. Activate that. And we have filled them all. Alright, so the next move I gotta do is get literally anything I can do pallets with. Looking at... I think it was what, like, was it 19,000? Was the pallet, whatever it is, the bale loader for the back of the truck. Because it has to be one that can, we can do the auto load thing, because if we don't do the auto load thing, I physically cannot pick up the pallets to put it on. Alright, do you keep filling it with me jumping out? Yep, cool. So I don't have to sit there and wait for it, it'll just fill itself up. So the estimate how much it's going to take me to set that up is off by about 19,000. Oh, we should check the used stuff. Maybe I'll get lucky and there'll be something that'll accommodate us, like the front half of a or the front like a front loader half off or whatever, so I could get something at discount to accommodate it. Because even with a forklift, even if it sets me back a little bit, that would be acceptable to be able to make money. Because the fact that I'm actually getting a full pallet out of that, and we're only halfway through the first day that I had it, it does seem like I'm going to get, you know, 2, 3, 4 pallets per one of those. Oh, I made it too long. Okay. Yeah, and I did see that you got automated, Strider. It's just one of those terms that, is unfortunately used against people with disabilities sometimes. I know that's not the usage you're using or whatever, but, that is why it flagged. Which is the reason I didn't just go out of my way to allow it. It's like, okay, that is a term kind of don't want to be around here. Yeah, no, you're good. Like you didn't cause problems or anything like that, but that is. All right, sure. It's just one of those things. No, like you didn't mean anything wrong. Like it wasn't like a deliberate thing. Like if it was a deliberate thing, then you know it'd be an entirely different situation. Okay. But Star's basically saying, actually, I wonder if the NPC player, like, bugging out for Seago? I don't know what Seago is. It's only a special edition. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Like, bugging out would have been fine as well. It's just unfortunately people co-opted that other word to mean a lot of not great things. But it's one of those ones that people say not realizing it. Like, it's one of those terms that you don't, you know, the person says it's like, you should know better kind of things. It's a term that's like, no, you completely understand where, you know, people get that. It's like, hey, just so you know, that word won't be perceived necessarily the way you think it will. Alright, so sell some wood. I was kind of low-key hoping that because mushrooms are generally, for the volume, they're not very heavy, they're very light. I was kind of hoping that pallet would have been fairly light, but we didn't get so lucky. But that's fine. We'll just have to do, like, 5 more trees or whatever, and that should be annoying. Quite literally the godfather to modern Skyrim combat mods. Oh yeah, no, a lot of mods did get brought over. I can't speak to any individual mod because I don't really mod that much. But I did find that a lot of mods between the versions were available on all the versions. At least the ones that were popular, for the most part. I'm sure someone would be able to go through and be like, well, actually, this mod is not available on the special edition version because of yada 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 yada. Totals a car. That actually wouldn't total a car in this game, but in real life, dropping a spruce tree that's, you know, 1.6 tons on the top of a truck in that manner, you got a truck that's top is folded in on itself. Yeah, no, it's like most of the mods, if they had any traction, most likely will be brought over. There was a couple that were never ported. Yeah. But, like, the question is, were they mods that people truly cared about? I'm sure there's at least a couple. But I would assume most of the ones that didn't get ported were because people had no interest in, like, no one was willing to put in the time because there just wasn't the demand or interest or whatever you want to say. All right. That's the same thing that happens when games' version numbers gets advanced. A lot of time, there'll be a lot of mods that, if it's any popularity or interest, usually they'll get ported up. But once in a while, you'll have a mod that either there won't be the interest or, you know, whatever that mod, whatever the need it filled, the game is just kind of solved within itself, so there's no need for it anymore. Just trying to squish these in here real fast. There we go. And so people don't bother porting it because it's kind of redundant. Yeah, but there were likely ones that are never open source. Well, that's the thing. Like, even the ones that weren't necessarily open sourced, sometimes what'll end up happening is if the idea of the mod's popular enough, someone will remake it. Well, wasn't Valve that wanted the thing, was they were moving. It was Bethesda was moving like to paid for mods kind of thing in the workshop. And then Valve basically said, well, it's like, okay, well, if you're going to sell stuff on the workshop, you know, we get a cut because that's how that works. It's the same thing with DLC and all that. If you have your game on Steam and you sell DLC, you owe like a cut of the DLC cost because you're using their marketplace. Like that I have no objection about. Like, charging money for mods is one I have very mixed feelings for, because there are definitely some mods that are significant. Like, you're like, you know what? The mod creator should be able to make a buck on this. But at the same time, it gets murky. There's lots of places that becomes problematic. So it isn't okay, this is clearly good, this is bad. It's like, well, there's both. Alright, so it's another one of these ones I got split perfectly. And I feel like we didn't do it right again. We're fine. I was within 1 kilogram of what I could do. It's okay, I'll get it wrong once in a while. You can literally get all the mods, not one of them are on the SC version of the Nexus mod. Yeah. But, like, you can understand that. Again, some of these mods you see in these games, people have poured hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into making happen, sometimes thousands of hours. I can understand a person saying, hey, I have poured, 20, 30,000 hours into making this full rework of the game. I want $10. And it's like, you know what? Fair. Because at that point, there's like expansion level content. Now the catch is, if they're going to charge money, I'm going to actually have expectations of quality and expectations of being, not buggy and all that kind of stuff. Like, the bar is much higher the moment money gets involved. Versus if it's a free little mod I grab off the store, it's kind of like they do it on a volunteer basis. They're not usually monetizing, or if they are, it's like a Patreon thing. The expectation is much lower because, if someone's doing the work for free, it would be inappropriate for me to expect a lot from them. Like, it's cool if they do a lot, just that's their generosity, not me to pressure. Well, they weren't paid they are just exclusive to Valve? Yeah, I mean, that's also partially they put their mod there and they don't either know or care about Nexus. Like, there's almost no games that I will go to Nexus to mod. I think the only exception was, like, Stardew Valley I had to go to Nexus for mods. Like, Nexus is fine, but you get spoiled with the workshop, or, like, the workshop are actually, well built into your game kind of modding, where you just say, I want the mod, yes, and it just works. Then you don't have to, like, download some zip, unzip it, make sure it's in the right directory. Replace one of the executable files so it reads the mod, or like whatever you have to do with different games. They all have different things you have to do with them. Tenki says, I have no issues with someone to make money off a mod they made, but it needs to, let's see, it needs to be a quality or standalone and not rely on a dozen other mods that not paid for. I agree with that. Or, like, if it is going to be, like, if I'm going to make a mod that depends on 5 other mods, there should be a route for me to give, like, not give. There should be an expectation that is built into it that the moment I charge money, all the other mods it depends on, they get a cut. Let's see. The very last Lardine says, You've also never seen a game with more NSF, or not safe for work mods than Skyrim. That doesn't surprise me. That's why you have Mod Manager? Yeah, no, I get that. There are solutions to problems and all that. But that's the reasons I do like games where it's just either, again, built into the game right from the get-go. That mod support is just first class right in there. Where you say, like, for as much as I don't like the installation situation when you go to get the DLC for Farm Sim off of their website, like Steam, it's fine. We can allow that second one by Strider. That one's fine. We literally just had the acronym for it, and it's just like, that one's not. Oh, you already got it. Cool. It flagged in the not safe for work thing. That one's a little weird that it's triggering on that one. That's what I would allow, because, like, you don't typically say not safe for work. At least to me, you don't say it in a context that you're using it inappropriately. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, you're either going to do the not safe for work thing, and that would be a problem because most likely it'd violate TOS. But if you're just saying, you know, not safe for work as a general concept, like that, I don't see that as being a thing that we'd run into regularly. But yeah, like, so while I don't like the installation situation when you buy Farm Sim 22 through their store, but the mod handling, in my opinion, is pretty good. They do have a mod website you can go to on their webpage, and that's fine. I'm not a huge fan of that, but but it is a thing. So we've now learned that even if you allow it, it doesn't stick, which is fine. So if people could like avoid saying not safe for work again and again, it's we don't need to make our mods have to constantly approve the message. It's amusing that that's triggering like that. Most of the stuff it triggers on, you're like, I get it. And that's what I'm like, okay. Sure. Yeah, usually go to Vortex. Normally use Vortex to go to Nexus Mod. Yeah. But like, this doesn't have workshop support. Which workshop support is the one I prefer over everything else. I could just go to Steam and be like, let me look this up. Because it's not perfect, the Steam workshop thing. But it definitely works reasonably well. But, in lieu of that, I like, if you're not going to support Steam Workshop, having inside your game or whatever, that it has built-in support there. Oh, look at all those pallets. We're definitely going to need to get the pallet situation sorted soon. You wish other platforms were as simple as Workshop? Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, simplicity has a value. And it's a big value, too. There's a mod I actually have installed. I haven't used it. That's a pallet jack. So you spend like $1,500 or whatever, and you just get like a pallet jack that you can like walk up and get it. I didn't use it because the same group who made that mod also made like a shovel and a bucket and all that you can take goods with. And I tried the shovel and it was super janky. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about that. So you typically don't like the Steam Workshop, mainly because you don't like how they do dependencies for files. In regards to where they auto-download or not, I can't actually remember how they deal with a lot of the dependencies. I think it just says it depends on these things, you have to go get it. Because I found for me, a lot of the other platforms, you'd have to just like look up the dependencies. Like, I did not have a good time setting up when we were doing the Stardew Valley modded run. Like, once it was all set up, I had a really good time. But, like, going through the headache of going, okay, so I want this mod. Well, this mod depends on these other 6 mods. Let me go track down those other 6 mods. Okay, I've got the other 6 mods. You know, just going through that whole procedure. That, I almost didn't even do the mod run of Stardew Valley because just I was getting to the territory. I'm like, this is too many mods. I'm really frustrated by this. It was fine in the long run. I mean, actually, the first time it wasn't fine. We soft locked and I couldn't continue the story because of a bug in one of the mods, and then we came back way later and it was fine. Hey, ooh. Exolity Likins, thank you for the bit. I appreciate that. And as a reminder, I believe it's in 2 days, the 13th, that if you cheer, Twitch is going to give the creators an extra little bump. So if you cheer a buck, I'll get a $1.10, that kind of thing. I don't know the exact amounts, it could be off by that, but that's my understanding is how it's going to work. And that subs will be discounted through the end of the year. And those discounted subs, like the amount it's discounted depends on like what tier, how long, yada yada. So me being like, it's 10% off or whatever, it'll be all over the place depending on the specifics. But when you get a discounted sub on Twitch, I as the creator get the same amount as if it wasn't discounted. So it basically means your support goes farther than it normally would. So if a sub where you were at cost $5, I would get $2.50. And let's say when this is going on, let's say it's $4.50. I have no idea what the amount is. I would still get $2.50, which is kind of cool. So that's just a thing to note. Vortex actually has a feature called Collections. They're basically a mod pack that automatically gives you Vortex prompt. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of ways like that's the way a lot of things handle is they just have like a collection that installs the whole set. They said the bits will be on sale, but it looks like that information is gone now. I'm wondering if maybe the exact numbers they wrote down aren't accurate anymore, because it was only a week ago, I think, that Twitch went and did a rebalancing of prices. That they just basically went through different areas and they either raised or decreased the cost of like subs and bits and all that kind of stuff to reflect how much the value of those currencies have changed. And honestly, for a lot of places, bits actually got cheaper. Not all of them. There was like, I know Turkey, the price of bits went up a lot, which was kind of necessary because as cheap as they were at the point, people were going out of their way to do transactions as if they're in Turkey because you could be given like 100 subs and you'd get to the end of the month and be like, wait, why did I get so little? And realize it was all these subs that were like 75 cents or something like that. I know, I'm pretty sure the US, the price went down slightly. I don't remember if I remember there was like 1 or 2 European places I thought the price went up. But generally speaking, for most people, the price went down for bits. Just a little bit. It wasn't like earth-shattering or anything, like suddenly bits are half off or something like that. It's, you know, like 5%, 8%, that kind of thing. Alright, this is still got to be 3 pieces. Yeah, no, a lot of mod managers actually do a really good job. All right. So the turkey subs are screwing over a lot of people because people wanted to be big number gift leader. And sure we got cheap subs, but creators got less pocket change. Oh yeah, no, it was like when you considered the subs from Turkey, and how much you actually got and all that, it was something like 70-ish, cents or whatever for a sub, and then you only get half of that 70-ish cents. So you'd get 100 subs and be like, heck yeah, I got 100 subs today. This is great. And then the entire amount you'd get at the other side of it was like, well, so it'd be 100, it'd be like, what is it, $35 for 100 subs? And it was just so disappointing. But, so people were abusing it using VPNs and that kind of stuff. So it was like a specific outlier and all that. Because most places a sub is roughly like rounded somewhere around $5. Like it'll be a little bit more, a little bit less, or thereabouts. But like Turkey was an extreme outlier where it was like less than $1 for a sub. You suspect they don't want to sell bits cheaper, just encourage people to buy and spend bits, with the fact that streamers will get more, but you still pay full price of the bits. So it's not on sale. In my mind, yeah, no, that's the way I was, that was the way it was explained to me, and this isn't by Twitch, this is by, me reading from other stuff, was that you would still buy your bits at the same price, and you'd give me 100 bits, and then the value I would get compensated as the creator was if it was like 110 bits. So, the cost of bits doesn't change at all, it's just the good that bits do for me as the creator is increased by some percent. I don't know the actual percent, because these are things I tend not to pay super duper attention to other than something is happening of that nature. And the reason I don't pay a ton of attention to it is because the percent I get isn't as important to me because people are going to give what they give. Like I can encourage people to, like, hey, this is a time, like, if you're trying to support, like, you can get more mileage at this point, but that doesn't really change if people aren't going to support. I like Turkey. I'm not a big fan of Turkey subs. Did I do that thing where, yeah, it lagged for just a moment, so we chucked the log. Like, they're fine. But for me, it felt like to have a good Turkey sub, it really, really depended on the sauce. Like, the sauce was everything with the Turkey sub. Versus a lot of other subs, you know, the sauce certainly helps, but it's not a strict requirement to have it be enjoyable. For me, subs, I'm always a fan of, like, stuff along the variety of, like, the spicy Italian, which is, salami, pepperoni, maybe or maybe not has ham or something similar along those lines. As Enoch says, I watched Twitch's official stream when they talked about the things in December repeat, and they talked about bits being on sale and Twitch giving extra for using bits. They're two separate things. Gotcha. That may have been a communication thing. That's one thing that's been both pro and con I've noticed under new leadership. Twitch is they've been a lot more willing to be open about stuff. But it does mean once in a while they'll get information incorrect. Oh, hit that you buying? That was my lunch today. My lunch today was Wawa, where I got myself spicy Italian. Get some jalapenos on it. Oil vinegar, pepper, and a bunch of the other, like, oregano and all that good stuff. Lettuce, tomato, all that good nonsense. I mean, actually, I got spinach instead of lettuce, but the still point, you know, the green. Up there, Firehouse is pretty good. Down here, I'm not a big fan of Firehouse. Because usually when I get stuff there, it's like the meat is all sweaty. And so it just makes the bread super soggy. I know there's a lot of people who love Firehouse. I'm wondering if it's like a local problem, like the regional manager or whatever. You know, like just something local to Florida or local to this region of Florida or whatever does, like, they've been not as good about that. Yeah, soggy bread, sweaty meat and all that. And it's not even like soggy, like, you know, it's soggy with like the vinegar or whatever, so it's something tasty. It's just... yeah, that kind of thing. Like, there's times the bread being soggy, you're like, right, but it's like all soppy because it's got like soup in it or something. Like, you know, you've got like bread bowl kind of soggy. Yeah. No, like I said, I think... so, Counter-Right got auto-modded for sweaty meat. I can see where that probably is a euphemism. I can absolutely understand why that... There's probably areas that is used as a euphemism. But in this case, we're talking about meat that, because it is cold in a humid environment, gets condensation all over it, which makes it less appealing. And more just wet. Here, let me help you, Gravity. Yeah, so the immediate goal we have right now is we are trying to get something that I could pick up pallets with. I've got a bunch of greenhouses making us money, but unfortunately that money is in the shape of big boxes that sit on the ground, and my character goes to pick them up and goes, oh, my back. Considering they're, I think it was like 700 kilograms or 1,400 pounds. You're at a loss for words. That's one of those things that you can say and just not even cross your mind that it could have an alternative meaning, and then someone goes, "Oh yeah, this is the other meaning." You're like, "Oh, that makes sense." Like, I understand. That wasn't the intent, but I understand. I understand why Automod jumped on that one. Not that I think people use it as a euphemism often. I could be totally wrong. I don't often end up into the darker places of Twitch. YouTube, if you just let it autoplay, it almost always takes you straight to the darker places. Could you read the last comments? Normally you get double meat, double cheese, all greens, no peppers, olives. Yes, please, though, I'm a beginner. Yeah, younger me would get like double meat and all that. Older me, like, it's like there was a time that on the menu the spicy Italian would only show up under double meat, and I'm like, but I don't want that. I want just the regular amount. It's like I gotta be a little bit. Look, man, age is tough. You gotta be a little bit more mindful about what you're putting into the factory. I'm gonna say, you don't hang out GTA 5 roleplay. I used to, but they actually had, they're pretty good about the moderation on the server that I was on, because they knew there was a lot of creators on there, which at that time, like, when I joined the server, I didn't stream or make videos or anything like that. I literally got into GTRP because I was trying to find a way I could practice the more improv-ish side of things, because I do lots of conference talks. And, like, going through your talk and just practicing it, that's easy. You can do that in the mirror, you can do that in a room, you can, like, whatever. But the more improv-y thing where you get a question you're not expecting and have to, you know, think on your feet kind of deal, that is a lot harder to practice. And it's like, okay, RP is obviously not the same thing, but it's basically all improv. Like, start to finish, everything is improv in RP. So it's like, let's do that. And honestly, I do feel like it was good for me, because it did force me to react to whatever happened, especially GTA, where like you have a situation where it's very predictable and everything like that, and then GTA physics are GTA physics, and suddenly a car launches itself into orbit, and you're in character and have to think of, okay, how does my character react to suddenly this car, you know, catapulting itself into orbit while other cars explode around it? Because just ignoring it is very clearly like a character break. Unless your character has some like really weird tendencies. Which some do. Like there was one character on the RP server we were on that had this whole thing where while they were a person, they behaved as if they were a possum. So when they felt threatened, they would just like freeze up. Like that was just a characteristic they gave their character because I don't know why. It was fun. But it was an interesting character. Would they also hiss too? Yes. Yes, they would. They didn't often have many reasons to hiss. But yeah, when they didn't like something, they would hiss. And also, they made most, like, the things they would do is they would basically trash dive for stuff. Which GTRP were you on? I was on TSRP. TSRP was like, there was a bunch of creators on there. I'd say the biggest name on there would probably be like Minion777 was on there, so Wade from YouTube. So I interacted with Wade a couple of times. Not that Wade would have any clue who I am. Like maybe if you mentioned my in-character name, he'd be like, oh yeah, I did the thing the one time, but that might be about it. And I don't even know if he would remember that much. We had Bird was on there as well. It was a fun place. Sadly, like it's gone forever. They shut it down to do like a major update that they had been planning, because they had been trying to do the major update while people were actively on there, but you know, the people being on there and giving the support that they needed to keep things running while trying to also do major updates to their software, they just didn't have the resources to do both at the same time. And unfortunately, like, the whole thing with that happened right as, like, the pandemic kicked off in a big way. And so a whole bunch of their situations changed between, like, you know, finding new jobs, and I think one of them had kids and everything in the meantime. So eventually it was one of those things where like, oh yeah, this isn't coming back. Like, just, we don't have the people we need. Where is that last tree we just cut down? There should still be at least one more little log out of it. It's amazing how easy it is to lose a tree. Or that'll be something that will be wandering around. There you are. I saw the camera bob for just a second. You followed No Pixel for all 3 years, almost I think goes. Yeah, the server we were on, it was hard RP. And for those who don't know what hard RP versus soft RP is, hard RP means you're expected to stay in character and all that. So there is a lot of rules about fourth wall breaks and that kind of thing. Not that it can't happen, but there's rules you have to keep in mind. You can't just indiscriminately murder people for no reason whatsoever. And stuff like that. And that said, there's definitely, like, the cops and robbers and all is a big thing. And, like, they could rob you and all that. It's just, if you just ran up and like just blasted someone for no reason, you're likely getting kicked off the server. And most of the servers do have that rule, because otherwise it just, like, no one can have roleplay. Everyone's just murdering everyone else, because you just have to treat all... basically, you can't have any good stories, because anytime you start trying to do anything, someone just blasts you for no reason. So it doesn't give you the opportunity to interact. But yeah, you can be, like, mugged or everything. Like, my character got robbed twice. While I was on the server, I got robbed at gunpoint or whatever. Once we had, like, I had just bought a house on the server, so it was, like, literally, I had just gotten the keys kind of thing. And not even seconds later, a person pulled up to my house with a gun and robbed me. I was like, okay, this is a great... Like, imagine that experience in real life. You just bought a house, everything, like, you're getting all that going, and then just immediately get robbed in your front driveway.
So anyways, I started blasting. Ratta 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 ooh woo.
Yeah, without the kill for no reason, it would just turn into GTA Online. Yep, exactly. Thank you for the biddies, Cookie. I really do appreciate that. The language-wise, goes. Yeah, no, we had, because they knew that there's a lot of creators on the platform and all that, we had some rules about some content wasn't allowed. Like, you couldn't have anything that would violate Twitch TOS. So people couldn't lewd. We did have a lot of rules, like, you know, if you're a character, like, if you're gonna hit on someone or try and date someone, like, out of character, you were expected to reach out and be like, hey, are you okay if my character does this? Like, in the moment stuff would happen, like, your character would, like, be a little flirty or whatever, and then, you know, maybe afterwards you'd be like, hey, is that okay, or, like, am I pushing limits here? Like, that kind of thing. Yeah, like, no suicide, stuff like that. Like, that's pretty typical of, like, almost anything like that, almost all hard RP, because a lot of that stuff becomes very unsafe very quickly if you just cut loose on everything. So you won't end up having people stay on your server, because, one, as a creator, I risk breaking terms of service of Twitch and getting my channel suspended. It's not worth it. The second thing is, a lot of those topics aren't fun. No one's gonna have a good time with it, and you're liable to cause legitimate harm to people with some of those things. So it's stuff like that. And also, like, if a server allows that kind of stuff, you're gonna have people who quit the server because they're like, hey, you know what, this isn't something I want to be part of, like, it's not safe for me, or whatever. And that, like, all that keeps in mind. And especially since all those big servers, a lot of it revolves around, people streaming and all that, they do have to be mindful of the larger audience. Which I honestly appreciate that in general, just because it means I don't have to deal with a bunch of crap I don't want to deal with. Which they did still, for the record. Like, there was, you know, it's still Grand Theft Auto. There was still, you know, people making drugs, trying to run from the police. Sometimes the police and the people get into shootout, which that's actually the curiosity, is there was a lot of rules that, you know, the police were supposed to behave like police when it comes to, you know, you don't just drive up and open fire on people, you know, you basically give them the chance to surrender and whatever. Which that's actually one of the comments I heard from a lot of people who did play police on the servers, that they'd come from NoPixel, and they found it very frustrating that apparently it's a thing on NoPixel that the police would just roll up and just open fire indiscriminately and, like, shoot hostages and all sorts of stuff, and it was just tolerated. I don't know if that's true in that regard. That's all secondhand. But they were very happy that, you know, there were rules around that if you committed a crime, you were expected to stay logged in and in an accessible area for some period of time. So like if I went and I robbed the bank, I couldn't just drive home real fast and log out. So it gives the police an opportunity to try and catch you. And of course, if an emergency happens or whatever, they've got leeway. But like, you can't just make it impossible for the police to get you in trouble because your character could just vanish from existence from the world. That kind of thing. You are expected to deliberately leave clues that are supposed to hint at who you are or whatever without like giving it away all at once. Especially if you're doing like a serial killer RP. The goal isn't, like, that's kind of the thing, they're like, if you're going to do criminal stuff, you should have the expectation of getting caught once in a while. Or if you're going to do, like, the serial killer thing, that you're effectively on an egg timer that you will get caught. Because if your whole MO is to get away with it forever, it'll end up being bad for the server in the long term. So, you can go on your whole criminal enterprise, but if you're doing high-profile stuff, you should have an expectation of it being treated like high-profile stuff. Like, one of the things they did add way later on is that the phones could be tapped. Because that was one of the big requests for a long time, is that they had serial killers and they'd go on the equivalent of Twitter on the server, and they would be, like, announcing their kills and all that kind of stuff, and it kind of was ruining RP for everyone, because you're supposed to stay in character, and if you have, like, an active serial killer, people murdering people in your town, and then bragging about how the police can't catch them. Like, in real life, the police would be absolutely tapping that phone line with the telecompany so incredibly fast. Like, there are ways that they could track that person if they're going to keep using their cell phone. Or for that matter, they can go to, like, Twitter and that and get not an exact location, it's not that good, but get a more precise location than in the entire city, the equivalent of the Los Angeles County. But they did add that way later that they could talk to a judge on the server who's another character and get a warrant and all that to do that. So early on, we had lots of problems with people just escalating. Well, there we go. Alright. With those rules in place, No Pixel had me in tears because storyline more on location. Oh, yeah. Huh. A lot of times you could use the log to just pull the vehicle up onto its wheels again. Man, notice people get like really attached to the characters too. There we go. All right. But yeah, no, you'd have people who've been like RPing for years and are like, you know what, I just don't want to do this anymore. And some would just quit without any announcement or all that, and it would get really tough. But others that have like a going away thing on the server. And there's lots of ways people can quit the game. They can have their character die, which is referred to as perma-ing. So, you know, the character gets in a shootout with the cops, and then in story, the idea is they die in the fight or whatever. Or it'd be one of those things that, you know, for our server, the way people could, you know, perma without it being violent or awful is they would quote-unquote leave the city. So they just go to the airport, and the idea is they moved out of the city that the game was taking place in. And like these have become these whole big modes, because like for creators and all that, and people RPing with them, like this is a friend you made in the game, and it's kind of, you know, it's kind of people quitting your friend group to a certain degree. not really, like people would still talk in the Discord and all that, but they're no longer doing that mutual activity. So it's kind of like you had your buddy on the sports team or the gym team or whatever that you saw like twice a week or whatever. Yeah, or go to Parsons. Yeah, that's that might be on that server. We didn't have an equivalent of the Metal Institution on TSRP. Yeah, for us it was your character died or they moved away. Was usually like how people left. You know, the idea is like with someone moving away, they're like theoretically they could come back. Versus, you know, once you killed a character, then that was a tough thing. Alright, we've almost got enough money to go the route of like the forklift or whatever. At which point, then we're going to start making much better money. Money that doesn't involve me cutting down a bajillion trees. That said, I'm running real low on trees. I got a handful of trees over here and a handful on that far end. We should have enough to get the last of the money we need, but not a lot after that. Which is good, because I'm assuming people don't want to watch me cut trees for, you know, an entire stream. Some people do. It gets surprising what people are into. That's talking to Undead Baron one time, like we were talking about, was he was like, you know, there'd be times he'd play the forest and people would just literally want to watch him just cut down trees for an entire stream. Like he'd be like, I thought people just wanted to watch me build the buildings. Like, and here's people like, no, we want, like, we don't cut down the trees off stream. That's like the content we want. It's kind of like, hey man, it's chill. You don't have to worry about like where we're talking about, you know, GTRP, where sometimes things can get pretty heavy and emotional and all that, because you're, you know, you could be mimicking all sorts of difficult topics like losing friends or whatever. You know, people going through robberies and all that, like being victims of and yada yada, and that stuff can get real heavy real fast. You don't have to worry about any of that. You're cutting trees. So just nice chill vibes, all that good stuff. I'm glad I chose to play this today. I was really on the fence going back and forth because I don't know. Sometimes you get too far in your own head. I was like, no, it's something I want to do. I'm gonna be greedy. I'm gonna play. And it is also those things that I've mentioned before. I worry about how much I play RimWorld at the beginning of the stream. RimWorld's a great game, but I do play variety, and I do try and deliberately keep it heavily variety. So I get self-conscious sometimes. It's like, well, I've been playing a lot of this, and kind of one of the issues with that is, you know, you generally will grow the audience in what you're doing. So if you're doing the same thing again and again, you're going to grow an audience looking for that thing. And you can eventually get yourself at a point where you feel trapped in that one thing, because when you do something other than the thing that people came for because you kept doing the same thing, it could actually be a problem. Huh. Okay, let's put it around here. I'll let you know a little secret. Watching tree cutting crowds using the stream as background as they take a nap. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But that's one of the things my channel I aim for, is very specifically I aim for having content that's great for people, you know, dealing with anxiety or stressful work day or screaming kids or whatever the thing that is getting under their skin, that they can just have a place to come that they can wind down for the day, relax. And that does mean there's a lot of people who go to sleep to your stream. But that's not a bad thing, really. It's a weird thing when people are like, hey, I fall asleep to your stream all the time, and like part of your brain is like, good, that is literally the value I'm trying to provide, so that's great. And there's the other part of your brain that's going, literally they're falling asleep to you entertaining. And it's like, it's something that took me a hot minute to be like, no, this is a compliment, this is a good thing. This is literally what you're aiming for. But the falling asleep to your content was definitely one of those things that like took me a minute being like, okay, this is the point. So can Stride move into his forever box yet? I don't... What? What's a forever box? But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. We have a lot of people who lurk at the end, like the end of the evening, and it's just like they're wind down that either they literally fall asleep to stream. Just what's saying the tin. But yeah, you have a lot of people who like fall asleep to stream, or if they don't fall asleep to stream, they do the whole thing where they put like a timer on their phone or whatever, and they watch until they're in like that, you know, they're properly starting to doze and then turn it off, or you know, mute it or whatever. Everyone does different things, and I like that very genuinely helps the channel. Like, no complaints at all. It says it's a log. Big, it's it's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's log, it's better than bad, it's good. Everybody wants a log. I don't remember the rest of it. Was that Ren and Stimpy, I think? I think that's Ren and Stimpy. That was a show I didn't end up watching that much. Like, at first, like, this is great. And then very quickly, I was like, yeah. I know a lot of people like it. I don't know. It just didn't stick with me. I think part of it was, like, it got real gross sometimes. It got real straight up nasty sometimes. Yeah, over the top, it's better in moderation. Yeah, no, it's one of those shows that I could see tuning in, watching an episode or two, and then not want to, like, not being in the mood to watch it for like months. You know, then maybe you come back, you watch another episode or whatever. Versus like, I binged Venture Brothers hard when that came out. Very much have been enjoying like Hell of a Boss. Can't wait for Has Been Hotel, which those are well, Adventure Brothers is Cartoon Network, I think. Hell of a Boss is YouTube, and Has Been Hotel will be on Amazon streaming when it comes out. I think that's mid-January that's coming out. Which, for those who don't know, Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, those are by the same person in the same world. That literally it's hell. And it's just people living in hell. And the one is the person running an assassination company. No, Venture Brothers. Yeah, Adult Swim is Cartoon Network. Like, Adult Swim is Cartoon Network in the later evening. Yeah, you verified it's Cartoon Network. Which is fine, because I was sitting there, I was like, was it that? Hell of a Boss got disturbingly wholesome. That was, that's one of the things, like, the earlier episodes of Hell of a Boss were, like, just, you know, them going on these missions where, like, it'd be something, like, you know, you'd have this person showed up, and they were slighted by someone else, and they, like, you know, they did something that got them in hell, and they're like, I want you to go back to Land of Living and kill this other person who wronged me. And that was the whole shtick. That was, like, what they did, is they go back to Land of Living and they would kill people. But it's slowly built up to becoming effectively a drama, where all of these people have incredibly, I should say not all of them, most of these people have incredibly unhealthy relationships. Because, you know, hell things. The standard of people in hell is not very high, actually. But then there's lots of, like, adorable, wholesome stuff that does mix in there. But that's Hell of a Boss, where they're running, like, the assassination company. And then Has Been Hotel is the one that's not out yet. But the whole gist of that one is it's one of the princesses of hell is wanting to open a hotel to try and redeem people who have been sent to hell so they can go to heaven. And it's funny because it's hell and everything's awful and terrible, and she's basically a Disney princess with demonic powers. So I look forward to that. I'm honestly curious what the animation quality of Hazbin Hotel is going to be, because if you look at the very beginning of Hell of a Boss versus what they come out with now, like the quality has just gone up so much over the years. But it makes you wonder, getting like what must have been the first episodes of Hazbin Hotel that came along the way, like where in that journey, you know, was it animated? You like the character Alistair? Oh yeah. The radio demon who talks like they're a 1930s to 1950s radio host. And is super spoopy. And is effectively behind supporting the hotel, like, with... It's effectively like having a, totally messed up, like, out of touch but super powerful, like, demigod kind of investor type deal, almost. So it should be interesting. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. What other shows? I've not caught up with watching it all. I enjoyed BoJack Horseman. I do enjoy a good character who is completely self-destructive and just the whole thing unraveling. Which BoJack, like... Oh, really? Come on. So this is actually a little bit of a problem, because this time I don't have a log to flip it. But we can fix that. Which there is actually a thing, if I was to, like, say I had the tractor and it got stuck and I just couldn't flip it over, there is a thing that you can reset vehicle's position. I want to avoid using it, but I'm not, like, if it's something that's going to set me back, like, in-game months worth of money, you know, I'm not dead set on not using it. There you go. Yeah. That's actually one of the reasons I like it, is within the context of the universe, they're in hell, so you'll have people who will say stuff that's minimizing and not necessarily the best. But the show does a pretty good job of calling people out who do that. And so it does do a good job of towing that line of, you know, you have a bad person, it makes sense they would do bad things, but you also don't want to glorify those things either. So, like, I'm a fan of, like, in movies where you'll have, like, the big bad guy, and he'll say something, like, demeaning that he'll, like, you know, be like, oh, well, you know, someone like you will never be able to stop me, like, referring to, like, you know, gender or whatever. And then immediately, like, gets punched right in the face or whatever for it. Or, like, their own henchman will call them out and be like, yo, come on, man. Look, I'm down to help you with this, but, like, you gotta not do that. Or whatever their plan is, like, they say that right before everything comes apart kind of thing. They get their upcomings immediately. You liked Archer before it jumped the shark? Had more levels of depth than I gave credit for. I haven't seen Archer in a long time. Oh, was it? They went to South America or Cuba or something? I think that was the last season I actually watched. Just, like, going out of my way to watch it, just I wasn't doing it. I actually don't watch much in the way of shows in general. Well, that was way too long. Not even close. Alright, we're really close to the 19,000 I'll need for the trailer I need. And I generally enjoyed the show before that. Archer being another generally self-destructive character. That, like, if Archer just got out of Archer's way for 2 seconds, he would not only be a better person, but, like, half the problems that would show up wouldn't be there. I've said before, I actually really enjoy flawed characters in shows. Both villains and good guys. Like, I enjoy, like, I shouldn't say shows, I mean shows yes, but like, I enjoy the movie where the bad guy from their perspective thinks they're the good person, like the good guy or whatever. That they're doing things for the right reason, yada yada yada. But then when you step back and look at it from a distance, you're like, oh, you super awful. Like, you are straight up evil. You just, in your mental narrative, you're good people. Because it's a far more believable and plausible thing versus, you know, the over-the-top, cartoonishly evil person. Now, granted, I do feel there's a need for both. Like, sometimes you just need the good versus evil, where the person has a snake head and they're just like this awful, you know, like this awful person start to finish. You know, their whole thing is like, you know, you're, what are you? Villain. What do you do? Evil. There's some of that, but I do, well, it's not necessarily sociopath, that, like, their own world experiences have given them a flawed world perspective, is the way I would say it. So they genuinely do believe they are doing good. It's just, you know, they're like, oh, you know, clearly the solution here is to get rid of all these people who are doing this bad thing. And you're like, wait a second, hang on, I need you to step back and objectively think about what you're proposing. Or, oh, we're just going to solve this crisis by destroying an entire region of the world. And you're like, hang on, wait a second. Back it up just a little bit. I understand you're trying to fix this problem, but your approach has very significant ramifications we should step back and consider real fast. Like, there's a movie I have in mind that would fit that, even though the movie itself was kind of, it was okay. It was entertaining, but nothing to write home about. I will say the movie was Wish. I will not say where this comes to mind with that, just because, you know, spoilers. For those who are curious about Wish, like, my family wanted to see that, so we're like, yeah, I'll go see it. It was enjoyable. I had a good time. Was it a good movie? Yeah, it's fine. It's entertaining. Is it something that's going to challenge any expectations? No. Is it something that you're going to have a lot of memorable moments from? Not really. But you'll laugh. You'll have a good time with it. Yeah, Megamind would be a good one, where Megamind's trying to be the villain, but, like, you know, is a, like, kind of a good person in a lot of ways, but also, you know, that whole thing. And at the same time, they have a hero in quotes, a person who wants to be the hero for, like, all the wrong reasons, and ends up being just this terrible, like, they're more of a villain than a hero in every way. Should I be worried that when you can relate to villains? No, that's the thing. A lot of times they do try to make villains relatable, because that's how you make villains interesting. There's actually entire things about the difference between a antagonistic like an antagonist and a villain. And antagonists are far more interesting than villains. And for those who don't know the difference, a villain just does evil. Or like does bad, does whatever. They're the bad person. But there's no like personal bit to it. They're just the bad person. You defeat them because they're bad. And an antagonist is the one who makes it personal. So, when you go to defeat the villain, even though it's like, I'm doing good, you're not doing good because you're doing good. It's more because the villain has pissed you off so bad, you just really want to get them to get theirs. That's an antagonist. So that's like why Handsome Jack, for example, is such a good villain in Borderlands, is he is a really good antagonist. That every time you turn around and he talks to you, one, you want to hear it because it's fun, and also you're like, man, I cannot wait to get this guy. Excellent. That is not super duper top heavy. Oh, almost dropped it. Then there's anti-hero. Yeah. A lot of anti-heroes, like, they accomplish a good thing in the long run, but in like really not good ways. The Bad Guys was great. I haven't seen that one. Deadpool is an anti-hero. I honestly haven't seen Deadpool either, because that kind of got to the point where it's just burning out in like every other superhero movie. Like, I enjoyed some of them, but as the Avengers stuff kind of like really kicked off, I was just like, I really need there to be less of these for a while. Yeah, he's just chaos. Right. Like, I know that much about him. Oh yeah, Negwood saying, Megamind was good at his core, but thought he had to be a villain because of his upbringing. Right, and he almost says, like, just like, fun with it. Because he's like, our battles will be legendary, so his whole thing was just, he wanted to do, like, the big display. He didn't want to actually hurt people. Like, he would actually, like, when things like he would actually think he had like defeated the person, like, oh my god, he's not gone, right? I didn't kill him, right? So I very much enjoyed Megamind. Minions. Gru would be another one of those things that he is the villain who is actually kind of the hero. So yeah, all the trees are gone in that one. That way. Alright, I'm trying to... I only need, I think, 2 more trees if my math is right, to get the trailer I need. And then we can pick up all of the mushrooms and all that. I definitely want to top off the water on all of the greenhouses before we go to bed. Because I don't know how fast they go through the water. I'm kind of letting them just cut loose, because it's around noon in-game that we last filled them. Because that's when I bought the last one. It was like noon, 1 o'clock or something like that. So I want to see if the water is enough. If I fill it up at the beginning of the day, or rather, if I fill it up at the very end of the day, if it'll just keep going, all that. Like I said, Gru stepped out of the villain category. Went super villain really quick. I only saw the first one. I haven't caught up with the others. Yeah, I enjoy all those where, like... There's a place for characters that, again, like, the villain is just, hi, I'm the bad person. What do I do? Bad. You know, what else? Kick puppy. Like, just, you know, straight up thing. I mean, he did a bad thing and eventually undid the bad thing. Yeah. Like, I like characters that have some depth. Like, there's times for, who are they? Bad. Who are they? Good. What is their depth? None. Bad, good. You know, green magic, bad. Blue magic, good. Well, how do I, like, what's this story? Blue magic, good. What are they doing? They're fighting the green magic. Why? Because green magic, bad. But why the green magic bad? Because evil. Okay. Where they're like, what is this character? This is the bad guy. What does he do? Kick puppies. Why would he do that? Because evil. No, but like, what is the reasoning? There's gotta be some reason this character does this horrible thing. Because evil. Oh. Because we put evil in their name. That's why. Evil Queen. What is her story? She's evil. And what else? Queen. Okay. Fair enough. I understand. The bad guys is over the top, but incredibly genuine. I do also enjoy stuff where the quote-unquote good guys are also pretty bad, but they're not as bad as the bad guys. So you're rooting for them, but like if you step back and you're like, okay, these are the people saw like the, what was it? Was it the Bad Boys? Is that the name of it? Where like they have superheroes in their universe, but like the superheroes are all pretty awful because, you know, they're stronger than everyone else, so they can kind of do what they want. Yeah, the boys. That's right, the boys. And so it's like, okay, but are these good people? It's like, well, no. But, you know. Like, we had the talk the other day in Path of Exile. It's like, are we the heroes? No, we are most definitely not the heroes. But we are defeating the evil. Yes, we are defeating the greater evil. But, like, we're definitely not good people in this game. We're only heroes in the standard of we are having a net positive on the good versus evil scale, while also not being on the good side of said scale. Sorry, if a villain kicks Puppy Strider's gonna go pull John Wick. Sometimes the good guys are good, but the organization behind them is very evil. Yeah, those can also be fun, where you have like the good person trying to do the good thing, but they are part of / depend on something that isn't quite as good, and so they have to like kind of figure out that fence of, okay, I'm doing a good thing, but to do the good thing I have to support a bad thing, like trying to figure that out. Yeah, just because you battle evil doesn't mean you're good. Exactly. Alright, so we're going to bed because it's too dark. I was like one tree short, I think, of being able to buy the trailer. Oh, I was going to check the water. That's fine. We'll check the water now. That's the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check the water at here. Because my hope is they'll be at least like half full or whatever. You are out of water. Oh, you've, well, I can actually pick up the flowers. Oh, so the flowers I can pick up. They're not too heavy. The mushrooms, on the other hand, are not even remotely close. The boys ask the question, does great power come with great responsibility? And answers, who cares, for the good guys. Well, that's, I feel like it's a realistic depiction, though. If you live in a universe where some people are just like supernaturally strong and fast and can like shoot lasers out of their eyes and all that, those people are probably not going to see themselves as equal to everyone else and probably not going to be the greatest people. Because, you know, who's going to be their check? Not that there won't be any good people in that, but they will see themselves most likely as better than everyone else, yada yada yada. Which is most likely going to lead to some very flawed views on the world. And so I do enjoy things that tackle, even if they don't go into that area. Like there's been like superhero kind of stuff where like you have the hero having the difficult time being like, I'm doing this stuff and it's not doing the good I wanted to do, and I realize I could literally stop this person by just offing them here and now, but then, you know, then I cross the line into becoming what I'm stopping, and like having those dilemmas of like where you draw the line and all that. And the thought of someone who would be kicking my little bruiser would not entertain the idea? Yeah. So the good news is, I could just pick up those flowers and sell them. I don't need to keep grinding the trailer. Because we didn't get the flowers, we only saw the mushrooms, and the mushrooms weren't even remotely close to the carry weight I could manage. I can pick up 200 kilograms and they're 700. But the flowers, on the other hand, are only 100 kilograms, which is well within my range. So what I should be able to do is pick up a pallet or two and put it on the truck and, you know, strap it in or whatever, and then sell from there. So that'll be good, because then I can do that until I can buy the trailer for the tractor. That'll then let me carry way more. Oh yeah, I enjoy Wreck-It Ralph as well. Where it's like, you know, they're bad guy within the context of, you know, in their universe, there's the hero of the games and the villains of the game. But, like, otherwise, it's just a job. They're playing a role, like, kind of acting kind of thing, because games. And they have the whole, like, it's almost like an Alcoholics Anonymous kind of meeting. Where they're just like, you are not, you know, just because you are a bad guy does not mean you are a bad guy. I very much enjoy that line. Alright, so I have to get one more fill up of water to get that last greenhouse. Wreck-It Ralph's another really fun one. I do miss the little hound? Gotcha. Later on, I'll be able to get a much bigger town. Yeah, it's a good wholesome movie. It is. And it's fun that they play into so many things that even like they play into things that like if you're you know, from the 90s and 80s, there'll be certain jokes you'll get. Like, they've got Cubert. They've got a bunch of those old classic games, while also mixing in not real ones. If you're someone who's, like, of the younger generations and all that, they've got their equivalents of, like, Call of Duty and all that as well. You know, stuff that, like, people in between those age groups would find humor in. They've got some stuff that targets much younger people as well. So it does a really good job of kind of blending those all out there. Versus, there's definitely some movies I feel like have a very distinct age as like the only ones who can like super enjoy it. So like Ready Player One, for example, I can't imagine that's enjoyable for a much younger person, because 90% of the stuff they're referencing is like late 70s, 80s, early 90s time frame for the bulk of it. There's a couple outside there, but it's very much just absolutely nostalgia tripping the 80s, like really, really hard. All right. So I filled all the greenhouses up with water. So we're not going to cut down another tree because I've got flowers to sell. Now continue to fill itself up. Let's go grab our truck. Load up some flowers real fast. And that should be enough. At least I'm assuming. I actually don't know how much the flowers sell for off the top of my head. But actually I might be able to get 4 pallets in this thing. But that should be enough. I can probably get the trailer I need to grab a whole bunch of pallets. So instead of doing a whole bunch of trips in the truck, I'll be able to grab the mushroom pallets of the trailer. Oh, actually, I could probably fit more than 4. We'll see if I can fit them side by side. I don't know if we can. They will. They don't like it, but they will. And I'm grabbing 2 from each. That way, as it produces more flowers, don't worry about it. We just started flying, so you know that's fine, I guess. All right. There we go. Putting way more time into this than I need to. Alright. Because my hope is this will give me enough money for the trailer so I can grab the mushrooms and sell the mushrooms next. If nothing else, we've got all but 2 of the boxes of flowers getting taken this run. Alright, now I got a truck full of flowers. And I have no idea what this is worth. I'm hoping it'll be like $2,000-3,000. It may not be. I genuinely don't know. But we did spend $1,500 on the greenhouse as a one-time investment, and we do have to fill it up with water and sell the goods. All right. The other question is, will these auto sell? These will probably auto sell when I pull them over here. Yep. $8,586. I was off by a lot. So, for the math, that's somewhere in the area of like 4.5 trees worth. So yeah, we can just straight up buy that trailer now. All right, so we're gonna park this. We're gonna leave that because I'm gonna have to go get the trailer. This trailer's probably gonna push the limits of what this little tractor can do. But if I can manage to get a sail or two with this tractor, even if I gotta crawl over there like 2 miles an hour with all the junk, you know, we score ourselves like $20,000, $30,000 all at once. Then we can get an actual legitimate tractor. You know, something with like 100 horsepower, whatever. You know, the tractor that can pull off that kind of power, that's enough for us to be able to do planting and all that. So then we'd buy the plow and we'd buy the next thing. I do wonder how much those mushrooms are going to get us. What about a new truck? A new truck would be better. I need farm equipment. Like if I can't grow, like right now we're worried about getting our revenue. A new truck doesn't help our revenue in any meaningful way. Like I could put more flowers in it, but that just saves me a trip or two. Versus I still have the same problem with a new truck that I can't pick up the really heavy mushroom boxes. So I have those 2 greenhouses that are producing mushrooms that are just going to sit on the ground and rot because I physically can't lift them. We can also check to see if there are any supply line things I can do that will take use of the flowers or the mushrooms. I don't think there are. Like, I could see potentially being able to can mushrooms, but the flowers are kind of in their final product form. Like, I can't, like, maybe perfumes or something. Alright, Strider, you sleep well. Alright. Bouquets? Yeah, they're sort of bouquets at the end. Because that's what they look like with the way they're boxed, is that they look like they're a bouquet. Alright, first, what do you have in sale today? That would be really nice, because it's a tractor that's got solid horsepower and a front loader, versus the other one I would get. But I don't think we're going to make that much today. Not without... At least I don't believe we will. I'm trying to remember where we saw... Where we saw the other... Was it under bale loaders, maybe? Where was the bale loaders? Not there we go. Yeah, that was you. So we believe we can put pallets on that. I'm really hoping we can. That's the only thing that makes me nervous. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing even if it can't, like for later, customize. Okay. I'm really hoping you work. Because I'm about to spend a bunch of money on you. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. It would be a setback, though. Alright, little 25 horsepower mower. How do you feel about carrying this big thing? Alright. It does look like we're probably going to be able to get to speed. Because the problem is I cannot pick up the mushrooms, so we have to use this or a forklift. I really want to avoid the forklift thing, Because while it's the most balanced, reasonable pair, whatever you want to go with, it is just tedious. Even if this ends up not working, I'm not upset about it, because there is going to be a point later on the run that we get animals, and I will need to get grass for them for feed, and we'll end up baling that grass, and that's what'll go on here, is we'll just bale it, put it on here, drive back. Yes, this worries me, because I can't quite hit top speed on this with nothing on it. Well, actually, it looks like I might be able to hit top speed. It's just taking a long time to get there. So we're definitely pushing the limits of what this thing can handle. But it might boil down to those things that I can only put a couple of boxes on here at a time to start with. And then we'll circle by later and, you know, get our bigger tractor and be able to do that better. It might also be a thing later on we end up selling some of the greenhouses to spread them out farther to just make our lives easier. I don't think there's a pick up and move kind of option. There could be. What map? This is No Man's Land. It's a modded map. It's basically a map that has almost nothing on it. So you can kind of make what you want of it. All right. There's a couple maps that have the similar concept to them where not trying to do that. Okay, so it does work, for the record. And this is the one and only mod that we're using is the autoloader. Because trying to pull those up later would be super tedious. Oh, you really struggling now. Do you have animals? Not yet. We just started this today. We'll eventually get them, but we haven't had the opportunity yet. You can have another batch? You gotta place that in our batch. Maybe I'm parked too close this time? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is on 2 hinges. Yeah, we're not gonna try and back that up if we don't have to. There's a bit of a steep ridge behind here, so it's not... Is there a map best for animals? I don't think so. Generally, the animals are like other production lines where it's just... Oh, that's bad. Alright, so we're gonna use... It's time for flower power. Nope, it's not looking like that's gonna work. Alright, so we'll try and deal with this by shoving it. Because what's happened is, it's got 2 pivot points on that trailer. And as a result, it pivoted in a way I can't really work with. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that a front pivot point. Alright, so let's get you out of the way. I can get a lot more speed and a lot more force behind the truck. That'll be a thing that won't be that big of a problem once I get a bigger tractor. It's just that poor little tractor's only 25 horsepower. So it doesn't have a whole lot of go to it. I wonder if this can hook up to that. Looks like it might be a normal hitch. That'd be really nice if I could hook up to this. Because this actually has some horsepower. Nope, that'd be a nope. Alright. This is not moving it at all. Alright, we'll try hitting along the edge to see if I can't just shove it along the way a little. It is twitching over there. Alright, try getting this out of the way. Oh, we're not on the ground anymore because we're wedged. Yeah, we're definitely escalating our problem. Not making it better, just making it worse. The good news is that's straightened out, so I might be able to push that straight back now. Like, it'll bang into the side, but that should potentially align it to get out there. Because it has enough, this tractor has enough force to push it forward and back, it's just I can't push it forward and back over these boxes. Come on. Next investment, tractor. Oh, I see what's happening. Are you switching gears and getting stuck when you switch gears? Oh, I'm backing into the truck now. I was like, why are you just not doing this? Alright. This is why you live with the super strength with that? Yeah, no, it's okay. It's understandable. But like, usually this isn't that big of a deal. It just, normally you have a little bit more... horsepower to work with. You get out of your water jug. Alright, we can get the truck out of here. It's not useful here anyways. Like, we used it to kind of unwedge things a little bit. Trying to see if that's spinning or not. Doesn't look like it is. Alright, so I need to push this way. Yeah, the big thing is I've learned don't try and pull down the middle of here. Yeah, you can't see it, but there's a very steep ridge here because of what the terraforming did to the area. So that's what I'm getting stuck on, is it's trying to pull that trailer over that steep hill right there, that 45-degree angle. And the tractor just doesn't have enough power to make it happen. But it is slowly sliding. So while that figures itself out, I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be right back. So thank you for everyone hanging out and all that, and I'll be back here in just a moment, and I'll see you soon.
Kill them all.
Okay, I see where this went wrong. Is it got wedged, which is unfortunate. I wonder if I can fix this here. Let's see if we can anger physics a little, but deliberately, because it's gonna probably have to teleport that trailer hitch to me if I'm not quite lined up. We'll try and finagle it. Yeah, so the big lesson here is do not So that back is rotating. I just need to get just enough that we're not going over this hill, and it'll be good. Like I said, with a higher horsepower, that'll work. Oh, it got over the box. I think we're gonna get out with this. We just gotta fight it a little. Very, very slowly. Pivot. Pivot. Little bit more. Have you tried pivoting yet? We could do a little bit more pivoting. See, it was pivoting all along is all we had to do. Let's not put any more boxes on it. I think, actually, no, we're picking up speed. Let's just not go down in between those. That's the lesson. Don't go between those. Let's just sell. This is my top speed right now. Let's just sell. No in-betweensies. Yeah, like, it'll probably be way better if we get a better mower, and or if I take 2 seconds to terraform behind and try and, like, get work. Because the problem is, behind it, it was, like, goes flat, angle up, like, 45 or whatever. That's the big issue. But I'm hoping with these mushrooms we'll have somewhere near of, like, $25,000-$30,000. Because if I can make that much off of this sale, then we can get a bigger tractor. I still think I'll keep the little tractor for dealing with the water because I could just leave it parked there at the water. Anytime I need water, I just hit tab, drive over, do the water, and come back. Because it seems to be perfectly good for that. But we'll definitely need something with a little bit more than 25 horsepower for this. Considering we have 14,000 whatever L is supposed to be in this particular frame of mushrooms and 1,000 L of flowers, and I believe 1,000 L of mushrooms, if I remember correctly, it's one crate with 700 kilograms. So it's 700 kilograms times 14. Plus the thing of flowers, which is another 100 kilograms. L is probably liters? Yeah, like, the thing is they would say, like, L, like, they'd have, you know, carrots would also be, like, L carrots. I'm like, but you don't measure carrots in liters if they're, like, solid carrots. You'd usually go by weight, would be my assumption. Or, like, bushels or whatever. Oh, please be able to make it up this hill. Don't get me this close, please. Please. No. Come on. You can do it. You're right here. I can't pick up the boxes. I have to get it over that plate. It's trying so hard, chat. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it, but it is struggling. Serpentine? I don't think that's the answer here. Because then I have to, like, do the thing where I'm pulling at an angle. I don't think that actually helped. It's just going 0, 1, 0, 1. No! There's a spot that I don't have traction here. Actually, hang on a second. I was thinking the same thing. We could sell the flowers. There's a little pocket where it's not quite even there. They're trying to shift slightly at an angle. There's like a little dip in the road right there. So note to self, if I'm pushing the very limit of what a tractor can go up the middle of the road, not... Please. You're right here, man. I can't buy a bigger tractor, nor can I move those boxes by hand. They're too heavy for my character. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we need a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. Yes. Okay, so the downside is it's 28,000. I don't think that's enough for the bigger tractor. It's close, but I don't believe it is quite enough. Is there any discount tractors? Not that I can afford. So we would want a tractor with more horsepower. I believe there's one that's backloader only. Ah, it's 39. Yeah, we don't have quite enough. We need 39 or to get lucky on a discount. That's okay though. We just need to not load this up as much as we did the last time. All right. So next time, we do not take an entire 2 greenhouses of mushrooms in one go. That's the lesson we have learned here today. Have I sold all the flowers already? I believe that we had, but there was 3 more boxes of flour, and we probably have another 2 or 4 that have probably shown up since then. And maybe 1 or 2 boxes of mushrooms have shown up since then. So I'm going to ride back, try and grab those, because if I push for 39, we can get a tractor that goes about twice the speed and has 4 times as much horsepower. You need to load half that size, maybe a little more to hit 39,000. Yeah. The other thing is we can also sell this tractor, but we're not going to do that till the other tractor's in hand. And actually, I'm not going to sell this tractor. It's not going to give me that much back. And like I said, I think this will be perfectly fine for just keeping there to haul the water around, because it seems to be perfectly capable of handling that. But I mean, we did get the oldest, littlest little tractor because we took what we could get. But money is happening. Because the good news also is if I get that tractor will be strong enough for actually like plowing fields and all that, which is one of the major expenses of plowing fields. Because for planting stuff, I need at a minimum 1.25k for a plow, and then I can get bigger from there. I will need a minimum of 15,000 for either a seed or a planter or the thing that puts down root vegetables. And then the next big one is I need either 40 or 100,000 to get harvesting stuff, depending on what plants we go for. Which does mean ultimately 150 to 100,000 to set up an actual field. But if we have the tractor, that's one part of that expense that's not done. The unit measurement weight, starting with L, is the pound. Yeah, that's the thing, though, is it just has L, it doesn't have LB. It's just L. So, lowercase l usually means liters, which is typically a measurement of fluids. What? Why are you being weird like this? Can I get close enough to pick this up without going back there? Yep. Liters is the measurement of volume regardless of state? Okay. I was unaware of that. Then I guess that would make sense. It still feels weird to me to measure a lot of these crops by liters, but maybe that does just make sense. Alright, so we're going to take this back. This will be several thousand more. And then we might cut down a tree or two more if necessary. Try and push with a bigger tractor. Can we just make up a unit of measurement? That too. How about lingots? Ah, yes. It's good to have 400 lingots of flowers. Well, I mean, sorry, 4,000 lingots of flowers. Of which everyone would be like, what the heck's a lingot? And I'm not going to bother trying to save the mushrooms to sell at the peak price. With as fast as those things are producing right now, we can just go there. And for the record, I could actually go to the building and just say, please auto-sell it. But for right now, it's like, nah, I should have to haul it. Like, otherwise it's start day, fast forward, fill it with water, start day, fast forward, fill it with water, start day, fast forward, fill it with water. That just gets... Watching the graphic of just the thing fast forwarding is not fun or interesting. Versus, you know, well, by all means, watching the tractor struggle so hard just to get over the hill is not an efficient use of time. It is also hilarious. So, you know, there's a cost to that. And it's one that's gonna be a short-lived thing. Like we're gonna get like one more haul of goods up there probably, not this one, but like one more after this, and then we'll be able to actually buy a proper tractor. I'm gonna aim for at least 100 horsepower. Now we learned that there's little dips on the two sides, so we're gonna go right up the middle. Because the next tractor will have 4 times the horsepower, so should be able to pull this up here without too much of a problem. How many horses have to die for 100 horsepower? Well, 100, clearly. It's 1 horsepower. 1 horsepower is 1 horse. That just... I mean, it's in the name. Okay. So yeah, if we do one, I think like 2 trees we haul, that should push us up to enough. But 1 horse has 7.5 horsepower. You know what? I'm sure that's actually like a thing, and it's deeply upsetting. Yeah, so if we get the truck, and we cut down 2 trees... Yeah, I know it absolutely is probably just one of those things. That someone came up with a measure of a horse, you know, horsepower using a specific horse or something or other, and then it got, you know, set in stone, and then people were like, but wait, that's not actually accurate and all that. 1 horse has a maximum output of 15... Oh, gotcha. So, like, the 1 horsepower is probably, like, a more reasonable, sustained amount of effort versus the 15 horsepower is, like, if you can properly motivate the horse to go all out, you know, it's 15 horsepower is the average maximum output or something like that. But yeah, so knock down 2 more trees real fast, toss them in the truck, and sell those real quick. Here's saying, well, it's true that the maximum output of a horsepower is 15. When you average the outputs of a horse over course of workday, it ends up being around 8 horsepower. Gotcha. So the horsepower is like the sustain, and the 15 is the burst. Makes sense. It'll be nice to have a better tractor. And this is what? In-game day 3, I believe? We had our first in-game day, we were just chopping trees. The second, no, actually, I think it's probably 4. Because the second in-game day, we got our first greenhouse, I believe. And then the third in-game day, we got all of our greenhouses. And then today was picking up on the 4th. Get the spaceship tractor. Spaceship tractor's so annoying. That'll probably happen at some point in the future. Let's go ahead and just pull this off over to the side here. Okay, it is stopping. And I parked the truck, over here. Okay, so two more of these go in there. $10 million loan? No loans, it's against the rules. Man, those things do go through water. It looks like if I absolutely top off the water, it lasts about 1 day. Oh, it's the bottom of the chainsaw is the direction it goes. Like, wait, but you always go to the right. It's just I always turn it the same way usually. I figure there's no reason to, like, skip trees or whatever. Alright. Because it was... I can't remember... Why would you do this to me? I guess that's maybe the weight. Come on. Let's keep finagling it. There we go. And truck totaled. For the record, that doesn't even damage the vehicles. Think about the damage in this game as, like, wear and tear. So, like, you can collide into stuff. It doesn't seem to do any meaningful extra damage or anything like that. But, like, you drive using a tool for long enough, and it does end up needing maintenance. Now let's throw that right over the side. All right. And I did throw that over the side. So it won't be too long before we could start actually making fields for, like, crops. Oh, right. It's also going to check production-wise if there's a, another phase I could do for... Sorry. For, here, let's grab you out for just a moment. Scooch all of you up. How far did I throw that thing? There you are. And put you here on the end. Actually, you could be perfect right here. It's close enough. We'll figure it out. It's just unfortunate that the tree stood up on it, so I couldn't do it. But yeah, basically, see, there's another production layer we could do for the mushrooms, like canning it or something. Then we have to see how much the production costs. Because like if it's those things that buying the thing to can mushrooms costs like 250,000, then obviously that is a later me dream that we'll want to get like actual crop fields going or whatever first. Oh, push that right off the side. Sometimes even when you don't see a strap over, it is strapped in, so that's the reason it's like, huh. All right. Cool. Alright, so you weigh 400 something. Yeah, it should be okay if I cut it this length. I'll have to cut one more time. It's definitely on there well. Don't question it. Alright. And we got another tree in here. Safe load approved? Yeah. Of course it's safe. We put straps over. That log in the back is definitely secured by that strap. Nothing to question about at all. Alright. This is also why I figured we'd go this way, because if you think about it, in the course of one stream, we're doing pretty good so far as, like, we're going to probably be able to get everything I need to set up an actual, like, field and everything going on. Hey, Gamerus, how's it going? We got everything set up for, like, being able to, you know, harvest fields. Like, it won't be efficient, it won't have the rollers or any of that garbage. So we're, be good with all that. Yep, so it's going to be exactly one more tree. And we'll be able to get our better tractor. So I'll be able to tow, like each day I'll be able to bring all the mushrooms and the flowers back to get like our 20-ish thousand or whatever, like 20, 30,000, whatever we're going to get out of that each day. And that should mean we'll be able to pretty quickly be able to get enough money for the harvester. I feel comfortable that if we bought what I need to plant a field, we could get at least the basic harvester by the time it's grown. That said, I think by the time we get all that set up, I'm not sure we'll be able to plant a field before winter rolls in and we can't plant a field, which, if that happens, you know, whatever. No manslaughter happening here? Yeah, there's no need for that. It's a nice chill game. Yeah, it's fine. It's just how heavy is that log? We'll check the weight of that log. But there is tree slaughter. Oh yeah, there is absolutely tree slaughter. It's just about like 1.7 tons of tree landed on our truck right there. It's probably okay. That'll buff out, right? Just get a buffer, a little bit of wax. definitely no long-term structural damage. Yeah, it's fine. Wait. Ugh. This is not exactly the most balanced load, I'm gonna tell you that much. Oh. Alright, we can't go too fast over those bumps. I'm not sure if you noticed, we're very back heavy on this. The truck did start to wheelie slightly, but not in the awesome I'm gonna do a wheelie kind of way, and more in the I'm going to be sitting on my top kind of way. I'm also realizing there's going to be one really big flaw in this plan, and you're gonna see it right here when I make a left. So the question, chat... Well, actually, I think I already have an answer. Okay, so I gotta avoid the pothole on the right. But when I get up the hill, I need to be on the far right side of the road, because I have a wee bit of a portion sticking out a little bit on the left there. Yeah, that's the whole thing. So I need to go here because there's a pothole over there that I'm worried if we hit that, it'll shake us. Now, I just have to have the log over that. So that should work. Ooh, was it 39.5 or just 39 flat for the tractor? I don't remember. 39 flat. And I mean, we could get wide tires. That really doesn't matter much in this game much. The weighted tires can matter, but I haven't particularly noticed the wide or anything. And I can't paint this one either. So we now have ourselves a nice tractor with a solid 100 horsepower engine. Now the downside of that tractor is it has no front hookup. It only has the back. But for farming, most of the time I won't have a use for the front hookup. The place I've seen having the front and the back hookup seems to be the biggest benefit is when you're doing grass, because then you have the mower on the front and then the thing to either bale or to catch the grass in the back, or the thing that spreads it out so it can be turned into hay. That I've noticed having the front and the back hookups are huge because it means you need a whole extra lap if you don't have it. But for most of the stuff I've done farming, I haven't had the need for both attachments, because either the attachments, like the plow, you know, will be at a weird angle, so having the, well, I mean, the plow needs to be on the back, if I remember correctly. But there isn't many opportunities where having all that... Yeah, we're moving up. Okay, so you leave that behind. You don't need that anymore. Let's go over here and grab the water. Because that's this tractor's job. This tractor does water. We're not selling it, it just does water. That's all it does. And then this tractor, for the moment, is just going to haul the thing. But this will be the tractor we'll make our fields with, because this 100 horsepower is enough to at least pull a plow, to use a seeder, and all that. The only major vehicle we're missing now is I will probably need a harvester, depending on what plants we grow. If I grow the vegetables like carrots and all that, I need different things than the harvester and all that. That'd be a little bit more painful as far as time to effort kind of thing, but they still will pay. Otherwise, it's a matter of getting a full-blown harvester. So the priorities is I need a plow, I need either a seeder or a planter, and I need a harvester. Once we have those, then I want rollers. I want the thing to pick up stones, the thing to put down lime. Because all those, like right now I could get a harvest with just inefficient things. It's just, I'll get way less money for the effort. But once you get all the extra stuff for like harvesting and weeding and doing the rollers and yada yada yada, all those things will ultimately give me better better yields, which means more money. Yeah, so you could make out there's like a little bit of a ridge back there. So that's the big thing, is I need to smooth that ridge out. Like probably lower everything to the level of the greenhouses and just leave the rock cliff to be more significant of a thing. So I do want to get one probably more load of the stuff here before we're done. But I'm not going to do that yet. What I think I'm going to do is we're going to knock down a couple more trees for a little bit more money. Let those build up a couple more crates. And then before the night's over, we will we'll top off the water, all that kind of stuff. All right. Because this will give us a little more money while we wait for the greenhouses to produce. We can top off their water, do a shipment before we go to bed. And then the hope will be that tomorrow I'll have enough money to, we'll check. Because I'm definitely not going to have enough money to get the planter, like planter, seeder, plow, all those things right now. Like this in-game day. Let alone actually finish the job with those before the day's over. I don't think we'll actually be able to plant tomorrow. And the reason I say that is because we're coming up on November. So we're getting close to winter time when we have less options. Now the downside is the first thing you can grow at the beginning of the next year, I believe, is cotton. But the harvester for cotton is like 500,000 bucks. So that's not really an option because I won't be able to afford the harvester in time to harvest the crop, I don't believe. But I believe we wait like one more in-game month, we will get to, canola, I think, becomes available to plant. Then we can plant a bunch of canola. The harvester for that isn't nearly as expensive. It's like 75,000. So I can plant the canola, and by the time we get to the point of being able to harvest it, I should have the money for the harvester. You get the idea. Let's just lock that in. Hey, Diligent Goo. It's going pretty good. I am enjoying the farming game. Yep, we're doing a challenge where I started with literally no money. And I'm not allowed to take loans or lease or anything like that. I just got a truck and a chainsaw to start. And we're doing pretty good. We got ourselves a big tractor now. Well, it's technically literally a small tractor. But it's a tractor with some decent horsepower. We've got a bunch of greenhouses that were growing mushrooms and flowers that are making us pretty good money. I meant to say gaming, but my brain decided to go with farming because game is farm. Hey, I mean, both work. The other reason I want to get our tree in here is there's an operating cost to the those buildings. You probably noticed. You probably noticed those buildings when I started the in-game day. It was like $645 building operating cost. It's basically the cost of like maintenance and operating the greenhouses. So instead of like vehicles where they wear out and then you have to go out of your way to choose to repair them, the building's just over time you have to do it. So I never want to be completely out of money. Because I'm assuming they won't work if they can't pay the operating cost. Like it deactivates a building or something would be my guess. I've never run into it though. Because I'm usually not that close to the end of my budget. Alright. So do you have to, like, build your buildings? You create, like, you gather materials and everything? Not familiar with the game. No, you buy the buildings and place them down. You gather materials to sell for money to make money. But money, it's not like you collect lumber, collect 100 units of lumber to build a building. You collect $15,000 to build a building, and you do that by collecting wood or, you know, farming stuff, that kind of thing. So like these greenhouses were $1,500 each, so they're relatively inexpensive. I mean, not even relatively, they just are inexpensive in the game. Considering my big tractor I just got was $39,000. All right. How are... Okay. So those are down to about half capacity on their water, lower than half. And they are doing pretty well there. We'll put one more tree in this. Then we'll start filling up the water on those. We'll haul away whatever's there. And then that'll probably be it for this in-game day. All right. Staying in farm for the night? I'm thinking so, because I'm really enjoying what I'm doing right now. And trying to think of what other stuff I'd switch to, because like I'm not really in the mood for Project Zomboid at the moment, which is fine. Like it's a good game, just you know, not feeling it. And I very deliberately am not playing RimWorld today because I've been playing a lot of RimWorld, so just taking like a day off RimWorld. We'll probably be back to RimWorld tomorrow would be what I'm expecting to do. While the Iron's Hot is another game I need to play. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like I was going back and forth in my head. It's like, oh, am I gonna do the poll? And it's just like one of those things of like, what 5 games did I put on the poll if I did it today? And I was kind of coming with like only 1 or 2. So I was like, you know what? I just feel it like this. Dilton Goose saying, so I'd imagine this game is not that good for me because you're terrible with money managing, but I love to gather stuff. And need someone else to make money, just leave me hyperfixate and getting the things. So the good news is if you're playing the game normally, like you're not doing a hard difficulty, you can get like your handful of things you need to be able to make money at all. And once you have those, you can be safe where even if you do manage to just burn through all your cash, it's like, oh, I guess I'm out of money now. That's fine. Like, I'll just go do this thing over here where I make some money. And you'll be good. Like, I'm doing a challenge thing that makes it so I actually have to care about my money a lot. But, I want to say, like, the basic game, I can't remember if it gives you, like, 500,000 or $1 million to start with, and a handful, like, the very basic equipment to at least do a farm. And then there's like a middle difficulty where I believe it doesn't give you the equipment, but it does give you like 500,000 or, you know, oh, they cut that too long, I can't carry it. Or like $1 million or whatever. And, you know, then you could just buy the basic equipment you need to start. And as long as you get like the very basics, you're good. And then there's the normal, like, hardest difficulty. Gives you $500,000, but 200,000 of that is a loan that you have to pay back with interest. Even that, honestly, you can make a lot of money relatively easy in this game. So as long as you spend that money to get something to make some money, you're okay. Like, the good news is the way I'm playing this, because this mode, you don't have debt, like, taking a loan is against the rules of this challenge. Because it's just a way you can kind of just take a bunch of loans and then turn around and use those loans to buy all the equipment you need. The idea is the difficulty of, like, bootstrapping your farm with nothing but a chainsaw and a truck. Because I want to say like the easiest mode, they even give you like a field you start with, so you like already have a field, you already have a harvester and a plow and everything, and then you still have a bunch of money to do whatever you want to switch into or whatever. So yeah, so money management isn't a big deal on this game, unless you're playing on particularly hard settings, or you know, challenge shenanigans. Otherwise, all that money does is, like, when you want the next thing, is you just may not have what you need to get the next thing. And they also have contracts in the normal game where they're not available on this map, but if you have, like, literally no money left and you just don't have what you need to do stuff, you can just go to the contract section. They'll be like, okay, I want you to plow the field. I will provide you the tools. And, you know, then you get, like, 1,000, 2,000, or whatever amount of money for your time is. Alright, so now we're going to fill up the mushroom place and all that. We're going to grab all of the crates there. I'm hoping that the greenhouses do, like, one fill-up of all the crates a day. If it's a thing where it fills up, like, 2 or 3 times a day, that'll probably be something that it won't be super long. Well, no, I still want to pick it up and sell it. To me, that feels like the kind of stuff that's, like, fun to watch, just, like, see all the money roll in, versus, like, having a passive income. Which is fine. Well, it's not actually passive, because I still have to load it up with water, so I'm still doing an activity to make it happen. Oh yeah, for those who didn't see, welcome to my home. This is where we sleep at night. It's glorious. In real life, I'm sleeping in that truck. Real life, I'm 100% sleeping in that truck. I am not sleeping in that god-awful burnt-out bus. Takes a moment for the tractor to get started. This is my crappy tractor. This is what got it to the point where I could at least get water to these. And that big green tractor with the flatbed behind it. That's my good tractor. That tractor's engine is 4 times as strong as this one. I mean, you could make the bus pretty homely, but that bus in its current state is definitely not. So it's basically a rags to riches challenge. Yeah. It's along that lines. It's a rags to riches. They call it Survivor Man for this one. And it could be mixing up my challenges. I'm not an expert on this game, but they do go with the Survivor Man, because the idea is you're out here, you basically don't have anything, and just try and, you know, make it work. But it is a rags to riches in the sense that you don't really own anything to begin with. There is an iteration where you don't start with a vehicle at all. I went ahead and just said, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start with a vehicle, but not like a tractor or whatever. Because the way that one works is if you saw where I loaded up the tree onto the truck, if you start without the vehicle, you basically carry one of those pieces of wood back to the sell point at a time, again and again, until you can buy, basically buy, the truck or the cheap tractor or whatever. So it's just, that's like a monotonous thing. But you'd end up buying probably the tractor and a trailer as opposed to the truck I got, just because then you can do that tractor and all that here. So the only cost is, instead of getting that big flatbed I got, I'd get a much smaller trailer. So that one's a time one. But ultimately, it wouldn't cost me much in the way of, actual selling power or anything like that. But yeah, for the example, we built those 4 greenhouses in this water tower, which I'm just filling up my water. It's just taking a minute because, you know, 8,000 liters takes a hot second to fill up. All right. Which is why I did the one last stream. Like, okay, by the time I fill up all these and then get this filled up again, and then load up, you know, the handful of boxes I can to grab like a quick couple thousand. My thought is when we wake up in the morning, these will have a lot of stuff in it. So you're full. You're full. It says overloading. Okay. Okay, so all these are topped off. So now we can take this back, we can start it filling up. And grab the flower box and just put that next to the pallet, and I think I can get the tractor close enough to those that I won't need to actually pull between the buildings, because we ran into problems that pulling that big flatbed with this tractor, we got pretty stuck there. I eventually managed to get it going by just, you know, basically hitting the gas and saying go, and then walking away. Alright, so that's filling up, so I don't need to be in that anymore. Because these weigh 7,000 kilograms. Or sorry, 700 kilograms. So about 1,400 pounds, whereas these weigh 151 kilograms. So close to 300-ish pounds. So our guy is even though we don't have the super strength mod, is definitely strong. You know, casually chucking around 300 pounds worth of stuff. But the only mod we have is the one that lets me do this. The auto load mod. Because late to mid game, you don't want to have to sit there and take the time to load all of those up one by one with a forklift. So we got 2 things of flowers, and we'll have 3 things of mushrooms. Okay. And then we'll have our character go to sleep for the night after we return with this. Meanwhile, as we're approaching this road, let's go ahead and hit escape. And check the schedule. So I can plant... Oh, actually. So harvest season is orange, so I can plant grass and oilseed radish. Oh, if we can manage to get in the ground, I could actually plant wheat and barley. Never mind. So we're not going to fast forward time. I'm going to try really hard to see if we can't manage to get... Oh, man. It's going to be the cedar is going to be the thing. The cedar, I think the cheapest cedar for all of those is like 1,500. Or sorry, not 1,500, 15,000. I don't know if we're going to be able to make that. Like, the plow's easy. The plow is like 1,500. It's gonna be the cedar that's the thing that's gonna be the make or break for us. Like, we won't be able to get the stone picking up thing or any of the other stuff. So it's gonna be a very inefficient crop. We're gonna get low yield because we're not gonna be treating the soil right. I don't think we can actually, because I have to plow the field and then plant everything. And that's after I make enough money to do it. I don't think we realistically get it in the ground in time. Because each in-game day is one in-game month. So yeah, so the green is when I can plant stuff, and then the orange is when I can harvest. So barley and wheat, when the day's over, it's too late. Like, it'll not take. We won't get our... I can't remember if it just tells you no, or you plant, it just dies. Ooh, actually, we might be able to do this. Okay. So, we're going to take the flatbed back real fast. We're going to get a plow. We're going to start plowing a field. It's bold of me to be trying to pull out this way. This is not the smartest move. Casually just driving through a forest. That actually looks like it'll be fine. So we're going to drive this back, drop it off, turn around, go back for the plow. We're not going to get too spendy on the plow. We're just going to take what we can get with the plow. And we're going to start digging up a field. Once we get our first field dug up, we're going to go and run over here, pick up another thing of the flowers and mushrooms or whatever's available. We're going to run back, sell it, buy the seeder, go seed the field, and then if we still have time, we'll do a second field. Because I'm not going to try and get as much as I can, like, maximize the size of the fields. Because I think if I do that, the time will run out for the day before we get through. I could be wrong about that. Either way, we're going to try and make it happen. Because I can't just, like, pick up another round of stuff to sell with that. How's the new tractor? It's good. This is actually the same tractor on the, when I've been doing this off stream. Actually, I think this is the same tractor I was using, or have been using on Ultrasource's multiplayer server. For those who don't know, I've been hopping on Ultrasource's multiplayer server. Everyone's welcome to join that. I do have the information on the Discord. Right now it is subscriber only. And the only reason I'm doing that is it isn't my server and she has it for subscriber only on her end, just to make it manageable. And so I've kind of gone with that as well. If I do end up running my own thing, I haven't decided yet whether I'd go with that or not. It's a good thing to do subscriber only with stuff like that where people can cause actual problems. Just because there is a monetary cost to it, even if it's a very low one. Just because if they do cause problems, you can ban them and they're out there like $2.50 or whatever, and at least, you know, at least technically I've been paid $2.50 to deal with the drama. Most people are who are just gonna troll straight up like that won't put money in, kind of thing. You know, the people who drop in and just say something racist or whatever, they're not gonna put money down. Not typically. Because they're gonna get smacked with the ban hammer immediately. Oh, and I know I mentioned a couple times, the new emotes have been commissioned. They won't like depending on how they go, we could see them as soon as like in a week or longer. It really depends. Like, you know, I've got all the stuff going on there, but it can be one of those things that there is some back and forth as you figure stuff out. I've had pretty good luck with the artist I've been using. It's the same artist who's made all of her emotes to date, but this will be the only animated emote that has gone through her until now was the taps emote, which is the favorite emote on the channel. But I'm asking for a few things that are a little bit more elaborate. Granted, I think she's up for it. Like, or I think she will do good with it. But it is those things like feeling it out. But I got some fun ones. Some of the ones did come from the suggestions that we had. I've had a couple of ideas I'm like, no, I'm not gonna tell chat about. Like chat's just gonna have to wait and see. It's gonna be a surprise. Alright, so let's go and get a plow. Alright, so we want a plow that's under here and up here. Somewhere there. Alright, okay. We're gonna get the really small plow and I'm gonna regret this. I think we have to go with the small one. Because realistically, let's take a look at our planters and seeders. I chose that again, so we want to get a seeder. So the seeder will be, these are the two I'm going to be planting potentially. I have the choice of barley or wheat. And the cheapest one, the cheapest one's actually 30,000. Because these expand the capacity. Okay. Well, we'll just see if we can make it happen. I'm still gonna go for it. I don't think we make it, but we're gonna try. I mean, worst case, we don't make it, it's fine. Attachment type, big or small? I don't know what that means. Bye. Excellent. We're not going to use that very long. Oh, I should have checked. Discount? I mean, that'd be nice later on, but yeah, it doesn't do me any good. We can get the giant cedar. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it. That's fine. We'll still get the field plotted out. So yeah, this is a microscopic, absolutely microscopic plow. It does 0.5 meter per pass. Ooh, boy, hold my breath. I honestly debated being like, let's save up for the 15,000. Like, okay, but I'll plow the field to not be able to do anything, to have to plow the field again. If we do miss the harvest, that's not the end of the world, or do miss the planting, that's not the end of the world. It means I just get to save up a bit and get a much larger plow, seeder, and all that. The big problem is the harvester. Ooh, actually. Well, no, because I'm making over 20,000 a day from the mushrooms and that. So that would be fine. All right. So, I think the first field, I think we'll use that rock as the far south point. And I've got those trees. I don't want to deal with those right now. That's later me problem. So let's try and get facing exactly north-south. So there's a little compass on my mini-map, so I want to be facing at 0. Or 360. Okay, I think I'll get past the trees. Will I get past the trees? No. Okay, so pull ahead of the rock. Put that down. Allow the creation of fields. And I'm trying to keep that 360 heading as best I can. If I have to hack down a tree, we hack down a tree. Okay, I want to get this as low as I can possibly get it to the ground. And this tree's a later me problem. You go over there. Cool. We're back on our heading. Alright. So we're just going to go up pretty close to the edge. Not actually quite to the edge. We're going to go past the hill. So I can fit a road on the north side of this. Yeah, it's a little bit more of an incline. It'll stop there. Okay. So now I want this at a 90-degree angle. We want to go until we're basically... Oh. We'll go to about here. It might be farther than I actually wanted to go, but it's okay. If I have to do like a little bit of an incline, that's fine. So yeah, basically I'm trying to set up a square field. Once I get the outer border, it's fine. I don't have to be nearly as cautious. But if you mess out the outside border, you can still fix it. You just you go to the paint tool and you just paint other material in the way. All right, so you need to be... Back it up. I'm doing really terrible on this one. Because I'm trying to make it a rectangle. One of the things that can help you is to genuinely just turn down the cruise control. Okay, we're lined up now. All right. I should have written down what the coordinate was for where I started. Okay, as long as the grid doesn't... Because it's actually a grid down here. So as long as I don't go too much into one of the directions that the grid switches... We're okay. And like I said, I can fix it. It's just more annoying to fix it if that kind of thing happens. Alright, let's go over here and cut this across. Oh, that one's farther. That's okay. So what we'll do is we'll cut this one across, and then we'll just clean up the corner there. So this one, I believe, needs to be at 270? And would you look at, actually... And would you look at that, we've got ourselves a box. Okay. And now we can be a lot less careful about it. Looks like I just got to keep the yellow part of my tractor aligned so that the area I've done is just on my left-hand side. And that should mostly cover us. I was going to watch out for that tree stump that doesn't throw me to the side, because we do have a tiny tree stump in there. Yep. Are we already starting field? Yeah, so my hope is that I'll get enough, words. Enough mushrooms and flowers to be able to get the cedar on time. Already? Yeah, no, I mean, it's very genuinely, we started with 0 money. So, like, this is actually not bad time. All things considered. Like, for a normal run where we're not doing challenge shenanigans, then, yeah, like, you'd have been starting with, like, a brand new field within the hour of starting the run. But this is a challenge run. Oh yeah, no, I'm not upset or anything. Is like, we're honestly making better time than I thought of, like, for getting a field. Is kind of figuring we wouldn't get a field down before winter hit. And we might not. We're on the fence of being able to pull it off. I mean, I'm using the world's smallest plow here. Not really, but it's the smallest plow the game has. Yeah, so you see where it skipped there for just a moment? That's the reason why I had to keep my coordinates fine. It's like fine in here because I was doing our pass and I'll fix it on the second pass. But we're trying to keep this as best we can on target. Because when you plow the field, that's what sets everything. Once a plow is set, if I go over other tools, as long as I'm not set up to make new fields, it won't tear up the grass around it. So I have a nice, clean rectangular field here. And then the added bonus, because we have a nice, clean rectangular field, when I go to hire people to, like, and say, go replow this field or whatever when we finish our crop, I can actually have the AI drive around the tractor and do it while I do other things, and it'll get done. And that'll be nice for just, we can have fields that we've already got prepped. I don't have to sit there and babysit them all the time. All right. News is, you managed to be around and lurk for only a bit now, because you got work to do, but thanks again for explaining, and thank you for your stream. No problem. Anytime. I truly don't mind, like, explaining games. It's, the way I look at it is if someone asked, there's probably a handful of people who had the same question but didn't. So, you're helping everyone with that. And on top of it, it is nice, relevant content and all that I don't have to sit there and try and come up with ideas of what to talk about and all that. It's like, oh yeah, talk about the game. Excellent. I don't think we're getting this field down in time. Like, the planter is much wider, so it'll take way less passes. But with this tiny little plow, it's going to take me a while to set up this field. I mean, either way, we could set up the field, and then if I have to, like, re-clean up later, that's fine. We'll just turn the plow for, like, where it makes new fields to not making new fields. When I have to re-plow later, and at that point, I'll get a big plow. But it does mean we'll probably be not speeding through the winter, but going relatively quick. Let's see, you tried to relearn to more of Ask than go straight to Google Hub. Yeah. Do the rules disallow setting time to 1x? I don't believe so. But the issue is that I need to get enough mushrooms and flowers to make the 30,000 I need for the cedar. Because by all means I can get a planter, and the planter's only 15,000. but there's no crops that you use the planter for that are in season right now to put in the ground. Only wheat and barley and grass are in season to plant. And grass I'm not counting. Like you don't need to make a dedicated field for grass. You can, if you want to have it so you don't have to worry about like if you want to make the AI do your grass for you. And when I mean grass, that isn't me using slang. I mean literally like grass, like St. Augustine grass that you'd, well, not St. Augustine, but like grass that you would, you know, pull up and make into animal feed or whatever. All right. You mean this isn't Drug Simulator? No, I don't actually believe there's any crops you grow that have medicinal purposes, like genuinely medicinal purposes. We're not talking like garlic kind of thing. Like, you know, you would actually make stuff with it that is medical, like not like poppy seed, like poppy plants or stuff like that. Let's deal with this real fast. So that's a spot I missed on the last pass because this thing is so tiny. Like with a really big one, it's not a big deal because you just like sweep entire areas, but I'm doing like one line of squares per pass. But yeah, no, I don't believe there's any rules about, like, speeding up or slowing down time. Like, more than likely what'll happen is when the farm gets big enough, I'll have to slow down time to even be able to finish the things that need doing in the course of a day, which is pretty typical of the game. That early game, you just keep it on the default settings, but if you're playing on your own, when you start getting, like, a dozen fields and you've got, like, a bunch of processes to manage and yada yada yada, you start getting to the point that even if you're sitting there delegating a lot to the AI, you know, there's just not enough time. I'm also worried that once it gets to nighttime, it'll be so hard to see what I'm doing. Yeah, it's too much for me to do in one pass. It's fine, we'll do cleanup later. That's because we had a whole strip that it was off by one. All right. But then every pass I do makes the next pass that much faster because we're shrinking it by both dimensions. Eventually I'll probably stop doing this horizontal one, I'll just do the long ones. Actually, we might start doing that now. Because I'll just get more done where I have to adjust less. All right. But yeah, so like the trees on my left there, those trees I'll get rid of. The trees up on the hill, I mean, we might end up getting rid of those just because I'll need something to do during the winter. But I don't plan on clearing every hill of trees. I plan on leaving a lot of like the actual forests intact, and the individual trees I'll mostly get rid of. But But you'll slowly notice on the mini-map that this will go from, you know, being just more green to being a proper field. Like, you'd see the outline now if you look closely, but if you're on mobile, it might be too hard to see. All right. We'll probably be able to make a good call, like how we're doing so far as money. Close this over. Like I said, I'm gonna have cleanup. That's fine. We'll just go through and try and just keep doing the major spots, and then we get towards the end here. When it gets like the cleanup, we'll just touch up whatever spots we missed because this thing has got so little margin of error because it's so small. Okay. Yeah, I could miss that one spot in the corner. All right. But yeah, if we do miss this cedar, we save up our money. We get, like, not the biggest plow or anything like that. Like, even though plows are relatively cheap, but get a pretty sizable plow. Like, this one's 5 meters. I think we could reasonably get in this tractor something like 12-meter wide plow. Or actually, I take that back. This isn't 5 meters; it's half a meter. I believe we get ourselves a nice, like, 5-meter plow or something like that, and this tractor would hold up fine. You know, make a bunch of money while we wait for the first crop that we could reasonably grow, which will basically be, I'll need to be able to save up $75,000 for the harvester, and usually somewhere in the area of like 15 to 20,000 for the header for the harvester. And that gives me the ability to harvest whatever crop we get, which that shouldn't be a problem considering how much money we're making with the mushrooms and the flowers right now. That should be relatively fine. But we can get that going, get some actual crops down. As we expand our fields, I'm going to try and not have the fields growing the same thing. So if like one's growing oats, maybe the other one's growing sunflowers, and the, you know, another one's growing whatever. You know, mix it up so there's different times that we harvest them for better, you know, more regular payouts versus one big payout per year. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But, and then the other thing that'll also help with is we'll be... Oh, I pulled it up too fast. We'll be able to set some production stuff up after a while. We'll definitely want to, as time goes on, we get production set up, get some silos and all that to hold crops, so... you know, the factories that are producing stuff don't have to just, like, shut down when that crop goes out of season. We'll have some storage. Because then we'll get more and more where I'll be taking truckloads of pallets back to base, or back to sell for a lot of money, versus, the raw crops, you can sell those too, and we probably will sell a lot of raw crops. They don't make as much per instance of time, whatever you want to go with. It's a shame that this field isn't, like, mapped out yet, because then I could just sit there and say, AI, do this for me. And they would charge me in-game money for that, but that's fine. That's the whole idea behind it. Because then I could go and check in on the mushrooms and do all that sort of stuff. Start assessing what I will and won't be able to do, yada yada yada. But for now, we plow a field. Okay. But that's actually one of the things I really do like about games like this in American Truck Simulator. You'll have people go, wait, weren't you still doing this half an hour ago? It's like, yes, but there's always something to be done. Versus that's one of the problems you do run into with like colony simulators and that kind of stuff. There's definitely times where it's like, what are you doing? Fast forwarding. What else? No, that's what we're doing right now because we're waiting for the next task to finish because as the player, I don't have anything to do right now. In this game, there's like always another project for you to deal with. Yeah, and there's very visible progress. That is another thing. Now, granted, settlement builders do have visible progress as well, but it is fun looking at the map and you have just this giant open space with nothing on it, and like slowly you build almost like a little city with farms all going through it. Like, I think what I'm gonna do is that main dirt road through the middle is I do think I'm gonna put like little offshoots. I'll put like bakeries and stuff on it. All that kind of stuff. Yes. Yes, you can see all the trees that have been cut. Yep. We got a quote. Yes, trees hurt people. It's true. We also need them to live, but you know, they also hurt people. The many tree memes will live on. Good bot. Yep. Yeah, now as long as I get these in the ground before in-game midnight, then they'll have been planted in the correct season kind of thing. I'm mostly worried that we just won't have the money. Because I need more than just the 30,000. I also have to buy the seeds. Which isn't a huge amount of money, but it is more money. Granted, I think one thing of seeds will cover this whole field. If not the whole field, most of it. I'm going as fast as I can. This plow, it's so small. It'll be the money that'll probably be the biggest bottleneck. That was terrible. Yeah, because as it gets darker and darker, it's going to be harder and harder for me to see what I'm doing. Like, don't get me wrong, the trucks, or the tractors actually have some pretty alright headlights and all that. But it's still working in the dark. if we do get the seeds in the ground, we're not going to spend a single dime on anything other than like gas, until it's harvest season, and because I'm going to need all that money to buy the harvester. Because the worst thing is when you hit the harvest season and you don't have a harvester, you just watch your crop die and go, well, that's a whole lot of money I just wasted. Because per our rules, I can't lease it, which is what you do in that situation if you didn't have what you need. You just lease it, you harvest, get your payout, and then return the harvester. I mean, honestly, what I'll probably do is if we don't get the seeds down, like we'll do the regular stuff about dropping off the water, hauling the mushrooms, making our money, all that kind of stuff. But what I will do to do the fill time is we'll go over to that set of trees, we'll get rid of them, we'll plow the next field so it's already set, as it were. I'm just gonna put like a little gap in between so there's enough room that you can take a vehicle down the middle, even though it's not important. Just, you know, to be kind of realistic for like an actual farm, you'd want room between your fields for like a truck or whatever to be able to drive through to, you know, do whatever you want to do without driving over your crops, because that actually does destroy the crops in this game if you drive over them. Once they are established enough. So you can go ahead and have the 2 fields here. I'll probably have along the south edge of the map, or along the south of our tile, I'll probably make a field going the other direction that is a little bit larger than these fields so far as width, but not as large lengthwise, because, you know, the tile's not that long. And fill in it as well. And basically spend that time preparing during the winter, that then when the summer rolls in, we can start seeding everything. It just will have to be careful to make sure whatever I seed, I can get a regular harvester to deal with. I think I could actually get away where if I had to buy multiple headers, because the headers run from like 15 to 30,000 for like the very basic ones. Alright, we're getting close. Because also, if I go to do the other field, what I'll probably do is most likely get rid of this plow entirely. And instead, what we'll do is spend the 15,000 or so to get a much bigger plow. Since I'll effectively have to replow the fields when it comes time to grow things, so they'll be all full of weeds and everything. It's so hard to see what I'm doing. Because it's like, there's just like a void right where my tractor itself is, so I'm trying my best just to aim. Because yeah, actually, now I think about it, I'd be able to sit there and cut the AI loose on this, so when we would get to the month that'd be like the grow month or whatever, for me to plow it and everything, I'd take the AI, put the plow on, say, go clear that field. Do that, and while that's going on, I would, you know, refill the water, collect the mushrooms, collect the flowers, sell those. AI will hopefully be nearish to done with the field. Grab the cedar, do that. All right. Another thing we'll probably do is in between the fields, I'm going to put some lights. Put some street lights of some kind, just so we're not in the black void with these two little cones of light to look at grass and dirt. Yeah, we're not making it. Because it's not only because I have to finish plowing the field, I then have to collect all the boxes in the dark, drive those over to where we sell them, drive back, get the cedar, get that down here, and do the entire field all before in-game midnight. And that's assuming we could even get the 30,000 I need for the cedar. I don't feel like the mushrooms in that were more lucrative than I thought they were going to be. But that would require pretty much a full load. Just shy of an absolute full load from the mushrooms. And I think realistically we're going to have like 2 or 3 boxes.
Thank you B_type13x2 for subscribing for 16 months. That's some good plow work there.
Hey, B-Type, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. You would sub the channel for 16 months, a year and a quarter. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel this long. But thank you again so much for that support. I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And it is some good plow work. This is probably honestly one of the cleanest fields I've ever done in this game so far as the plowing. It just so happens that plow is the exact same width as like the center of this tractor. So as long as I keep the line of grass like on the center of the tractor on the left side, it's just about perfect. That said, I do think what's ultimately going to happen is I think after this pass, since it is getting too dark and it's kind of clear that we're not going to be able to get this field done in game today, rather than continuing to plow in the dark where no one can see anything, I'm going to see how many boxes are near our greenhouses and all that. If it's enough to warrant me picking them up and dragging them away before the in-game day's over, I will. And if the water is low enough to warrant me topping off the water, we will. Otherwise, we'll just go to sleep, start the next day, and we'll just keep setting up our fields in-game next day. Get that down time around. You should go up the center of the green patch and do a figure 8 up and down. All right, so let's go take a look at our greenhouses. Yeah, so you only got 2 boxes. You honestly need more water, though. I remember where the production stuff is at. Here. Yeah, no, they're honestly almost halfway down in their water. Okay. So let's top off their water real fast and deal with that. Yeah, now the problem is even if I sit there and get that all plowed, I still have to go and load up. No, I changed mine. We're just gonna let it pile up. It's just too dang dark. We need to get some lights set up over here. So we're gonna not get the max amount of money we can out of it. It's past my character's bedtime. It's 6:30. 6:30 p.m. It's past my character's bedtime. We're a farmer. We wake up at like... I mean, honestly, we're waking up at 8 a.m., which isn't really that early. Versus my understanding is people who actually work in farming do tend to wake up at like 4 or 5 in the morning and ridiculous nonsense like that. Yeah, so that's all full up. 4 a.m. to milk the cows. Yeah, basically. But it's one of those jobs that, like, you wake up absolutely first thing in the morning, you work your tail off, and all that kind of stuff, and then your day wraps up relatively early. Because, like, if you imagine if you start your day at 8 a.m. and you're like a farmhand working an 8-hour day or whatever, you know, by the time 2 p.m. rolls around, it's getting to be time to wrap up for the day. You know, which then you'd have another shift come in. All right. So now that we have a much higher horsepower tractor, I am going to try and gonna go through there. Because there's always something to do on the farm. Worse, because my uncle's, you know, I know to weld. Guess who always is there gets to fix stuff. Yeah, and there's always more work to do, but it is definitely a thing that there is like the off season. That like you have your harvest season, you are breaking your back trying to get everything, you know, trying to get everything harvested and going and all that. You have the planting season, which again, you're absolutely busting your back in that as well. That's like that's prime time. That's when you bring in everybody. Depending on the crop, there's a lot of maintenance between it. Some you do, some you don't. Like if you have like almond trees, between like harvests, you just have a little bit of cleanup here and there. Yeah, harvest you run a combine 24 hours a day until the harvest is done. Winter's the time that you do maintenance on your equipment. Yep. But it's one of those things that like you're not as urgent running around doing stuff. It's like, okay, what are my projects for today? All right. You tend to run on a much smaller crew during the maintenance time. Like you have your mechanics, but a lot of your like regular farm hands. Depending, again, on what you're doing. Like, if you have animals, the animals still will need to take care of all that. But if you're, like, a tomato farm or whatever, and the winter rolls in, it's time you get rid of your crops or whatever, you just kind of wait out the next season. You're doing your maintenance, a lot of your farm hands. Because my understanding is a lot of farm hands are not contract, but they're, like, seasonal. Your uncles would hot swap the combine during refueling when they were harvesting? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, that's kind of the fun, interesting thing when you think back of, like, you know, to medieval times. Not that I would ever want to go back to that. It was always interesting that, like, with the farming and all that, because especially with technology not being what it is now, you know, you would literally just kind of go out there, you'd do all your stuff for the farm, and then when winter rolled in, you basically didn't have any work to do. You just kind of did your own thing until it was the next grow season. Yeah, let the other one get a few hours of sleep. Yep. Yeah, no, I've heard a lot from people who do agriculture, like, oh yeah, harvest season's rough. Like, it doesn't even seem to matter what crop it is. Like, whether it's trees or, like, you know, nut trees or orchards or tomatoes or wheat, it's like, oh yeah, harvest is go time. All hands on deck. You bring in a lot of outside work or outside help to get you through the harvest. My Toombs family, her grandparents had a farm they ran for a long time. Over in that area, I think they did alfalfa for animal feed. Versus most of that area she was at, they did lots of nut trees like almonds, pecans, stuff like that. Which I've talked about before, I find the harvesting of those nut trees to be fascinating. Like modern ways it works. I kind of want them to add it to this game because it's just kind of a fun machine to see. So they have the thing that the planting of it's just like in this game where you just have a machine that kind of like just puts the little, you know, puts them in one by one. And that's basically what you see in the game. But they just kind of go, yeah, they'll put a cone around the base of the tree a lot of times. But they just have a big machine that just pulls up to the tree, just this big hydraulic machine. It just grabs the tree and just goes thunk, and then lets go and it moves on, and all the nuts fall down. And they'll either do it where there's a cone on the bottom of the tree where it collects them, or the other way they'll do it is if they don't do the cone, they'll have another machine that comes in back, you know, after it. That's a glorified sweeper that just sweeps them all into a straight line that then, you know, another machine like actually pulls them up. But it's just the big machine that just grabs the trunk of tree and goes thunk, and then all the nuts fall off. Nut harvester go burr. Yeah, okay, so we've got that set up. So next up it is grab this tractor. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the little plow, I think. And get, like, something that's actually usable versus, you know, a half-meter diameter or a half-meter width plow. Real History has an amazing series of YouTube about medieval farmland and Edwardian farm life. The advent of heavy equipment on the farm. Yeah. Well, it's interesting just looking, even outside that, like, just how agriculture has changed in so many places. Like, looking at, very desert areas and how they handle, a lot of agricultural stuff. It can be pretty fascinating to see a bunch of that. Yeah, I definitely didn't leave myself enough space. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Yeah, so we'll take this. I can't pick it up, it's too heavy. It's fine. Farms corn and soybeans. Okay, you should have more in there, right? No, actually, you don't. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so this tractor has 4 times the horsepower as that one that we got stuck in between the other day. So we're gonna just try and make it work. This should have enough power to just pull this thing up over that lip. If not, I'll feel real dumb about it. Hit the wrong buttons, don't mind me. Okay, is that everything? It says you should have one more crate worth, right? Oh, you do. It's right there. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we got enough power. We can just pull it up. I was going to say, if not, it's like earlier, which is I had to sit there and just gun it and just ever so slowly use bad game physics kind of thing to like slowly pivot the thing on spot till I could get a straightaway. Alright. So it's not going to be as much money as we had the last time, but that's okay. You want to talk about it? Why are you sliding slowly to the side? Okay. I'm gonna try to fit this in between. They're like... I needed to put these two farther apart, but we're gonna try and slide this in between to auto-load it as well. So we're gonna have way less mushrooms than the last delivery, but way more flowers. The mushrooms, I'm pretty sure, are worth more, though. I could be wrong. So try and snake it right in here. It is, like, exactly the right size, which is not what you want. It means I have very little room for margin of error. And I keep getting out versus loading it up. There we go. All right, and that's all of it, so let's deliver it. Okay. You do love the Case Magnum 7250 as an early game tractor. Once you turbo that thing, you get 350 horsepower tractor, useful even for a mega farm. Gotcha. So I don't know like any of the meta strategies or like this tractor is just hands down better than that tractor is hands down better, like those kind of bits of information. Like I've got over 100 hours in it, but like knowing all the optimal crops and all that, I haven't sat down and like just done research and like calculated it out and min-maxed or anything, because I usually don't do that in games. Which is why I was working on setting up a set of videos for on YouTube of this game where I'm doing an even harder version of this challenge, like a much harder version of this challenge. But I had a first attempt where I was like, okay, honeybees are the cheapest form of renewable money. That once you spend the amount of money to make a honeybee thing, it will produce money forever with no additional input. But it's like the $4,400 honeybee stack gives you like $56 a day or an in-game month. So needless to say, it takes like 100 months almost. It's like 80-something months before it breaks even, let alone makes you money. And I was desperately having to do that. So my poor character lived like 30-something in-game years before I had to do that. Yeah, no, I mean, sure, it's not min-maxing, but it is a strategic thing of invest in the tractor once, and then you could just keep upping the quality of this. Give me money. A casual $28,000 income. All right, so for right now, we're gonna drop off. Yeah, we're gonna drop. Can I strap something on? We're gonna science chat. No, actually, I won't be able to pick it up. Never mind. I was gonna say, let's try and put some headers on this thing and run them back. I was like, oh, right, I don't have super strength, so I can't just casually pick up, you know, a several hundred kilogram plow and toss it on this thing. Super long term, I'll one day buy that area and just clear out those trees or make a road through it so I know, like, the safe route through. So we're going to drop this thing off so that when we get more mushrooms and all that, I can deliver those. We can pick up a much larger plow. Let's see, the tractor you use now is fit, if you can fit for the front loader on it. Let's see, the tractor you're using now, if you can fit a front loader on it and get a rear weight, it can be a great tractor for loading, trailing. So I don't believe you can fit a front thing on there. I could be wrong, but I want to say that was the big negative. For the price that you can get 100 horsepower, like you can get 100 horsepower for a relatively inexpensive price for a small tractor, but the downside is there's no front hookup. I could be wrong. Unless you're talking about like there's a front loader thing I can hook on the back that makes it a front loader on the front, which maybe there is. Well, they make rear bale spikes as well. Yeah. Well, I mean, we are using the universal auto load mod. That is the one mod I've permitted myself to have, because late game loading up all the pallets one by one is a bad time. Grabbing these things that I've accidentally hucked out in here. All right, let's go get ourselves an actual plow. We're going to grab this one. I can't remember. I think you can sell equipment that's literally anywhere on the map. But I don't remember, and I'm going back to get the bigger plow anyways, so, you know. Alright, so my 100 horsepower is my limit. Any plows that require over 100 horsepower, we probably shouldn't bother with. Let's see. You can, but they give less for transport speed. Gotcha. Not that I'm expected to get much out of this. We bought this plow for 1,500. It's not exactly like it was turning heads with how amazing it was. But it did let us start doing the outline of that. Hey, good game. I'll give you a bag of corn and a case of beer for it. Yeah, that's pretty much what it felt like. Because we'll get the plow, and like I said, we'll set up the basic fields, like the outlines and all that. And that's what we're going to do through the winter. So the next time I can plant like an actual crop. So cotton would be then. I'm not going to do cotton because the harvester for that costs 500,000, so we don't have that kind of money. Oats would be next. And oats, I believe I just need a seeder and then like the basic harvester. So that'd be somewhere in the ballpark of 100,000 needed. Okay, you're twisting my arm to throw you a $50 Blockbuster gift card. Your stepdad would be interested in a $1,500 tractor. Don't ask him what he paid for his. Yeah, no, that's a thing. Tractors ain't cheap. Alright. Maybe we'll get lucky and something will be on sale. So first, the used vehicles. So we have a tree feller. We can't afford it. I could do the hay baler. I don't want to do the hay baler. And slurry tanks. So none of the used stuff does us any good. We are going to go here and say plows, the tiny little plow. We're going to take our $800 and get on my site. I never want to see it again. A new JD medium-sized frame, 300,000 minimum. Okay. Yeah, so I can handle... If we look at that, that's half a meter. So I can handle one that's a bit over twice that size. This one's going to be too much for us. So we are going to get this one. That's 15,000. Any more than that, I have to get our thing. But yeah, so we will want the cedar. Of which the minimum cedar here is... What's the difference between? I was just saying it requires weights or whatever. Oh, this one just has a much higher capacity. Like, then there's just sky's the limit. But we're looking for a cedar because that can handle the oats, which is probably what we're going to end up growing. So that'll be 33,000. And then after that, we will need a harvester, which is 75,000 to do oats. And we will need a header for that, which can handle oats, which is another 25,000. So yeah, so the harvester for that is $100,000, and the cedar for that is the 20 or whatever $1,000. But we should be okay, because if we look at the calendar, so plant the oats in March, and I won't have to harvest it till July. And in the meantime, we'll still have our greenhouses giving us like 20, 30,000 a day or whatever it is. Hey, Slappy, how's it going? Yeah, so more than likely what'll end up happening is once we get the ability to get those crops going, that'll be about the point that we start working on getting a bigger tractor. because that'll be where we can start hearing, like, hitting the limits of this tractor, where we'll want something that can actually do, you know, it can plow a much larger area, it can harvest, like, it can seed a much larger area, that kind of thing. We'll also probably be at the point around then that we'd be wanting our second plot of land. Got a quick question. Are you using equipment from Mod Hub? I am not using equipment from Mod Hub on this one. I actually have updated, an updated mods command. The only mod I'm using, other than the map itself, which I probably should have added that to mod command, I totally forgot, is I am using the universal loader. And that's just for when we get to medium to late game to make it not a big pain. So we are using that, which does make it so I can bypass forklifts, which does technically give me an advantage I wouldn't otherwise have. But, you know. Alright, so I want to rotate you. So I can line it up the same way I've been lining it up. We want to set you so you can make fields. And get everything back into position again. And now we're doing a bit over twice as wide per pass. But that's the biggest plow I can do on this tractor where it's not just absolutely crawling. I do know a lot of people who do this challenge will get mods that, like, make really micro small versions of the equipment, so you can get that little teeny tiny tractor I started with, or I mean I still have it, it's over there by my water tower. That little tiny tractor, that they'll make a version of the plow that only requires like 25 horsepower, but just like one single spot of path. That they'll make like a tiny seeder that's just like one little spot that's like, you know, there'll be actual, like, equivalents of, like, actual ones that were used, but they'll be, like, the tiniest, like, you know, 100-year-old one that was used way back in the day, like horse-drawn or whatever. Which I think is reasonable. Because single-player game, it's not like people are, like, speed-running or whatever. I mean, there's probably a speed run. A slither of a plow. Yeah, they'll do stuff like that. Which I think is totally fair, because it's almost kind of interesting being able to have, like, the really, really old school one where the tractor wheels weren't actually tires, they were metal with metal slices in them to, like, dig into the dirt to drag it forward. Those kind of ones, they'll do that kind of stuff. And I think that's kind of fun, because then you can, like, watch almost as, like, history advances, where you start with something like that, and then you level up to something a little bit more reasonable for this game and all that. You know, the old tractors where it's like, is it better than making people manually do it? Sure. Ish. Kinda. Yeah, no, it's the same exact thing as like when we play Project Zomboid. You do not need mods to play this game of any kind. I will say there's definitely something to be said if you're going to play this game for length. It's rough to not play with some equivalent of an autoloader. Like, eventually you'll get to the point where it becomes forklift simulator. But other than that, like, there's really no necessary mods. And even the autoloader's not necessary. There's a point when you start playing and they're like, okay, you know what I'm tired of? Driving a forklift. Especially since the physics for a lot of the stuff like the forklifts gets a little wonky. B-Type says, you prefer to play with real-world larger equipment from Mod Hub, but personally you don't use the super cheaty mods like, you know, that say plow 300 feet wide pass and all that. Yeah. But that's the whole beauty of it. Like, almost all these games with the mods, you can mod as much as you'd like and as little as you'd like. Because that is one of the things I would say is, I love RimWorld, but RimWorld is definitely definitely one of those things that you kind of have certain quality of life mods. They're not necessary, but you very quickly will become frustrated with certain things in RimWorld that you find mods to fix. That there's definitely stuff that's changed in behavior that's like, that's clearly not intended by the devs, and then there's definitely stuff that's like, no, this is really something that shouldn't work the way it works. So you really want to get into tree felling, but you're so into accurate with the equipment. Yeah, like you can do the tree felling thing without mods. I've done that on a one that we seriously have actually. It was something like 12 or so streams I have VODs from that run. It is real slow. And then the downside is the tree physics get a little janky. Like, honestly, the thing that gets worse is when you're picking them up by hand. It just really lets you ignore a lot of... It's like almost like the trees and all that you're moving, not the one in your hand, but the one you're bumping with it gets really, really wonky. Let's see, you play this game with your dad, and he's an old logger. So he was using the Hannibal, he operated in real life. I went to pick up logs with the forwarder, and the logs I was driving away acted like they were still attached to the ground. Launching forward a couple hundred feet. Yeah, now there's some weird jankiness that happens, and that happens with pallets. The logs are worse for it, but it happens with pallets as well, and that's why I got the auto loader for the pallets, because I just don't want to deal with driving around with a forklift trying to position everything right, and then suddenly the truck just launches itself 10 feet to the side, and then I have to like refix everything because I unstrapped it because it's putting in something new. That's about the only place I've noticed the engine really gets weird is, stuff like that, like the logs, the pallets, if you're picking up bags of seed and all that and piling them on, and get, like, most of the time it works fine, but every once in a while physics gets wild. Yeah. But yeah, we are plowing this field early. It is going to get weeds in it because we are going into the winter. But once you've plowed the field, it kind of maps it. So what I'd be able to do is take a AI person, put the plow down, turn off where it can make new fields, and then just say, go do it, AI. And while the AI is doing it, I can, run off, get the water, collect the mushrooms, do all that stuff. So basically, for a in-game price of a couple $100 or whatever, you can get a job mostly done, and you can take over for the AI when you're finished with the other tasks. But that's how you expand what you can get done in a day, is by making the AI do the tasks it's good at. You also use Courseplay because it does a better job than the built-in AI. I haven't messed with any of the AI changing stuff, but I would agree. The AI, there's sometimes you just stop and watch the AI and you go, what are you doing? Like, we'll have a rectangular field like that, and the AI will start going diagonally back and forth. I'm like, what are you doing, AI? And then it'll get halfway through the field and be like, all done. And you're like, come on. Get back out there. You turn up the Courseplay AI worker to cost 3 times the regular? That's probably fair. Like, I was always paranoid, like, but I don't want to pay the people to do this. But you look at the AI and the price, and like they'll like plow an entire field. It costs you a couple hundred in-game bucks. You're like, you know what? You know what? That's reasonable. AI, it's more fun this way. It's like, I see your structure. You can keep your structure. You know what I have? Anarchy. Oh, you know what I should do? Not sure if Ianek, if you're still here. So we can start a giveaway. I've got 2 keys that I want to give out. Like, I actually have more than this, but I have 2 keys that I can give out. Yep, if we can start a giveaway. I have 2 keys to give out. One is for the Year 1 Season Pass, and the other one's for the Year 2 Season Pass. We'll do the Year 1 Season Pass first. Because, one, I want to get rid of those, because that's what they're there for, is to give them away. But we can go ahead and get that going. I'll let that run for like 15 minutes. We'll give it away. But it is for the Steam version. Yeah, we could just use the Q command. That's fine. The only thing I ask is that, again, it's for the Steam version of the game. It does not include the base game. It is the Season Pass. So you gotta own the base game on Steam for it to do you any good. But is the Season Pass for Year 1. You'll do !join for that. But we'll let that go for like 15 minutes or so, and then we'll do a drawing and I'll give out that key. Because we got those from Daredrop, and I'm trying to give those out. And it seems like a good time to do it while I'm playing the game. You know, people are interested in the game. We'll probably do that. And if we don't have anyone who actually, like, does it, then we'll just move on. But it seemed like an idea, because otherwise I'm just sitting on keys that someone could use, and those season passes are like 30-something bucks or whatever. So it saves you 30 bucks. For those who don't know what the season pass has, if you own the game, it adds a bunch of stuff like, I want to say, I can't remember the Year 1. It was something like the grapes and all that, I think might be part of the season pass there. Was the Forge and Bale part of that? Which adds more stuff for doing like grass and hay and all that kind of stuff. It basically gives you more equipment. You know, varieties of equipment, that kind of stuff. But I have a Year 1 and I have a Year 2 season pass. I'll do the Year 1. Like, if people sign up for it, cool. We'll do the giveaway. If people don't sign up for the first one, I'll just take it as there's no one who cares about the season passes in this one, and we'll not worry about it for the rest of the stream. Next time I play American Truck Simulator, I've got a bunch of American Truck Simulator keys now, and it's like actually the base game. So this is for the Year 1 pass? Yes, this will be for the Year 1 pass. Oh, I see what you did. So you put up the old command, and you just got rid of the pin for the old and put up a new pin. Perfect. Thank you. And the only reason I have to specify on Steam is this game is available through their own store. But the key won't work for you there. It's strictly Steam. Which you can play with other people whether or not you have the Steam version, or that it's just, if you own the Steam version, you have to get the annual pass through the Steam version. If you own the version through Giant Software's website, you have to get it through Giant Software's website. Scare? Oh, it's scary. So close. So close. An attempt was made. Hey, FG. Can I get a shout out for FG Squared, by the way? For those who don't know, FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a variety of games. Been playing a lot of RimWorld, been doing a, was it 1,000 Boom Rat Challenge? I believe it was 1,000 Boom Rat Challenge, where they're trying to get 1,000 Boom Rats alive at the same time. They've gotten close a couple times, but it doesn't always end well, because boom rats are kind of explosive. So if you're looking for that kind of content, you can find it over there. Also plays a bunch of stuff like American Truck Simulator and a whole bunch of stuff, so you know. Check it out. But yeah, we're doing a challenge in Farm Simulator where we started with literally no money, a chainsaw, a truck, and a dream. And I'm not allowed to borrow money, lease equipment, or anything like that. And we're doing pretty good. Like, we've got a actually nice tractor, a tolerable plow. They've got some greenhouses over there. We're growing some mushrooms, some flowers, and all that good stuff. What's a good truck simulator for PlayStation? Is American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator available on PlayStation? I actually don't honestly know. To me, for truck simulators, those are like the go-to. I honestly, other than those, I don't actually know which ones are available. Okay, so we don't want to go all the way up to the edge of the map. All right, let's try and figure this out because I want to have a nice, perfectly rectangular field like we've got here. So we're gonna go all the way down to this edge. We're gonna have a nice little gap in between the fields, enough that you could drive a vehicle through here and feel comfortable on both sides. Yeah, no, I don't have a console either, so I genuinely don't know. So we're gonna use the compass on the bottom left there. Oh, my label is covering as I've been talking about this compass. So if I hide my label for just a moment, oop, you know, it's right down here in the bottom left corner. Here. You know, it's right down here. I actually can't. In the very bottom left corner, you'll see where it says 268.1, comma 1280. It's GPS. That's what's going on down there. That's when I sit there and say I'm lining up using the compass. That's what I'm doing. So I do apologize. I didn't even realize I wasn't being visible anymore. Oh, and for those who didn't catch, I did have to switch the sub thing. Why did you time out Calaria Star? Oh. Okay, was that just like a misclick or something? Alright. I don't actually know where this thing's going to start. So I'll go right here. So when I get lined up to 260... does that mean I'll make a straight horizontal line? Mod Rampage on YouTube. I see. That doesn't feel like it's the same line. Like, am I... That says, I mean, it's 260.1. That really doesn't feel... What? Why is that so wrong? Oh, 270. That's why. I was like, this feels so wrong. Yes, 90-degree angles. 270. Well, hopefully I didn't completely butcher this. Come on, straighten out. So I'm trying to keep that... I'm doing terrible at this. So straighten out the wheels again. I don't want this that close to rock, but I've already done it. It's fine. So we do not want to go to where it's like you're done with this area. So we do not want to cross the border. I don't actually know what distance the border is. I should have checked that somehow. So this first one I have to be careful about getting this right. Alright. I think we'll go to this tree. I think that's inside the border here. So that tree will be the boundary. I don't know if it's the same size field or not. I don't really care, but it's close enough. Yeah, no, it's doing that. Can you just ban people from the list of chatters? No extra confirmation or anything? I never use this list. I don't know. I have not messed with it either. Alright, tap, 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 and we... Good, let's scooch up just a little bit. Okay. Hey, Kid Karma, how's it going? You'll try? Okay, how's it going over here? It's going pretty good. We're farming. We're making the money. So the big problem is going to be those trees in the middle. I still want to prioritize getting the harvester and its header because that's going to be necessary to make any money at all. But if I do have extra money, we'll get the thing to tear up the logs. Alright. Yep, no confrontation. I'm afraid to click on the gift sub icon. Do it. No. Alright, so we're going to go down to this area. We're going to go ahead and bring another one straight up this way. Alright. Because I want to get rid of these trees in the middle. But like I said, that's I'm going to end up wanting to get the thing that lets me tear up trunks. But it's not actually a priority to get the thing to tear up trunks yet. As much as it would be nice. That just opens a profile. That's good. Alright, we'll need to scooch slightly over. So I didn't make this as wide as I wanted to. But that's okay. It's not bad. So if you get your wheels straight, it'll stop drifting the coordinates a little. But it's so finicky to get that sweet spot. Come on. You can be off just by a little bit, that's fine. There we go, we got it. And the good news is once I get this lined up, as long as I don't hit left and right, we can just go. And this is only a problem when you're first making your fields. Once you've made your fields, you just turn off the thing that, you know, lets it go back and forth and deal with it there. Okay, and for you, oh yeah, didn't I toss the other tree in this field? Well, I'm gonna regret that here in a moment. So these are trees I need to take care of, but that's later me problem. Let's go chuck that over there. That big one's gonna be an issue. I'm gonna... Alright, 1 second. I mean, that's a load... Because the big tree I can't carry. It's too heavy. And I don't care about driving over my fields right now. I've got to replow them when it's time to plant. Trying to get as low of an angle as I possibly can. because I don't have the thing to remove tree stumps, so my hope is to get low enough we can just go over it with the plow and it'll be okay, because you can do that. In real life, you wouldn't do that. But video games. All right. Just taking all the branches off. It's fine. What's a... Oh, no. Okay, so we're gonna make a terrible idea that we did earlier. We're just gonna do it again. It's not quite in place. We're going to try and get this tree. Actually, I could probably make this work. If you could just scooch on over here, tree. Okay, that one's not budging. Normally you can use, like, when you pick stuff up, it'll let you move stuff that's normally too heavy for you. I'm going to try and shift this tree slightly over, just enough that I can get it on. Come on. Yes. All right, we're delivering our tree. It's not driving quite right. I can't. Okay. So it's strapped in, so now I can just go to the end here. That's a little concerning. That's tip. Oh, it detached. Yeah. You can't see it, but I'm being drugged really hard to the right. So I am fighting this log, which one assumes I'm just gouging a big groove out of the ground. It's definitely not turning the way it's supposed to. But it saves me a lot of effort in cutting up tree and all that, so you know. We're just jousting, that's all. You switch back to the old version of the mod view. It's not possible to ban or time people out with a single click. Yeah, it's probably good. That feels like an easy... Oh, is this hill going to be a problem? Shouldn't this dig in deeper because of the angle? No, it looks like it's fine. Oh, no, it is. It's not fine. I'm not on the ground. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. Because all we're trying to do right now is get those fields set up, and unfortunately I've got a couple trees in the way. I want to say, I can't remember if the cheapest stump grinder is either like 17,000 or it's like 27,000, something like that area. But it's not in the budget right now, so we're just trying to make do. Would it be possible to carry a bundle of trees vertically on the back of the truck? If I had like the superhuman strength mod thing turned on, probably. That said, I don't. Oh, here. We got to do this right. Pop the tailgate. You wouldn't want the tailgate up. You'd scratch your paint. Not keeping in mind that we would definitely be scratching the paint entirely like this. So I have two more over here. We're not putting the effort into cutting these apart like they should be anymore. I can't see what I'm doing. Are we in? No. The answer is no. Where is the trunk of that? There you go. Is there not another tree over here? I thought we threw two over here. I guess not? That's fine. Oh, let's take this tree down that's like right on the edge as well. Which we don't have lumberjack or super strength on or anything like that. It's by default you can carry 200 kilograms and these weigh about 128. So in real life, you wouldn't be picking this up. Because that's what, 270 pounds or so. And it's also like super long and obnoxious with branches everywhere. I can't see at all what's happening. I think it just literally just hucked one in and got the other one out the other side. Good enough for me. All right, so let's go ahead and nice, easy to see view here. This is fine. We're just going 51 miles an hour like this. I'm actually seeing if I could use the mini map to guide us there. We're bumping a lot, which makes me unsure if we're on the road or not. The mini map also doesn't zoom in, so I have no idea if I'm actually reaching the ramp. Natural air freshener. I have no idea how good spruce is for that. I think we're on the pad. How close are we? Ah, so close. We're like, honestly, let's see if I didn't move it. Let's see if it'll actually give me credit. Let's see if I'm close enough. 2 of them got credit. I did not get credit for all of them. It was really hard to judge if my icon was over top of the icon. Put up our tailgate. Also fun, random aerodynamics fact. Typically, in a truck, if you put your tailgate down, it actually makes your aerodynamics worse than if you leave it up. It's just the way airflow works. It's designed to actually have that flow in the inside kind of thing. They also did tests where you have ones that they've got like a bunch of holes cut in the back of the tailgate. Those are actually worse. They have like these rubberized ones that are supposed to be more efficient. Those are actually the absolute worst. That like very genuinely, they're designed to have the tailgate like that with the airflow. I'm not sure about the ones that like where it covers the whole thing with like a flat surface. I have no idea if that makes a difference. But I remember there's an entire thing where people did like all the numbers, the science of tests, put them in the airflow chambers and all that. Like, yep, don't do that. I was actually half expecting Longclaw mentioning in before Rual hits the pothole. I'm like, you know, I was kind of expecting that to happen. It was like to step out and have the truck on its side. All right, so do we get really stuck in this? Go real slowly over this tree trunk. So make sure it doesn't... Cool. I cut it low enough, it didn't mess up our lineup. In real life, you'd absolutely not want to plow over a tree stump. You're about to draw the winner? Yeah, I don't think we had anyone join, but we can go ahead and join. For those who don't know what we're doing, the giveaway for it is for a year 1 season pass for Farming Simulator. Okay, so we have Kit and Karma. Congratulations, you're going to get your year 1 season pass. If you'll just bear with me for just a minute, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to finish this line, and then I will go ahead and get that handed out. All right, try to line this up. Be as close to exact the same as the other one. There we go. All right, so give me 2 seconds to get that key, and I will send it to you in a DM. So give me 1 moment. I should have had this ready, and I don't because... Oh, right, I could just go to Dare Drops, and they'll have it right there. So you go to Dare Drops, sign in using Twitch. Because I keep forgetting to give these things out, and what's the point of getting keys to give away if you don't give them away? All right. So those are the codes for me, and these are the codes to give away. And you can't see the screens and all that. Farming Simulator Year 1 Season Pass is... That's the one I used. This one should be good. So copy. Give me 2 seconds to pop on to Twitch here real fast so I can DM it to you in Twitch. Don't echo, don't echo. There we go. And we have Kitten Karma. You should be up here somewhere. And I will whisper you the key. Make sure you got the right person. Cool. All right, Kitten Karma. That should be a key for the Year 1 Season Pass for Farming Simulator 22. Let me know if it gives you any problems or if it works or all that kind of good stuff. So thank you so much for doing that drawing. You got yourself a nice Year 1 Season Pass for the game, which is like all the DLC just about for the first year. That is on Steam, by the way, not their store. It is the Steam version of the game. It doesn't include the game itself. It is the DLC, just to be clear. And we could do another giveaway we can get started for the Year 2 Season Pass. I should have lined this up first. Okay. I am not even remotely correct. Yeah, this is for the Year 2 Season Pass. Farming Simulator 22 does not include the base game. It is the Steam version. But it is the Season Pass for Year 2. That's the one currently going on, the latest edition of which was the ability to farm stuff like carrots and parsnip, and I think turnips was the last one. I think it was turnips was the last one. Wow, this is really... Why am I struggling so much to get this to go the way I want it? I don't mind if I flub it in the way where it goes into the center, but if I flub it in the way that goes out of the center, that makes this a bit more annoying, because then I gotta go to the sale place to go along the edge and say be grass again. Oh, that isn't lined up there. I messed up right at the end on that one. Okay. So I want to correct this, which is probably a mistake. Look, this is perfectionist going to absolutely betray me. Fixed. Done. Good. Alright, so now I don't need to put half the effort I've been putting into that. Yeah, so we're having another giveaway for the Year 2 Season Pass kind of deal. Which, like I said, I believe that features... Oh, I don't have the truck here nearby. You know what? I could just saw you into oblivion. Where's your trunk? There you are. So they say I can saw to oblivion. If I take this over here, and you cut in small enough pieces that you can't get money for it. Oh no. Is that not... Okay, it does work. Alright, that's... Where's my truck? Where'd I leave that? The truck's over there. Your OCD is kicking in. Yeah, that was the thing. It's like, no, it needs to be not that way. Yeah, I wonder if it's not Oh, does it not answer with the join? I can't remember. Actually, I don't think when I have my join command, it does answer the join. All right, which is totally fine. I was just there's like, man, I guess no one's entering. Right. If it doesn't respond, that's fine. Yeah, I'll let that go for like 15 minutes or so. And now we'll... So to fix that, I have to... Nope. I almost goofed and just dug a big... Oh, no, it does add people to queue. Okay. Well, people get themselves the, Let's... Oh, gold kappa. Congrats on the gold kappa. So, what I need to do here in a minute is I need to grab myself a new drink. How am I doing time-wise? Oh, man. Time is absolutely flying. I didn't realize how late it was. It's all good. Like, we're not at the point where it's like, oh, no, I need to wrap or whatever. I got a little over an hour left. It would be nice to get... We should be able to get this entire field plowed and all that. Make a bunch more money. Maybe get one more in-game day knocked out. But I would say we definitely, for like the first stream of this, have... FG will be farming soon. Hey, I mean, if FG is the only one who entered, that is the beauty. If you're the only one who enters a giveaway, you win. Now, granted, we also have Lanix there, but that's also good. So you're gonna have good times with all this. All right. I'm gonna do this like 2 plows on each one of these ends, and then we're just going our... Yeah, birthday farming scene? Absolutely. I've honestly been very happy with the turnout tonight. It was one of those things that, you know, you let stuff get into your head about things. And it's one of those things that, you know, I've been worried about doing a bit too much or too little or whatever games, and some games have done well and some games that haven't done well on the channel. And Farming Simulator has actually done pretty well for the channel most of the time. But then there was like a couple of streams I had where it didn't do well, and it's just kind of like your brain's like, no, you're doomed, don't do it. But it almost feels like honestly, now I think about it, yesterday's stream, we had higher viewership towards where we flipped from RimWorld over to Path of Exile. Like the viewership, I want to say, was better for Farm Sim today than it was yesterday on RimWorld. Which, I mean, that's neither here nor there. There's always one option. You can't compare one data point to another. You'll never be able to do anything. But I have been noticing, for me personally, the viewership on RimWorld's been a little tame the last couple weeks. I think people were like super hyped about it after the Wait, you missed me playing Path of Exile? Yeah, I did play Path of Exile yesterday. I did my usual vote halfway through stream, and people know that I very much love Path of Exile, but I haven't been playing because it's really bad for the channel's numbers, like really, really bad. And it was, like by the end of the stream, it was like 35. But you know, sometimes you just be selfish and be like, today's a me day. But chat helped me be selfish. By that I mean Sentient Cookie. It was like, be selfish, and just dumped a ton of points into getting me to play Path of Exile. Which is good. I had a good time with it. We got to Act 6. Yeah, sometimes you need a days for sure. Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's part of the reason I'm doing this today is I still love RimWorld, but I was like, you know what? I want a day off RimWorld. I have been doing RimWorld for the start of my stream almost every stream recently. It's like I'm playing too much of this. I'm gonna burn out if I don't, if I don't back off a little bit. That said, I am planning on doing it tomorrow because we're in the middle of that transhumanist Arco Nexus run. We did our first reset. I think we're up to 6 thrombos now because we managed to get a breeding pair right before the first reset. I honestly think getting that second thrombo did push us over the top to have enough wealth to do it. I'm wondering if we can honestly, like, speed run the building the value by just breeding thrombos, considering they're like 4,000 currency each thrombo. Well, you were gonna play something else today, but they delayed the release of the game. That's no fun. I had I won't say names of the game, but there was a game that I got contacted by the devs that they're like, hey, we really want you to put in this request for a key. We think it'll be great if you play our game. And I was like, sweet. I actually, like, that is one of the games I very genuinely want to play. Like, it's a game I would potentially buy a key for. And again, I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to badmouth the devs. But we're like, you should sign up. We'll give you a key. It's going to be great. Looking forward to it and all that. And then they rejected my key request. Which is very clearly the left and the right hand aren't talking to each other kind of problems. I'm just going to go and email the person who said they're going to give me a key and be like, hey, just so you know, they rejected my request. Do you want me to, like, resubmit, or are you going to send me a key directly? Now, if they sat there and said, like, they're going to give me a key and all that, and then they're like, yeah, we changed our mind, then that I might say a name. That I might say a name. Like, if they're like, go, you know, we want you to sign up because we're going to give you a key. Wait, never mind. Yeah, that I might be like, yo. It's fine that you rejected the request, but don't tell me you're not going to reject the request and then do it anyways. Because that makes me not want to work with you again. I'm assuming it was the same thing, kind of thing. Like, either there was a glitch or, again, they had one person who was like the contact for reaching out to people, and then the other one was the one actually processing the requests, and there was a miscommunication. Because a lot of the requests, numbers are what they care about, but then there's also times where it's like, no, this person covered our games in the past, even though they are not inside the range we're aiming for on this one. We're going to go ahead and have them do it anyways because, you know, it's someone we see as beneficial to do this for, or, you know, there's some other reason why it's important that this person cover it. Or rather that we want this person to cover it, that kind of thing. Because I've talked about it for everyone else here, that very genuinely the primary thing most of the key giveaways and sponsor opportunities care about is it's your concurrent viewership. Like, that is the big number that's 9 out of 10 considerations. But there are some other considerations as well. So say for example, I'm trying to think of one. Like, say for example, you have a very small genre on Twitch. I'm trying to think of example, I'm drawing a blank. But just a genre that's like city builders on Twitch. So generally speaking, city builders, other than when a new one comes out, not a particularly rich category. I'm being very specific of city builders, not settlement builders, strictly city builders. So like city skylines almost exclusively. And you end up being like one of the top 10 in that category, even though as far as raw numbers of viewers, you're not really that big. And I could be just being naive about the viewership of city builders. Again, not counting the fact that recently City Skylines 2 came out and is blowing up the category. And it's probably a bad example. But it can be one of those things that, okay, raw numbers are not that big, but within the genre they're targeting, you're big in general. That could be a big thing. Like Tycoons, that could be another one. There's not... Tycoons generally don't do great on Twitch outside of major updates and that kind of stuff. There's exceptions, but as far as consistently. But if you're someone who does stream Tycoons and you're, for the number of people who view that, you do relatively well, they might include you even if you're not, and like, we're aiming for 200-300 concurrent viewer channels or whatever. They'll like make an exception because it makes sense to target your content because you are very specifically the target demographic they're aiming for. They'll also sometimes take risks on channels that may not have the mass viewership but have seemed to be on the upward move, like trajectory, or sometimes if you reach out to them directly, they'll ignore a lot of the other numbers and be like, hey, you know, this person reached out, so we're expecting We're expecting they'll probably be more positive in their response because this is something they were specifically seem to be looking for, yada, yada, yada. All right. I kind of wish we didn't get that close to that rock in the end, because I don't believe that's a rock I can get rid of without mods. There's some rocks that when you kind of go to them, you can take the little chisel thing and pick at it and break it. I don't think that's one. I'm down to try if we have the extra funds. It's not a priority, but it'd give us more room. The important thing is I'm going to put a road on that side of the field that goes over to my greenhouses and all that. And I'm also going to have a road that goes in between, like, along this hill. So it'll be, like, kind of boxed in. And then what I'll do is on the other side of the road, we'll have a field going horizontally as opposed to vertically. Which I'm planning on trying to get all the vertical and horizontal fields in place during the winter when I can't plant stuff. Because they're pretty close to being out of trees I can cut down. Oh, that's right. We'll just keep going. I keep instinctively going, like, to do the square pattern. As long as the field, it's more worth my time to line this up and just go with it. So with that, does that reading between the lines there? So it's a Rimworld day for you, FG? Because FG starts, unless it's an unusual schedule, which it could be. I didn't check her schedule. I believe FG will be starting stream in about an hour, just a little over. I'm gonna be playing some Rimworld, probably doing more of the Boom Rat challenge. Some more Rimworld. It's funny because I'm reading on my teleprompter the yes more Rimworld, but my bot, because it's kind of behind things, I saw the not like this emote is about the only thing sitting from your previous message. So I read that and my eyes went down there and thought you put the not like this after the yes more Rimworld, which would have also been fine. But it's just like, you know, the eyes just mashing stuff together. And she's like, that one also fits. Yeah. I do wonder when my current run dies if I'm gonna take like a couple week break from Rimworld. I don't know. It's that weird time of year where it's not that there's no games dropping, but there's nowhere near as many, and that most of the updates aren't as big. Exceptions apply. So there hasn't been as many. Like, there was a bunch that dropped. I think it was the 7th. A bunch of games dropped. And then we're kind of just in game waiting period until, like, January. Yeah, there's only 3 games you want to check out? Yeah, I think I'm in probably the same situation. And I think I've already checked out 2 of them. I want to say there was one I was looking at, but it was one of those ones that, like, yeah, this isn't one I would stream. Like, it's not a good fit for the channel. It also feels like one of those games that's going to be really, really slow for streaming, but probably fine for playing on your own. Like, probably fine for YouTube, where you get to the slow parts and go, and fast forward. Here's this thing I'm going to spend the next 2 hours doing that isn't interesting to watch. And it's done in 30, you know, like, done in a minute and a half with some, you know, some jamming music behind it. Because it was enshrouded as January, if I remember correctly. That's what I'm looking forward to. I think Eco had a big update, but I don't own and haven't done that with Eco. I still need to request a key. I've heard good things. I heard that's when you really want to play with other people, that playing Eco on your own is a bad time. Like, a slow time. I guess I should be better way of phrasing it. We checked out SteamWorld Build. That was fun. We did a playthrough of it. Eco triggers your simulation sickness, so it's a no-go. That's a bummer. I've heard good things. I haven't played myself, but I was warned that it's better to do with a group. Oh yeah, I think I have Medieval Dynasty. I've been meaning to, because we messed with that very briefly But it's kind of one of those ones that it was, we checked it out between major updates. And, like, I had a relatively good time, but playing on my own, like, when it was very, like, it was just known as looking for the category, it was like, okay, I could see putting that one. What's sim sickness? So simulation sickness is kind of, it's motion sickness, but it's a specific flavor of it. So it's, you know, basically motion sickness triggered by games. Usually it's stuff like, where you have, like, things moving behind the, like, what is the word? A parallax. Like, stuff like having badly done parallax, well, not even badly, having ambitious parallax will do it. Sometimes it could just be, like, screen shake can trigger it. I'm blanking on the name of it, where you have the edge of the screen are, like, faded to white, faded to black kind of thing. So different stuff like that can be very triggering for motion sickness in certain games. Hey, Corneus, how's it going? But it's just basically simulation sickness specific to games. Vignette, that was the word I'm looking. Yeah, so pretty aggressive parallax, vignetting, head bobbing, motion blur. Yeah, almost all motion by player. Yeah, that's you get that with first-person shooters. Yep. A lot of times, as FG's saying, when you're dealing with motion of camera that is not triggered by the player, you're asking for trouble. Now, VR would be the extreme case of that. That is like one of the big VR taboos, is you do not ever take control of the camera in VR. But that would be an extreme example of simulation sickness. Would be VR, where they grab the camera, they turn your head to look at something, or if it's not configured correctly, so when you move your head, it doesn't move at the same rate as the camera, that is straight up nightmare fuel. You have an appointment to the dentist? You're not very motivated? Yeah, it's a thing worth doing. Like, by all means, take care of your teeth. You can really pay for it if you don't. And it being both physically and in pain. About to draw the winner? Yeah, so if you're looking for a Year 2 season pass for Farming Simulator 22, there we go. And FG Squared has won it. Alright, so give me a moment to finish this pass, and I will send you a key on over. Got it from Dare Drops. Which is good, because I've been sitting on that key. The last time I couldn't give them away because we just didn't have enough people who didn't already own it who were into Farming Sim. God, you've had delay head movement in VR. That is awful. No, I've this is a story people have heard plenty of times here. I did a contract one time where what we were trying to do. All right, you have yourself a good lurk, FG. I'll get you the DM with the key here in a moment. I'm just autopiloting. I'm gonna need to do this after this pass, or I will absolutely forget. That we were the group. Their purpose was to treat motion sickness. They were trying new ideas that they had about motion sickness treatment. And I'm not privy to what they were doing to, privy to, like, what they were doing to treat it. Like, I have no idea if it's, like, medications or therapy or who knows. But they were trying to treat it. So let me go ahead and get this key. I've already got Dare Drop over here on the screen. I need to mark that I gave that key out. And we will go back to the first page. And we'll grab this key, copy that, go here, scroll down to FG, and whisper you that key. All right, and whenever you go to use it, just let me know. This goes both for Kitten Karma and FG, who got those keys. If those keys work for you, let me know. If those keys don't work for you, let me know. I don't know what I'll do if they don't work, but let me know either way. That way I can go bother someone if they don't work. All right, so that takes care of those. All right. And we got that up. It's a birthday present. I know, right? And Longclaw saying, when you're looking for a good dentist, you can identify by looking at the plaque. Mm-hmm. Well done. If I had a pungent, you would currently be in it. But I don't, so, enjoy your freedom, I guess? No, I need to get that off that screen. I can't see if things are working the way they're supposed to. Do this. It's fine. We'll just keep driving without seeing where I could mess up my fields horrifically. There we go. Ad break right when you talk about something interesting. Oh, you'll have to, when the ad break's over, someone will have to remind me what I was speaking about 2 minutes ago. Oh, it was the motion sickness thing. Yeah, I can, as long as you can't take me to the pungeon. Yep. Don't have one. I know people who have them, though. They can definitely deal with you. So as soon as the ad breaks over, I remember what I was talking about, is the motion sickness thing. Because like I said, it's a story I've told on the channel a number of times, but I know not everyone makes it every night. That's the beauty about, like, doing the streaming thing is kind of like when you have bad memory where you can repeat your same jokes and laugh again. Because the audience is constantly changing, you can tell the same jokes a lot, and only some people have to listen to them multiple times. And then there's some people who are like, oh my god, please. Alright, so we got 20 more seconds, then I'll retell the first part of the of what we got going there. What I'm also gonna do is, this is actually a perfect time. I'm just gonna take 2 seconds away. I'm just gonna go grab myself another drink, and I'm gonna bother with the away screen. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so everyone should be back now. Yeah, so what I was saying is, I worked a contract. This is a long time ago. This is going on 9, 10, 11 years, I would guess, ago. But it was a group that they were trying to come up with treatment strategies for people with motion sickness. So the idea is you would get motion sick. Yeah, no, it's like, I've got a mini fridge right over there. I did jog over there, but whatever. But so they'd come up with treatment methods. I don't know what those were, whether it was like medication or therapy or what. That wasn't the part I cared about. I was dealing with software. But the catch is, in order to treat people with motion sickness, to test to see if your medications and treatment are working, you kind of have to have motion sick people. So we had to be able to consistently and reliably get people to roughly the same level of motion sickness. And different people, because you need a lot of different people to test things. If you have the same person, it could be something that just works for one person. And so we had to come up with a strategy, and we had, like, we had a bunch of meetings where we sat down, like, okay, what ideas do we have? And we settled on VR, because even people who don't often get motion sickness can be put under the table by bad VR. And we were trying to deliberately make something as bad as we could make it for causing people motion sickness to, again, be able to put you in there and have you in a couple minutes be really not feeling great. Because, again, we're testing. Now, to be clear, everyone who was subjected to this volunteered. They knew they were going to be getting incredibly motion sick, but they wanted to, they were willing to take the sacrifice to try and help this. So, kudos to them. I wouldn't be willing to do it. Even though I definitely got myself really sick testing it once or twice to make sure it worked. But that was me being like, oh, barely in this thing for 30 seconds. I'm already not feeling good. I'm backing out. My goal isn't to push there. And the way we achieved it was you would be wearing the VR mask, and there was just like a static background. Not static background, that's not true. It was a static room. But we would play like a tone, and you would like look at the tone, there'd be like a little thing you'd look at. But the catch is, when you would turn the camera would move like twice as much as you turned, and your body does not react well to that. So you'd turn, so if you turn like 45 degrees, you'd be looking at what was directly sideways to you. If you turn 90 degrees, you'd be looking behind you. You get where this is going. And let me tell you this, it was very reliable. I don't care if your stomach was made out of iron. You do that for like 5 minutes, and you were ready for whatever treatment they were trying to figure out. I don't actually know if it was successful, their treatment stuff. Because once I wrote the software, like I'd completed my my contract, so you know I was done. But yeah, no, that was some brutal stuff. And that's all we did. Like literally, we didn't have to do a bunch of like flashing lights or anything else. It was just making the camera turn at twice the speed that your head was actually turning in VR, and that's all it took. Because your body, when it sees stuff like that, the reason you get nauseous with motion sickness, at least this is my understanding, I could be wrong, not a doctor, is a lot of the experiences like that is your body assumes that you're poisoned, that you've eaten something that you weren't supposed to, and you're sick, and so clearly whatever it is needs to be gotten rid of. So your body responds in the same way as if you ate something you shouldn't have eaten. So you get nauseous, you get dizzy, you get all that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. At least that's the theory. I don't know how true or not that is. But there's a lot of stuff that when you exhibit, your body experiences something that normally it only experiences when there's something wrong. Like stuff that causes bad sense of vertigo. Your body's like, yep, totally poisoned. Immediately to resort to evacuating everything inside. That's just the natural response. Because evolutionarily, that was an advantageous response to have. That if you ate something you shouldn't have, that you get rid of it. We don't need to go into detail. People can put the pieces together and how that works. All right. But yeah, nah, pretty soon we'll be able to make the AI do this. Not the plowing the field. Any field I make, I have to plow it the first time because I'm creating a brand new field. The AI just tries its best to follow the fields. But we'll be able to, like, potentially have, when we get the seeder, to just drop the AI and say, go, you know, seed this field. Actually, now that I think about it, with the AI doing the seeder, it'll automatically refill itself, that I don't have to, like, haul the stuff and put it in there. It'll take it out of my pocket, like, it'll make me pay for the seeds and everything. But I can literally just cut it loose and just say, go do it. Now, the downside is we're not going to probably be doing the treatments we need to make the soil correct. Like, I don't think we're going to get the lime spreader and put down the lime, so it's going to massively hurt our yield. Because the acidity of the soil will be wrong. We're not going to be weeding because I'm not going to be able to afford the weeder. So again, massive, like, we're going to have a penalty to the yield on that too. I'm not going to have the stone picking up thing, same deal. We're not going to roll it, same deal. We're literally going to put the seeds down, and when they're ready to harvest, we're going to pull them up. And then by the time we do that, then I should have the money to do all the other things that we could do to make the yield better, like fertilize it, lime it, deal with weeds, roll it, which is part of dealing with weeds, all that kind of stuff. Because you notice those little pebbles being left behind? Those damage your farm equipment. Now that said, it doesn't damage them that much, but it is something you'll want to deal with from time to time. It is a thing that I commented that, and this could be my own ignorance here. I would assume, like this is like a very fresh field, very first time plowed, that yeah, we'd plow it up, we'd pull up a bunch of rocks. Sure, makes sense. There's rocks in the dirt, you pull them up, checks out. I would assume if I had been working this land for like generations, that, you know, 10 years of turning up the soil and removing the rocks, turning up the soil and removing the rocks, the amount, like, you wouldn't get net new rocks of a meaningful amount in there, because where would they come from? That over time you would effectively, like, I don't think you'd ever be like fully without rocks, but you'd go from where you turn up and get a ton of rocks to like almost nothing, to the point you just ignore them for the most part. because you'd have kept turning it up. The only way I could see an exception is if you kept removing the dirt from here, so you kept digging down deeper. You know, as you like pull up crops, you know, some of the dirt's on the crops, and there's nothing bringing the dirt back in, kind of thing. That you would, you know, if there's, say, like a hard pan that's rock underneath or whatever, that as you got deeper, I could see that being a problem. But assuming if you were eroding the dirt that much, you'd occasionally bring in new soil, I would assume that would solve that. The rocks actually teleport back into your field every time. Oh yeah, that's just the secret. No, I'm actually sure it's Big Rock that's involved. You know, Big Rock making sure you have to do that. Every rock is secretly a wizard. And this will have two perfectly rectangular fields. I mean, the corners actually aren't perfect. There's like a little nick out of it because this isn't a straight line, it's a wedge. And it's not worth me fighting it and risking like messing it up even more. Just kind of accepting the tiny little rounded corners, which I think are fine. I wonder how much a stump remover costs. If it's cheap, I'll get one. Cheap being very relative. Because that'd be another project to work on. So like when I get these fields set up and we're not able to harvest yet, kind of thing. Well, not able to plant yet. I can see getting, if the stump remover is cheap, we can get the stump remover and just go around, find all these stumps and just yoink them. Because unfortunately, the rollers are expensive. I think it's like 50,000 for the cheapest one. I think the lime spreaders are relatively cheap. I want to say there's like 10,000. But I don't want to spend any of the money on those kind of things until I've got the harvester locked in. Once I have the smallest harvester with the, you know, the cheap head, the cheap header on it, then I could get spendy because I know at a minimum I'm going to be able to make money from that. I mean, I could technically do without it, but I potentially lose an entire crop because I don't have the thing to pull it up when it's done. Because that's my next big spend is on the seeder, and then my next big spend after the seeder is on the harvester. Unless I get lucky and like the next in-game day we go and we see something that will enable that stuff on discount. Like if I see the thing for harvesting the root plants on extreme discount, I might grab that instead. Just basically to have any guaranteed that I'll have something I can put in these fields. Because then once I get the field set up, the next investments is going to be what I need to get the fields to be higher yield. And then after that, we'll probably get our next tile. And it won't be too long before I have to get a bigger tractor. The small tractor we can keep around. There's plenty I can have. I mean, even if nothing else. Ever played Alan Wake? I have not. I've heard good things about that one as well. I have a single tile of this field that's not right. That kind of stuff, eventually when I go to put the road down, I can fix that kind of thing. You're gonna make a reference, but you won't? Gotcha. But yeah, so, like, I'll probably go through and I'll put, like, a dirt area in between these two fields, like, I mean, it could also just stay grass. Either or. You could stay grass between here, that's fine. Yeah, so I'll have that. We'll go over there. I'm going to end up putting, like, our actual farmhouse, like a proper house up on that hill. See, the very last 13, you found a game earlier that you want to make me play redeem, so it's time to save your points. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been very happy with the, lately people using the Make Me Play, because we had for a while, like, it's been on there forever, and no one was using it. And I think it was probably Zidian who kind of made that happen. Alright, so. That actually, that's weird, like, you can kind of see a road, but it's not really there. So I want to put a road along here. So how do I want to do the road? So I think the road goes along this rock here. And my goal here is to leave enough space for the road to go through. But I want to try and make this perimeter on this side for our last field on the bottom. So we line it up with this just to, like, it doesn't need to be perfect, but I want to be mostly correct. So 170. No, 180. Now say that's wide enough for the road. Yeah, say that'll be wide enough for the road. And just like last time, I don't want to go all the way to the edge of the map. The reason I don't want to go to the edge of the map where it sits there and says, you can't go here, this isn't your land, is if I go all the way to the absolute edge of the map, what ends up happening is you can't harvest the last teeny tiny bit of the edge of the field because technically your mower is, or your vehicle is on the other side, so you have this one spot you can never harvest. Okay, so we'll go with that for that angle of the field. How are these doing, by the way? Alright, those are getting critically low on water. So good. Turn that off. Welcome back. Alright, so let's go get some more water for our mushrooms and all that. So it does seem like I need to refill these twice a day. That's what kind of greenhouses are these that we're going through 500 liters of water a day? Or sorry, not 500 liters, 5,000 liters a day. Thanks so much for the key. No problem. Got it from doing the dare drops the other day. I had to do an incredibly fun but mildly embarrassing tour of the town. Thirsty ones for sure. Yeah, these are some real thirsty greenhouses that were putting 5,000 liters into them every day, and it doesn't even last the full day. Yeah, so this is the little tractor we're trying to use at the beginning. The other good news is I already almost have a full batch of both the flowers and that, so we're going to get another like $20,000, $30,000 a day. That means I'm getting close to like $50,000, $60,000 every single day from those greenhouses, which is way more than I was expecting to get. I was looking forward to potentially making like $4,000 per greenhouse a day. So those are solid. I mean, once the water has touched the soil in the greenhouse, it drips out the bottom. You get rid of it, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm under the impression that mushrooms need fairly humid environments. I believe it's warm and humid environments to grow. Flowers, though, usually not that humid. A lot of plants don't like particularly high humidity. It makes they're very susceptible to mildews and that when that happens. There's obviously exceptions, like there's certain plants that grow in peat and bogs and all that that really like humidity. But like typical flowers you're gonna toss into a bouquet doesn't sound like the sort of thing. I thought the purpose of greenhouses is to keep moisture in. It's usually not moisture, it's heat, is what I thought greenhouses were for. So you can grow crops outside their season by the fact that all that glass there allows you to control the inside temperature to make it much warmer than the outside. I could be wrong. I'm not a farmer in real life or anything like that. But that was always the impression I had, is you could grow stuff in, like, Michigan with a really good greenhouse during the winter. It's gonna get dark soon. So I don't think we'll get the last field plowed in-game today, but I'd like to get the border put into place, so that way the next day I can just go through and clean it up. But more importantly, I'd like to get the tractor to do all that. Yeah, it's just scored saying, yeah, greenhouse keep in heat. They keep the insides usually at least 20 degrees Fahrenheit or so warmer than outside. Right, so we're talking like Michigan, where the temperature can get down to, like, it could get lower, but usually it wants to stop around the like the 20s or so degrees Fahrenheit, which is below freezing. That's the difference of being below and above freezing. You watch a YouTube channel that keeps chickens inside a greenhouse during Vermont winter to keep them warm. Gotcha. And then I could also see inside the greenhouse, if you really need it to be warm, you have all that set up, and then you could also toss in, you know, a heater or something. But yeah, 20 degrees warmer. So if we think about, like, for example, Florida, we grow a lot of citrus. It needs to be pretty warm for that. So the problem is when you have a proper freeze, it can kill the citrus. But in Florida, we have probably, you know, a day or two that it drops below freezing. If it's more than that, that gets really dangerous for wiping out the crop. Now, with a greenhouse, in Michigan, you in theory could keep like an orange tree growing inside the greenhouse. Because sure, it gets below freezing in Michigan pretty much every year. If it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit warmer, that means you're only worried about days that you're getting below 20 degrees Fahrenheit, that you'd be pushing the edge of below freezing inside the greenhouse. So that takes it from absolutely not, that crop could not possibly survive there at all, to now it's viable. Not that I'm encouraging people to try and farm oranges in Michigan, but you know, Michigan's where the apples come from. They also do pumpkins and, I think they do watermelon as well. Squash, that kind of thing. It just starts saying, yeah, with the chickens in there, their body heat keeps it from freezing even if below 20. That makes sense. Because animals are glorified space heaters. Alright, so we filled up all our water. We'll refill that. Okay, so we're just going to drop that tool right where it sits right now. And we're going to quickly deliver the, come on. We're going to quickly deliver the mushrooms and the flowers again. Because it's going to get really dark really fast. So, honestly, I don't even think we're going to get the perimeter done in this game day. We're just going to leave the plow right where it is. And then we'll probably go to sleep once we deliver the things. We wake up the next day. We deal with, you know, the water and all that for our greenhouses and getting our sweet, sweet money. And then we'll go and back over there and get the plow and, you know, frame it out and start making that next field. Get that going. I'm really enjoying streaming this. It's nice because I haven't had a single time during the stream where it's like, oh no, what do I do? The game is being slow right now. This is a cool challenge. Yeah, it's one of the challenges that's kind of just a thing in the farming farm sim community. let's not back this up. It's got 2 pivot points. I'll just get stuck. This little tree is going to have to go. I'm going to get stuck on that little tree sooner or later. Plus, it led to all sorts of anarchy trying to take that poor little 25 horsepower mower because it's all I could afford, and then trying to drag this thing. And you can't see behind these buildings, but it's almost like a 45-degree hill that I probably need to get rid of at some point. Interesting. I keep doing that. Yeah, so you'll... There you go. So you notice it's like, it's a really steep hill right here. That poor little tractor could not get it over that hill. We got stuck here for a good 5-10 minutes just trying to like get this thing over there. But I mean, we were really pushing the limits of that thing. We got to the hill that we deliver it, and we have to like jiggle the mower just to get to slowly inch up the hill. But that was good because we got that delivery, and that's what got us enough money to buy this tractor, which is 4 times as powerful as the one we got rid of. I'm gonna hit the wrong buttons every single time. Did you have more flowers in your waiting to spit out? You do not. All right. Yeah, so it looks like the greenhouses are a twice-a-day thing, which is very surprising to me. Heck, that makes it better than a lot of the fields will give you, considering how much less work it is. I put these two too close together. It's real snug here. Alright, you don't... It's not too long till that puts out another one, but we're not going to worry about it right now. Ultimately, I think those greenhouses will get moved around a little bit more spread out, so that I could get the vehicles through there a little bit easier. But that's fine. Yeah, so I might make this part of the regular schedule for a little while. Like, we'll keep working on the Rimworld challenge I got. Well, it's not even really a challenge. It's a transhumanist tribe doing Arco Nexus. I mean, I guess it's a challenge. It's a pretty straightforward, this is the start we chose, this is the ending we're going for kind of run. It's not one of my overly elaborate challenges I typically do. But people wanted to see me get a win. I'm like, alright, we'll just get ourselves a win. We'll do a straightforward one. Now they will... will it stack them outside if there's a secondary batch ready? Or does it back up in storage till... So it'll back up in storage inside the building if there's not enough space outside, but there's a limited capacity on how much it can hold inside. So I don't know what the capacity is. Let's say it's 5 outside, and then maybe if I leave it alone, it gets 5 more inside. Maybe we can probably check that. So you'll notice the maximum capacity for the mushrooms was, well, it's 10,000 units of the stuff is what it can store outside. We can go ahead and take a peek to see if it'll tell us how much it can store inside. I'm hoping it's like 10,000 units or more, because then that could be the case that I literally just go the entire day without the pickup, and then at the end of the day pick up all of it, or beginning of day, it doesn't matter. Alright. Yeah, so you see how much we slowed down even with this thing, and this is 4 times as powerful as the other tractor. That other tractor just was trying its very best. And a cool $25,000 for flowers and mushrooms. Yeah, no, it'll only put 5 outside. At least that's the way it's looked from what I've seen. So we would be able to get the cedar right now, but the problem is if we check our schedule and what we can plant grass right now. That's the only thing we can plant until February, which is cotton, and I can't afford cotton because cotton's harvester is $50,000 to start. Cotton's expensive to set up. And part of the rule says I can't lease stuff, because the leasing stuff is almost the exact same as taking a loan in this game. You're borrowing. It's just mechanically it works different. Instead of like interest, you have like the rental payment. You know, these rocks might be able to be broken up. We'll check that later. I might actually deliberately leave the rocks, because I don't want to take away all the characteristic of the map. And we're going to add stuff too, like where I put the roadways, I might put some small trees along the roadways. You know, far enough away they won't be too obnoxious to get around with the tractors, but, you know, something to not make it big, open, flat land everywhere. Okay. So maybe where I'll park this trailer for now, so that I have a regular place I put it, is I'll put it alongside the last of the greenhouses here. Wonder how fast you can make $1 million bucks at just greenhouses? Pretty fast. Because if we think about it, I set up the greenhouses, and we're already, like, we consider the tractors we've already bought and everything, we've probably made over 100,000. You know, I believe I can actually look how much I've made in general. Will you tell me your capacity? Oh, I think it can only store probably 2,000 liters, because that'd be about 1,000 liters here and about 2,000 liters there. So that's 2 pallets worth, or two of the boxes worth. So you can have a total of 7. So yeah, so I do need to empty it out probably twice a day. All right. And we're gonna sleep because it's getting too dark to work. Later on, we're definitely gonna, you know, go and take those roads and put lights along them. Okay, so we paid our whopping $65 to keep these businesses online. And then extra, like, stuff. Yeah, so you're basically out of water. Everything's maxed out here, so we're gonna get a quick, cool, extra, like, $25,000 or whatever it is. It takes this mower so long to start. Has no taillights, only headlights. But it got us over the beginning part, so we have decided to keep it, and it hauls water. It'll probably do it until we get the large water tank. And when we get the large water tank, most likely it won't be able to handle it. I'm curious how big the large water tank is. Because this one's 8,000. I'm hoping the other one is something sizable, like 20,000 or something. Probably not. It's probably like 12. Which would be reasonable. That'd be enough to get through 2 of these. How much does the large one cost? I want to say it's like 50-something thousand. So, like, I could probably buy it now. I don't think it'd be the smart use of my money right now. I think the smart use of my money is to get our fields operational at a minimum level. And once I can get that, we'll be good. Oh, you know what? Can I attach multiple of these? No, it doesn't look like there's... Some of these things have multiple attachment points, so you can go and get a bunch. Longclaw saying, had a wonderful lurk today. Thanks for keeping me entertained. Gonna play some Warhammer Fantasy now. Bye, Rual. Bye, chat. Catch you later, Longclaw. Thank you again for tuning in, hanging out, and all that good stuff. Always good to have you. And we'll just wait patiently for this to fill up. I'm just envisioning we just have like a normal hose, like not like a big fireman hose, like a normal garden hose, and we're just sitting over top of this, just, you know, we open the valve and just sit over there with that like little garden hose, just doing its best to fill up an 8,000 liter tank. It does make you wonder. There's a DLC that's supposed to be pumps and hoses or whatever. If they give you things like that, because that's what the few DLC I don't have, because it wasn't part of the Andy Pass. Oh, I don't think we filled this one up yet. Back up. Like, we got about 3,000 into it, or 2,000 into it, and then we ran out of space. All right. It genuinely feels like those greenhouses, they should probably do the same thing they're doing, but maybe at like half the speed. I'm not complaining. I'm not going to change it either. I'm just a bit surprised at how effective they are. Well, I mean, I take that back, because I got to keep remembering one in-game day is a month. So that's probably fair that we are getting a decent amount of money per month. And I have no absolute idea whatsoever at all on what the reasonable water usage of a greenhouse growing mushrooms is. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? I also imagine if I get the larger one, let's just guess it's 12,000, that it'll take long enough for me to do that. I could see getting a tractor in place with whatever, like the harvester or whatever in place, setting an AI on it, doing that like once or twice, then coming back to the full tank, you know, dropping off at the different places, because it'll just kind of sit there and fill, so I don't have to babysit it. I wonder if there's a thing that you can attach structure-wise, like extra storage for these? For extra, like, water storage? So you could fill it up so they could last, like, a whole day or two. I can see that being a thing as well. So, like, the base setup, you have to fill them up, like, twice a day. Or twice, I mean, I gotta say it twice a month, which is a day in game. Twice a month. But if you got, like, a giant water tank behind it, that maybe that giant water tank then, you know, allows you to fill it up like once every 2 months or something like that. Alright, so we can pull this up now and drop it all off. And then grab the tractor, pick up all of our mushrooms and our flowers and go sell those. Get ourselves another like $25,000-ish. The prices do change month to month in game. So turn that off, turn this off. That's filling up. Go grab this. And I don't know that it matters much. I'm grabbing the mushrooms first because they're heavier. Each one of these boxes of mushrooms is 700 kilograms, whereas the flowers are only 100 kilograms. Okay. When we empty that, it's empty, so I don't need to wait for like another one to pop out. Because it implies I can carry 2 more in there. So if I let it run overnight, I get basically a full area of pallets along the side. Gotta do that every time. 1 second. We're running that whole thing where TikTok's like, "Are you still there? I'm gonna kick you off if you don't verify." And I've clicked off all the windows, so bear with me there. There we go. Because we are streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Been doing that for a while lately. And we are stuck at the building because I wasn't paying attention. It is correcting itself. We just got to keep pulling. I think it's going to correct itself? What? Question mark? There you go. Just had to come here right now. My brain decided 3:30 a.m. was a good time to wake up. I've had those days. It's not a good time. Nowhere near as bad as when we had the little tractor. That little 25 horsepower tractor when we did that was a real bad time. Because it could barely pull it up the hill on the other side. Not even that like rock ledge, just a little tiny bit of an incline. Alright, and you good? Yeah, no more boxes popping out. I do think what I'll ultimately do is when I have some spare money is I'll take the terraforming tool and I'll flatten the area directly behind the greenhouses up to about where that rock starts and let the steep part be the rock part. Alright, we've got our greenhouses restocked. We've got our goods to sell. I was like, this is the worst mode. Of course I'm here for this one. Oh no, we had so much worse. Because we are doing the Survivor Man challenge, we've been basically, as we've been getting enough money, just getting our next upgrade. So this tractor we're using right now is 100 horsepower. The first tractor we had was 20, is here 25 or 24? And that's just because that's what the cheapest tractor is. And we were using it to drag this thing. And it would struggle to get this thing moving by itself without any load. And then when we fully loaded it up, any incline, it would drop down to a mile or two an hour and really struggle. And yeah, we beached it for like a good 5-10 minutes trying to get around that little corner. That ultimately what it came down to is I'm like, okay, it's very slowly turning the trailer. I'm like, well, I need to take a restroom break. So I took like a quick 5-minute restroom break as it ever so slowly turned the trailer. And then I came back and it still had a couple more seconds, like another 15-20 seconds before it lined up enough that I could pull it. And then there's this incline here to take it to where you sell it. It got to like right about the top of the incline and it just couldn't quite pull it up, so I had to sit there and, you know, like do the whole thing where you like jiggle the wheels back and forth, so just inch forward a little bit at a time until we could get it over the top. This is a little bit faster than your overloaded trailer last time. Yeah, that's the thing. This is 100 horsepower. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the one on Ultra Source's multiplayer server, yeah, this is actually literally the same tractor as that one. But that poor tractor, I was hauling like 4 or 5 times as much weight. We've had a few clips today, so I wonder if it is one of those being clipped. $25,000. Nice. So yeah, so we definitely have enough for the nice auto unloading. Oh yeah. That's even like without the load unload mods, that's how it works. Is anything that is it's like a crop that will drain kind of thing. Anything like that will just auto load when you take it over the cell pads. That's kind of the same exact cell pad you have at what is it? What's the words I'm looking for? The marketplace on most maps. It's the same exact mechanic. Oh, I should have gotten gas. Actually, we're gonna do that real fast. We're gonna drop that. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna grab gas. and then we'll pick this up and bring it back. Because the gas is right along this thing. Yeah, so we're playing a modded map called No Man's Land. It's a very popular map because it's nothing out there. You just have the sell point right here. I think you can buy feed from that thing for your animals. I believe that's feed. That's for selling logs over there. You've got your repair spot right here. $125. Oh, let's also, while we're here, we're gonna quick check to see they have used stuff. Let's see if there's any discount stuff here. There's your big tractor. People are like, you need to get the awful one. Yeah, the machine to harvest indicated crops. That is a harvester, but it's not. We can't afford it. There's no way we'd have enough money today to afford it either. It's another 100,000. So now Rual, you made Rual do it reasonably? I don't. No, I mean, like, we've been doing it reasonably for a while. It's just, it's a challenge run. So we have a lot of suboptimal situations we're dealing with. Like, we were also plowing a field with a plow that was half a meter wide. So just doing this like little sliver up and down. But that's us trying to be able to plant something before winter arrived, and we didn't quite make it. Which is fine. I know, but if I didn't wake up here... I don't remember. Did we have a raid today? I don't think we did. Could be. Am I just forgetting? Because it would surprise me. Alright. Basic rimward situation. Yep. Alright. No, this is honestly, I've been very happy with this. I know I mentioned it before. I was worried about how the turnout would be with this, but it's been a very good stream. Like, just very genuinely, this has gone well. I've had fun in the game, and it's honestly gone better than I expected it to. Like, I expected to get the field, like a field down by the time stream was over today. I was kind of hoping to have something planted in it, but that was ambitious. For saying $9 a pound salmon sushi is the best. Cool. I have no idea. I'll take your word for it. All right. We'll see if you can find it farm raised. Gotcha. So you can get like a really good price on it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get this parked up here. And so we got, for those who didn't see, when we started this run, I had that truck, a chainsaw, and that is our sleeping spot. It's still our sleeping spot. You know, this converted, like, Burntown bus that has, like, a stove and all that. Yeah, let's get a proper view at our home. So this is where we live, and if you look through the window right here, we got ourselves like a nice wood stove there. We've got a mattress. Don't sleep on that. It certainly has bed bugs and God knows what else living in it. We've got a box that implies it's MREs and a workbench made out of wood. Yeah, like it implies they're like, I can't get the angle because it's being goofy. Yeah, so it's ready to eat meals, so it's like MREs. And it can't go inside, by the way. We don't have a door, it costs extra. So yeah, and this is vanilla. Like, it's when the DLC has that. but it is vanilla. And then this is our truck, which is a 1984 Lizard pickup truck. As all 80s vehicles were, it's that horrible brown that everyone used because it hide rust and dirt. So, you know, that served us pretty well. Yeah, there's a movie about that, uh-huh. But that's what we started with, was those two things and a chainsaw. And $0. No money. And we're not allowed to lease stuff, we're not allowed to take loans, and I'm not allowed to sell the truck for quick cash. Yes, there's not a whole lot left to stream. I do want to try and frame this out before we wrap up. That way, when I get back into this next time, I remember what the heck is going on. Because otherwise, I'll be like, what was I doing? But if I have a big, like, framed out field, I could do the math. Alright, so we're going to try and get the GPS in the bottom right, which you can't quite see where it's telling me the coordinates. But I'm trying to get to exactly 90 degrees. So it seems like I'm doing a lot of finagling here. It's because I'm doing a lot of finagling here. Oh. I need to tell it to allow fields. Alright, so I got on Pike. Or off to do things. Thanks for chill morning and the Keegan. No problem, FG. You have a good stream today. Alright. The jump into the universe. So we're going to take this not all the way to the edge here. Let's actually take it to right about... So the edge of the map is just in front of my greenhouses. Well, not the edge of the map. The edge of my area. And go a little farther. And let's stop there. Ah, you're a foodie? Gotcha. Chris talking over on YouTube side. Stop? What are we stopping? Yeah, because we don't want to get all the way to the edge of the map because weird things happen, and I want to put gaps between my fields. I don't want all my fields just to be, like, perfectly... Never go farther than needed? Yeah. Alright, come on. 160. Okay. Oh, alright. I should have gone over there and, come across from that side. That's fine. We'll do that in a moment. So I'm now going to try to take this all the way up. I'm going to stop it a little early, which is going to be a pain, but let's go back over to this area, because I already got that cut. Because that last corner is the part that's always difficult, because you can actually go too far, and then you're in trouble. So I made sure to short it. Now, I will have to cut down a tree or two. We'll make our road along this little hill over here on the right side. No, good stuff. And even though that looks like it's wrong, it's right. It's just not rendering everything in at distance. Okay. Trying to get to the 90-degree angle again. I almost wish there was a button that I could like hold as like a modifier key when you're trying to line it up to like the exact, you know, make it like 5-degree increments or whatever. All right, back it up just a little bit. I'll have to clean that up later. That you wish you could almost sit there with it and like lock it in and be like you turn your wheels, it like locks you at the 90 or whatever. Just because you have to like sit there and finagle. It's only a problem when you very first make the field. The reason we're putting a big gap here is I'm putting a big gap there so we can put a road along here. Obviously you see a problem, but that's okay. I didn't think that through. Oh. Take this over to the truck real fast, just toss it in the back. Please don't go flying. Yeah, that was my concern. Is I was worried that I was gonna pick up the tree or leave the tree, and it was gonna, you know, mess with the tractor and like nudge it off course. If it is, I'll have to fix it. It'll be fine. I'm not worried about selling that anytime soon, by the way. I'm just putting in there so it doesn't stay there forever. Okay, we made over the stump, which is the big concern. Okay. Alright, so now I try to bring these two together. I don't care what happens on the inside. Oh, don't do that. Okay, we're fine. I was worried it was going to accidentally go farther on the outside. Cool. Alright. So with that, though, we are hitting that time where it's time for me to wrap up stream and all that kind of good stuff. So thanks so much for everyone tuning in. I feel like we've got a pretty good start for this challenge. We did start with just the bus that we sleep in, our truck, and a chainsaw. And since then, we managed to get ourselves 4 greenhouses, made a whole bunch of money. We got our water tower over there. We have 2 tractors, one that's horrifically underpowered, and then this one that's 100 horsepower. We've got ourselves 2 fields that we've gone and like already plowed up the whole thing. We got one that's outlined for plowing next time. And we got $78,000. I would say that's pretty good for one stream to knock out, so that's pretty awesome. Now, for all of you over there on YouTube land, I'm going to be wrapping up the stream for all you, so thank you so much for tuning in over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe over on YouTube. And they are gone. So now